to the bracket phase of the competition. It's a single elimination bracket, and right here, $1 million on the line, $400,000 going to first place. Although if they've made it this far already, Shift, they're not doing so bad.
Not so bad. I think it's just, for me, I'm looking at that difference between third and fourth and second. These are essentially $90,000 games of COD Mobile coming up for our first two semis. Lots of cash being exchanged between these two teams.
And of course, it's not just the money on the line. It's this trophy. It's those rings. One of my favorite things about Call of Duty Mobile. And of course, the title, the glory of being the best in the world.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm back with another live stream, and in today's live stream we are gonna be doing the watch party of Call of Duty Mobile 1 Championship 2024 finals. As you all know that 4 teams has qualified for the semi-finals, that are Galleries, X-Rock, Q9 and one more team, Elevate. So there is going to be 2 semi-final matches, and after that we'll have the grand finale in which the winner will be getting $400,000. I hope I'm audible to you all, and I hope you all had a very great day. Thank you so much for joining. Hello Being Human, hello Sorit, hello Loki, hello Japstreaker, welcome to the stream. By the way guys, I have some things to announce today also. Just because it's a grand finale, I didn't restrict the giveaway up to battle pass only. I have just decided to move one step forward. This time we'll be giving away something else also, so you need to watch out on the stream. And before getting started, I'll just ask you guys to do a favor, and that is double tapping on the screen and hitting the like button, and we are good to go.
At the end of the day, in order for our 4 teams to make it where they are here today,
okay, but before that, let me just put a poll in the chat. Let me what are your predictions.
To remember our fallen brethren. Well, and now let's talk about the teams that are still here competing in the rest of the day. All right, we have our semifinals matches coming up right.
I'm just putting a poll in the chat.
Start talking about it. We'll take a look at this bracket.
Q9, X-Rock, Elevate, and Gallery. Hello Swarit, welcome to the stream.
The teams that had to fight yesterday to be here, some impressive matches.
Oh, absolutely, and clearly the reason why they find themselves to be the top 4 teams in the entire world.
Here we go.
Only had 2 games go to a map number 4 yesterday. Clearly, Galaris has a lot riding on them. The last standing from the west, but Elevate, Q9, and X-Rock, no surprise to see them here.
Okay, so guys, I have one thing to announce for you guys also, that today I will also be giving away the Google Play redemption codes, so you guys need to watch out for it, and it will be done on specific number of likes only. Hope everything is good. What are your predictions guys? Just write in the chat, what are your predictions? Let's try to reach 300 likes today. Liking is very easy, you just have to double tap on the screen and it is going to like the stream.
They really did put everything forward. It just came a little bit short, I think, in particular, not seeing the MVP from last year play as well as we hoped that we would.
Here we go. These guys are just discussing about the players right now. Matches are going to start after 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know. We have just started our stream. Hello Aman, hello Dragon.
Yeah, it was not an easy.
Who are you supporting for? I'm supporting X-Rock. They are a really good team.
Was quick with some of those 3-0s and 3-1s, but it was a well
Google Play redeem. We also have that very new skin giveaway, which you can also get by doing watch party in game, and that is actually a good skin. I'm not lying.
We don't want to keep you waiting at home any longer. It's time to start diving into our first semifinals match of the day. So let's get the teams out on the stage.
Okay, here we go. Teams are on the stage. They are just introducing our teams right now.
Hitters in the entire world.
Yeah. First come, first serve. That it will be like I'll just putting the redeem code in the chat, and you will have to, like, whoever will do the fastest will be getting the benefit of it. That's how Google Play cards work.
Of the scene. Always.
Hello Raji, welcome to the stream.
All-in King Joe Club.
Hello Ajia, welcome to the stream. What game is this? This is Call of Duty Mobile. Call of Duty Mobile. Basically a quad on mobile. If you are not aware of this game.
Time for X-Rock and Q9 to battle it out. You said it's going to be an insane matchup shift. You're not wrong. Let's start talking about X-Rock.
I think Tom put it perfectly. They have not dropped a map yet. They also lead in every single statistic.
What are your predictions? Okay, Elevate 39%, Q9 11%, X-Rock 33%, Gallery 17%. Okay, Elevate and X-Rock are pretty neck to neck, but still the most number of votes that I'm seeing right now is for Elevate, and yeah, it is for Elevate. Should I just pin a message? Okay.
And yeah, you could probably make an argument that their route to make it to a flawless record thus far might have been easier than some, but it is the way that they were able to dispose of teams like Wolves yesterday.
I think even in particular, we saw some really strong resiliency at moments versus a very good Godlike team. Now, this Godlike team was not flying under the radar anymore, so no one was taking them lightly. But to see X-Rock come up clutch, especially on the seaside really tight moments, says a lot about why this team is coming in as the #1 squad. And that stat line as well also has you looking at individual players that could take over at any given moment in time. No has been unbelievable as a part of his full-man squad.
I mean, the supporting staff all just to make sure that No can completely go unnoticed. The routes of this guy is backed up by a superior cast behind X-Rock as well. There are certain points in time that No is just making all the right plays that you just feel like he can do whatever he wants on the map. That's just how good this guy is.
So, formidable force,
here we go.
to say the least, whether you're looking at individual performances or the team.
I'm just waiting for this. I'm just waiting for it to start.
First place seed position as well.
Welcome to the stream, Elijah.
Overall, so they are a team that everyone has been watching the entire time, and of course, they're going to be facing off another powerhouse.
Hello, Techno Boys. Welcome to the stream.
Against Q9, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to have a conversation about some of the dominant forces that we have.
Okay, so first match is Q9 versus Gallery, or Q9 versus Elevate. Okay, it's Q9 versus X-Rock. Hello Mandrew, welcome to the stream. Tribe Gaming is eliminated.
Let's be candid here. That was a tough Swiss matchup for them to have to face each other, but 'tis the nature of the
Tribe Gaming eliminated at very first day. Godlike eliminated on the second day.
What they can do against China's best.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, and we say this all the time, so apologies
and let's see
broken record here, but the Chinese
who are going to get eliminated today.
The staple. The question mark coming in was, would Q9 be better in their respawn this year compared to last year, since the roster really didn't make too many changes? And I would say emphatically they have proven that they can handle this new meta with this new tempo, especially against some of the Garena teams where they do play with a little bit more gusto, a little bit more tempo. That's what surprised them versus Elevate. They surprised versus Stalwart.
I mean, Uling to the point.
This guy has KYD of okay, 9.1 assist. Okay, this is his average. This guy has been really good.
A lot of that is coming through from Uling. So the Uling versus No matchup,
and damage 2178. Nice. Nice for him.
That we'll see in the respawns are going to be coming from those two players in particular.
Will definitely be interesting to see what these teams are able to kind of glean information-wise from being able to watch each other compete in the quarterfinals.
We have some in-game rewards redemption also for you guys. So you guys also need to watch out for that in the chat.
Looking at those maps. So overall, this is a a very, very
Yeah, this is going to be a very competitive match.
To start off the day, right? We've got some stat lines down
Especially
there
the first
bottom
one.
of your screen for you as well. Little bit of an edge there in the head-to-head.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, at one moment in time, as much as there was kind of this rivalry building at the beginning of the Chinese Masters scene between these two
You don't
squads,
care whoever
Xrox
wins.
won 3
Why?
matches in a row
What is the
pretty
reason for
emphatically.
it?
That changed at CDSI. Q9 was able to find a little bit of revenge in a banger map number 7, but still, I think the series edge does say something about how Xrox have owned this.
Can you guys hear their voice, or is it low? If is it low, then I'll be increasing it.
CDSI, it did go the entire 7 maps, and all the way down to that final map, it was banger after banger.
I think it should be fine right now, because you guys need to hear my voice.
Very good best of 5 as well. Whatever maps we end up getting, you know that these two teams have faced each other at least on a handful of these, a multitude of times of the year.
I'm excited to see.
It's slow.
Like I said, with your predictions, we're not there yet, but I want to see how cohesive everybody is on the casting side of things. We're going to take some look at some more stats though before we kind of start talking about those.
Hello Anish, hello Denise, welcome to the stream.
With their map comparisons across the board.
Has it increased now?
Standout is, well, all the arrows are leaning over towards Xrox's direction, but 6-point differential win average on Search and Destroy. They've played 4 searches. Every single one of them was a 7-1 tally. And in this particular head-to-head matchup, that's where I really put a lot of focus on the individual map selection. Because in the head-to-head, they are actually 13-5 in Search and Destroy, our Xrox, over Q9. They have routinely dominated the map 2 and the map 5. The only time that went awry was map 7 of
Okay, perfect.
CDSI. So that's where I'm
Nice.
really kind of putting a lot of focus on this, is the Search and Destroy, the map 2, the map 5. Both of these two squads are pretty darn even in terms of their head-to-head on Hardpoint as well as on Control. So it does feel like the map 2, map 5 may determine the series.
Really does say something when you're still flawless in Search and Destroy. And
What do you think is going to win? I think Elevate have the highest chance.
Yeah, +6.
Well, now we get to take a look at the maps, okay? And I want to get your thoughts on these because we'll see what they chose, what they're going to be facing off against each other on here. And this
Just start, bro, just start. Hello Eagle, Edits Shorts, welcome to the stream.
Starting off with the Hacienda Hardpoint.
Hacienda Hardpoint, let's go.
We haven't seen Q9 play Hacienda yet, which is, I think, a bit surprising considering that their playstyle seems to lean towards it, but they've been really baking their bread and buttering it on Summit and Apocalypse so far this weekend. So that's going to be an interesting opening 10.
Is it too loud now?
Feels like a map that should go towards Xrox. You do see the Apocalypse show up map number 4, so Q9 will have that. And then the interesting thing, but considering the Chinese region loves firing range and they love Tunisia, neither get through here. So this is going to be to see who has done the best prep.
Are the Google Play redemption codes available in all countries? Depends. Like, you'll have to check by yourself.
Combination in particular, but the respawns is where a lot of the focus will end up being, especially for me. Last time these two teams did face, Q9 did take the hard points.
All right, well, now I finally get to ask you, what did you guys say for your predictions? First semifinals match of the day. What are your thoughts?
I'm leaning towards Xrox. I'm going with how the history has played. I've got it going the full distance, though. It does feel like now seeing the maps as well. I've got the hard points going.
That's good, okay.
As they've picked them.
Yeah, they're still talking. We are already. I mean, we have already spent 15 minutes.
I think that the only map that we'll probably see Xrox lose very much so might be the map 1. But
So I think there is a code coming for you guys.
Numbers always lean towards Xrox. History is doomed to repeat itself, you would fear. But if Q9's best chance to make it to that grand finals, they got to take at least one of these hard points and both the searches.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to talk to the boys in the green room and see if they agree with these predictions as well. And of course, everybody at home, you know the drill by now. You're hanging out with us in chat. Let us know your thoughts. First semifinals matchup of the day. There's only 2 of them, so you don't get a lot of opportunity to do this. But who do you think is going to be the first team in our grand finals? Will it be Xrox or will it be Q9? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off our semifinals matchup.
Okay, here we go.
Determined into grand finals. Let's do it.
Oh, and it's a grudge match. This is the one that I think everyone has been waiting to see.
I think this is for the character skin.
Of it when we were at CDSI. Now, granted, of course, we didn't go the full distance, and the maps were very back and forth between the two. But now that there's no safety net of a double elimination bracket, it is a one and done $90,000 match between the top 2 teams from China. It's Xrox, it's Q9, our opening semifinal. Let's get it on.
Woke up this morning thinking that you can make it to the grand finals, but there is only one route, and it is right in front of you on the opposite side of the stage. Starting off on the favorite side of the map will be X-Rock. They will at least be in favor for that P2 rotation, but spawns do flip routinely, especially when it comes down to Hacienda. But the opening gunfights are great for X-Rock, and they completely clean house, maintain the high ground, and they're getting some time.
Large focus off the long-range battles. Even saw Moss starting off with a scope. He's actually still got it in hand with the mix of 2 Odins in play. So X-Rock really trying to...
This is for the character skin.
And so far, it has worked out as they jump back into the hardpoint, reclaim the...
Okay.
Ma is dominating. Already got the hot hand with the Tundra out and early.
Gonna have to meet this somehow if you are Q9. Calling it a Predator missile before P2 rotation is even called for is a scary one, to say the least. But Q9 have been able to work their way not only into the hardpoint, but also on the mansion side, threatening the rotation early.
Yeah, looking good. The Pred missile largely negated, just as Q9 survived through it. Hit coming through the water side of the map, though, over towards P2. Early rotation here for X-Rock. Dead tie game, essentially, after the first hill has expired. Q9 trying to get on top control over at Lambo. Fight back from Chuan, almost able to find a double, but does get taken out. X-Rock finding wins from the front, but the spawns are still good for Q9.
Okay, they are going head to head right now.
It's going to be marching up this driveway. Someone's going to have to try to take a route, but by that time, 30 seconds will still remain. Good presence being held here for X-Rock, trying to keep everybody at bay.
Good contest at this point, but now Q9's reinforcements start to come through. Pinch on the way, though. A couple of split spawns for X-Rock. Have them now all of a sudden hitting both sides at once, and Mob lighting things up. Doesn't matter if he's got a scope. Doesn't matter if he's got an Odin. Give this guy whatever weapon you want. He's going to find a way to tally up.
Where's Tectonic? Tectonic is not in this thing.
Spawning close, able to reinforce. Still 22 seconds to fight for, and a really great read on X-Rock's off spawns towards well.
I mean, between Chuan and Ma, you're just being ripped to smithereens, and to be quite frank, the slaying isn't too far gone, but Q9 are just really good at being aggressive towards the back. 27.
Welcome, Swarit, welcome.
Forces X-Rock's hand just to utilize these close spawns and try to soak up the back 10 seconds. It's just about a dead even game, rotating over towards P3. Operators online.
Yeah, 3 in particular in favor of X-Rock, but Uling does have the War Machine, and he is good with it. Opening first blood, good for Uling over towards P3. The hardpoint unlocks, and X-Rock are still battling for top patio. Rushi able to find the high ground position for now, but needs to wait for help. War Machine gonna get popped. It's actually gonna be immediately countered as Uling is trying to get some damage done with his own, but X-Rock kind of pinching on both sides at once, working out beautifully, leaving Uling by himself. He can only do so much in this position.
Nice War Machine.
As he does find a couple of kills, allowing a
Both at full potential. Okay.
Response, Uling pulls out the War Machine. You get a War Machine out of Rushi, and then a follow-up claw as well. And it's just overwhelming pressure coming through from X-Rock again. They have the numbers, the ordinances are perfect from Sunyo, being able to find at least 2. So it's scrap time to fight over here, and look where Q9 are spawning all the way to the backside of the office. This is very alarming, but at least they're making the heads-up play, trying to send a couple players on different routes so that they can threaten the rotation.
They're going to need to. The Purifier's locking things down over towards Tin as X-Rock are soaking up the scrap time and out, putting their focus on rotation.
What's the code? I've just pasted the in the chat. Just look out for it. Okay, we are able to hear their voice. These are X-Rock players. Just let me know, guys, is my voice balanced, and is my voice with the stream balanced or not? Is it too loud? Is it too low? Just let me know. Well balanced. Okay, thank you so much. Oh my. 160. X-Rock leading.
And for the most part, it has been a pretty even exchange. Last scrap time going to tilt over towards Q9 as they've got full numbers ready to go.
And so far, when the first set of hard points, when resources are invested and returned back, X-Rock have come out on top of when it comes down to Gunny.
What's the code? It was for battery skin. If someone redeemed it, just confirm me. It was a battery skin.
So it'll go and be neutral. 98-75 going back towards the center of the map. Some very key resources being invested. Uling's going to open it up with a Pred.
Yeah, just need to get a feel of what X-Rock is doing on this rotation. So Pred Missile will be called in just to get the information out. Now an opportunity to fight back from the high ground. Rushi inside, finding some early time. Chuan with them, trying to move over towards the secret hallway here. But Q9, good window presence. They've really slocked things down and at least made life difficult for X-Rock. And with the kills starting to tilt their way, now an opportunity for them to fight for the hill itself. A little bit of extra time being tallied, but Rushi actually going to pull out a war machine here. Bold call to say the least. Not often you see it pulled in this position, but he does find one connection, and with that, X-Rock can get back on the hill.
Split spawns might have scared him. Did have at least one player for Q9 that was starting to threaten through open staircases. Spawns have more or less subsided themselves. One rogue spawn's going to come over towards well, and tough gunfight to have for yourself right off the spawn, but you want just get smoke. And now you got to be worried about that entire position if you are.
उन्होंने ले लिया अभी तो ये वाला हार्ड पॉइंट किसी में भी जा सकता है ये वाला हार्ड पॉइंट होल्ड करना सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल है इस मैप में
Yeah, and you've got a really good spread of the map right now for Q9. They're going to get a read that the well spawns are still open. In fact, actually, they have two players spawn right there themselves. I'm sure that was a pleasant
thank you so much for joining Ring Goku. It's okay if you're late. No worries.
Has the war machine at the ready. Would be a good time to use it considering that all of X-Rock are hitting from the front. Hasn't popped it yet, and apparently he doesn't need to. Finding the kills from topside, Lambo has looked good. Curly's also on the pinch as X-Rock find a chance to contest, but the spawns are still in, and Q9 are quick to get back on the hard point.
Studio's going to rip the claw. It's going to start asking between him and Mom when they were going to start diving into these resources just for the break. It finds 3 more bullets on the head glitch, loses his life. It's the response from Uling. Pulls out the war machine just to try to belittle these individuals with
Hello Tamagnapal, welcome to the stream. इंडिया की टीम नहीं है, इंडिया की टीम दोनों एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है.
He gets a little bit of extra time tallied for X-Rock. Now the spawn's a little bit more chaotic as it's split between both two teams in the back. Trying to win out onto the hard point itself is Rushi, but he is by himself and he will be overwhelmed. So the scrap time's going to go to Q9. X-Rock at a bit of a tricky spot here. They're in lobby. They could stall the rotation for Q9, but with these secondary spawns happening towards Rock, they're going to take the long route around the back.
One player slipped the net, but Mounchy
Okay, Mousy.
just going to sock one right into
ये दोनों कौन से हैं? ये दोनों एक चाइना की और एक दोनों चाइना की है. Both are Chinese team and they are one of the best in the whole world. I'm just seeing the stream for free rewards. Okay.
One of the best players with that operator all weekend long, and they may need it. Here's X-Rock looking solid from the front. Purifier.
Okay, we have another code giveaway, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? Just write yes in the chat. Just write yes in the chat if you are ready. I have to give away another code now. Just let me go there.
20 seconds still left to fight over here, and if you're X-Rock, you're feeling quite okay with the spawn flip that came through. You should have a free rotation. You should not care about this time.
Problem is, Mouchy's cleaning everything up very quickly with this claw out.
There we go.
Great operator for him, and now
Let me also send the link how you can redeem it.
Up to office on the same front. Chet over the middle. Big 1v1 win. That allows an opportunity for Q9 to string scrap to initial. Just comes down to can they read the spawns, which are a bit split right now for X-Rock.
Whoever redeems, just write in the chat that they have redeemed.
This building doesn't really have an angle to watch these players flanking all the way through. Might just catch everybody from Q9 by surprise.
वो neck to neck चला गया इसने. इन्होंने वापसी कर लिया Q9 ने.
All weekend lost, loses their life. Not the investment that you were looking for, as there's still ample time to fight for here at 4.
A little crossed up right there as there was a hit coming from the open stairs as well as from backside boathouse. Exchange looking decent though as Q9 just take the fight right back onto the hard point. Predator missile also putting him into a little bit of effect. Uling thinking about maybe pulling the war machine here. Thought for a second he had dropped
नेट से मारा गया वो.
right back into the back pocket as X-Rock are having a tough time breaking until Chuan finds himself a double from the front. Now an opportunity to reinforce this from water.
X-Rock. No, it's not Philippines. X-Rock is from China only. No, it's not character code. Oh my gosh. 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills for him. Okay, finally he was taken down.
5 feet for No, 1 name, 5 kills. Talk about investment coming through with the equalizer. Stark differences, but there's still an opportunity for Q9. Fully bring themselves back into this game. They only trail by just 40. So it's not out of the woods that they can make this happen on a map pick of Hacienda, a map pick that they've beaten X-Rock on before.
It's just one of those things where Q9 just do not have the edge in some of these really key fights. I think especially as they put together their
Welcome Caleb Crimson Riot. Welcome.
over the top of P1. Rushi working on it, trying to get some action over towards the open stairs. Not going to fully work out as X-Rock have to hit through the U-Haul. And the kills are good.
42 kills है इसके. क्या नाम है इसका? Oling.
He pulls out the war machine. That'll be good for an opening too, and then finds the third one down low, plus a fourth. Oling again light things up as Q9 get back into the hill.
He's leading the entire lobby as far as kills are concerned, and a lot of those kills are coming through the war.
Yeah, Oling के 47 kills है. 47 kills for Oling. That's unbelievable. No Godel, nah.
On the map so far, they do have the water side of the map. That's forcing X-Rock's hand. Try to hit through the open archway. If you can contest the time, that's great. But you have to get these numbers to Lambo.
This hardpoint still open though at P1. X-Rock will have 2 members spawn deep away from the second hardpoint. So what can Rushi find? He feels the pressure. He's
If they can hold this one, they'll be coming back very strongly.
Full status control for Q9 with the Sparrow to boot. A massive moment in the hardpoint.
Yep, Sparrow will just keep all these players at bay through these choke points. You're gonna have to try to contest eventually.
Hello Crichton Flows, welcome to the stream.
To the dome, 2-piece coming through for Sun. And now it's all eyes forward. Another 1v1 actually happening over by the rocks. Predator missile called in, confirms the information. Q9 about to take the lead.
Sun thought he had a good angle for that Pred missile, just rushed it forward. It doesn't land under the player's back driveway, but it doesn't make a difference because Q9 are able to pick
Chinese team को support मिलता है वहाँ पे. मतलब Chinese teams do have a good infrastructure. That's why they are so good at esports. Okay, nice comeback from Q9.
Scary, someone did slip the net though, it's Sun. He's already past the garden side. He's gonna have an isolated 1v1 as the rest of X-Rock are just lighting things up over by Lambo will finally subside. But there's no more time to grab here over by the Lambo. Still straight gunfights happening, but now numbers on the other side of the map for the rotation favoring that of X-Rock, but Q9 have the closer spawns.
Chen over the backside.
Yes, he got the purifier. Let's see what he is able to do.
Just trying to spam down and slow this Q9 approach.
ये कोड कैसे रिडीम होगा? वो जो एक्टिव ही करके कॉडम रिडेम्पशन सेंटर से हो जाएगा.
Trying to get the information, rushes forward as he understands that Q9's coming through tin side. Can he put together the same kind of presence that we saw from Curly earlier? Now it's just down to it. He's able to call out with the war machine and the break is in.
And then Chen also pulls out the operator.
Q9 got this.
A lot more space that you can take away.
And they hold on.
235 to 227. Can still win it here if you are Q9, if you hold on to all the time.
They can still win. But they do have operators. X-Rock have operators right now.
He's able to connect to the players inside the hard point. No one can win here. We're going to a new hard point. No more operators available. Q9 will be there first, but X-Rock with these clean kills can rotate quickly.
Gonna have to try to bunker up. You do have those close off the spawns as well. I love what I'm seeing out of X-Rock, just try to cut through where you think the spawns are happening, and they also get assistance from the boathouse.
They're finding the kills around the back. The hunter-killer drone's gonna hit on
Pressure situations, yeah, definitely. It's head-to-head right now.
242 is where it stops for Q9. Need to find a way to break. They've got split spawns. Can they pitch this?
Okay, 2 kills. 2 kills for... I think... Okay. One is trying to contest. One is trying to contest.
Not able to find anything. All of a sudden, Q9 find themselves favorable in the kill feed. Back and forth we go. 242, 246. Still the contestant.
Okay, they don't have spawns. X-Rock lost the spawn. X-Rock lost the spawn.
3 more seconds needed. No one's able to contest.
Okay, Q9 won. Q9 won the map.
Closer than I'm sure Q9 wanted, coming into their own map pick here on map number 1, but they are going to feel great.
Exciting situations, definitely.
A dub is a dub at the end of the day, and a crucial mistake coming through there at the end for one of the players out of X-Rock who was really worried about the flank. It kind of forced a 3v4 once all of those boathouse spawns came through for Q9. And
that was close. That was intense at last moments.
From the Lambo spawns, we're just not really ready for the gunfight as well. Great isolation there at the end for Q9 across a multitude of different hills. They were down, but truly never out of this entire situation. And Uling was trying his damnest the entire game. A Herculean performance out of Uling in particular. The war machine was emphatic, and every single bit of pressure that we saw all the way to the game's end was true.
What a wake-up call here in Atlanta. Woo-hoo-hoo! Give me more of that. Insert it right into my veins. Unbelievable start. And just the adversity that X-Rock were able to throw together. This moment in particular, you thought the momentum was just gonna go all to the Chinese #1 team, but not to be.
We have in-game rewards redemption at after 1 hour. Hello Anwar, welcome to the stream. Shout out to you.
Just to hold a narrow edge, Uling in particular, locking down the long-range headies, setting up the final moments. Unreal start and a massive win for Q9 to kick off this series on the right foot.
I mean, should we get an opportunity to look at these stats? Thank you so much. This is insanity. From one in particular, obviously the MVP on the side of Q9. That's a lot of engagements. Lots of big numbers as well, with everybody getting about a minute plus of OBJ time for Q9. The assist column is also very nice to look at as well. Q9 are a very good team and clearly being able to show how they can bounce back from being detrimented in the first set of hard points by X-Rock, who are having themselves a whale of a game collectively.
Nearly a 60 bomb for Uling.
60 for Uling. 59.
The Call of Duty hat trick, especially
Other side, Roxy has 50 kills.
Whoa, okay, that's what we got. All right. Let's just get it all wrestled up now.
Who needs coffee when you got Q9 versus X-Rock on the
War Machine should be banned.
This championship Sunday.
Well, not me.
But
the beast has been
like,
unleashed, and you can do the same.
Equalizer is allowed, right? Equalizer is allowed. Hello Garvit, welcome to the stream.
Sponsors. Let's get into the search and destroy, friends. We're gonna have to cool our jets a little bit, and I'm gonna need you all at home and here in Atlanta to just open up the synapses between your brainwaves. Get a couple of extra crevasses and wrinkles in the brain, because we're going to see some 5D chess between these two juggernauts.
Yes, the crevasses of your brain. All of the wrinkles will be smoothed out by the end of us just nerding out about how good this upcoming search and destroy is about. No less. Again,
Q9 banned है नहीं, Q9 अच्छी नहीं है तो फिर क्यों यूज करेंगे लोग? I'm good Garvit, how are you?
Throughout their entire tournament year to this point in time. Comparatively on the opposite side for X-Rock, I mean, you feel like that there's hardly any weaknesses coming away from being the #1 team out of their region, but for Takeoff in particular,
BP50 भी banned नहीं है, but उनका जो कुछ specific वो है ना, मतलब attachment वो ban है, इसलिए लोग चलाते नहीं हैं BP50. No, BP50 is not banned.
I think that's kind of the biggest part about it here is, you know, if he could just...
I hope your good days, keep it up, you are the best YouTubers. Thank you so much, Anwar.
Very, very dramatically different than what I'm sure...
Guys, we are only 5 likes away from reaching 50. I'm thinking to give away that Google Play code at 50 only. What do you say?
Of 7-1. They've lost 4 rounds of search. What are we talking about? That's disgusting.
Also goes without saying as well, we forgot to add commiserations. Now X-Rock finally has sin on the record. That's
Q9. I think अगर Q9 अगर गई ना फाइनल में तो फिर मुझे नहीं लगता वो जीत पाएगी. Q9 बहुत अच्छे मोमेंट्स पे चोक करती है. Hello Aisha, welcome to the stream. 60 round is banned or that damage multiplier जो बढ़ाता है वो ban है. इसी दोनों में से कोई ban है.
Chinese teams play Call of Duty Mobile, especially for search and destroy. It's just the way that they go about adapting and learning over time. The communication, even what you see right there, the small talk happening on the stage as well. It's just
Hardpoint
so
goes to
for them to fully digest what they're about to get into.
This is best of 5 or best of 7? I think it's best of 7.
What we'll see maybe in a map 5 with Kurohana is that the defensive side is super favored. I think especially with the
Hello Jack Frehan.
both maps, but in particular the
सिर्फ एक दो इंडियन टीम थी.
And what Wolves were not able to provide was good dissection and commitment to execution on the offensive front. You're not going to come into a site and win every single kill and stay alive flawlessly. You have to make sacrifices. You have to have somebody enter in with good utility, hope that you can win out a multiple...
Hello Cold Shot.
3, 5v2, whatever.
It's 50 likes now, so is it the time for a Google Play card gifting?
That's what China's known for, and boy were they needed here.
Okay.
We might see you back until dinner.
Do you know it?
Here we go. The match has started. It's SND.
Get locked and loaded. There's going to be a lot of good utility nerding out that's going to be happening over here. Ceremonious stuns over the top. Everybody just kind of waiting patiently, trying to see what they can find on the picks.
And when X-Rock had played this map versus Wolves, they started on the defensive side.
लो कोई कंफर्म करना ये बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है या बेस्ट ऑफ 7? बेस्ट ऑफ 7 होना चाहिए. If best of 7 बस final है.
Down here for Q9 to establish a front line right in front of the scaffolding. Just a delayed nade over towards the top side where P4 would usually be. And Q9 look like they're pretty steady to kind of just hang on to these windows and these little point of contact corners.
Yeah, no need to...
अच्छा best of 5 final है शायद best of 7.
One thing that you might see could be a Fennec and R9 in the hands of Curly or another individual taking abuse over by the control building, but This is his round one as it possibly gets through takeoff. A minute has gone by the wayside, and still all 10 players are alive.
Yeah, really good patience here from Q9. X-Rock are just waiting to see if someone from Q9 is going to get antsy. Throw shoulder has not happened yet. Uling on one cross, watching over towards the B side of the map. Chen playing alongside Sun will be on the other. Trophy systems denying some early utility. Shots over the middle of the map. Curly's in trouble. Does get a little bit of separation. He backs off. Defensive nades now coming through to respond to this play, but X-Rock haven't committed yet.
Jump for player number 3, specifically for X-Rock. Nono's just waiting for the bomb to be planted to try to commit towards his flank.
Yeah, and now the retake is fully underway. Nades trying to come through, does not connect onto the exit. Do you have a smoke for retake here if you're Q9? May not make a difference because that island player that you talked about, Nono's just waiting for the right time to go, and it may be here. First shots will land. That's enough for Q9 to get this retake underway. Chen, Yuling working to the middle of the map. When is Nono going to get involved here? You got to start making a play forward. The kills are still coming through. Sun, wait, he's just going to hop.
First round.
Nono never gets part of the play.
Q9.
Understand this fully with Nono's weaponry of choice.
Do you guys like takeoff?
Instead of flanking or holding the angle over by scaffolding, he was just making sure that nobody flanked through the stadium.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that whole post plant setup was about him clutching.
Correct. It was all about him committing towards the flank, isolating the players. So a little bit of a misfire coming through, but Q9's patience does pay off. They win the first.
And I think in particular, their quick execution on the retake, notable, as X-Rock were falling like flies.
Yeah.
So good opening offense coming through, and now all of a sudden Q9 looking to get aggressive. They've got Sun in towards stadium.
You prefer
already.
terminal?
Oh, it's
good for Sandy, but it has just like too many angles.
So is another. That was no initially, and that little bit of extra pressure will push back.
If you are not a passive player, then this map is not for you.
Inch to breathe, but Ma will strike first blood. So numbers now here for X-Rock, and albeit even getting the bomb planted in the previous round, it's just about the post-plant execution that they faltered on. So what can you do now that you do have
No camping with the Odin.
Offensive smoke gets thrown towards Abe. That's just a
Hello Sanjay Singh, welcome to the stream. I'm good, how are you?
Further down towards the south side of the map. In particular, keep your eye on Mao Shi, number 2 in blue. He is the only defender on B, and he's holding a pixel corner. Ma still trying to take away the mid angle. In a good spot to make sure there is no push through, but he's already
nice shot. We couldn't even see the opponent.
That will work out. Now they're scattered control here for X-Rock, or for Q9. X-Rock need to clean that back up. They're going for a smoke plant. Shots are coming through, but the bomb does get planted.
Now it's retake time. Curly's going to be one of the first ones to take through the middle of the map of Mauchi. Odin will ring true. 3v3 post.
No, this time playing a little bit more aggressively around that post plant. Sunyo looking to play a little bit deeper off the scope, just making sure there is no flank on the way. Big 1v1 contact here, and okay. Mauchi will drop, and the last one standing will be Chen. And yep, he does at least get across onto Sunyo, but time is of the essence, and he will not get past that scaffolding play.
Numbers advantage comes through off the opening pick.
Hello Shubham, welcome to the stream. So guys, are you guys ready for the 100 rupees Google Play redemption code? Are you guys ready? Like, you need to be fast in order to redeem, otherwise there would be someone who will be redeeming it. Are you guys ready? Just write yes in the chat.
The back end of getting that first blood from Ma. I can only imagine that Q9 are going to alter the way that they're rolling out here defensively.
You need to be fast. I just want to see at least 10 yes.
We're not initially denied. That again, no information.
Why this stream vertical? Because I'm doing it vertically.
Landing means no one's home. But will X-Rock try to commit through any of that intel that was offered by Q9? Doesn't look like it in the moment. Just kind of still hoping and praying that these opening snipers can find a good first blood contact.
They're so conflicted off of that late trophy too.
Yeah.
Like,
ready?
No information, or was it delayed?
Let this end now.
Games are you willing to play? Dodging with a bullet. Gonna add an extra drip of sweat down your brow. But everything stays pretty standard. Now X-Rock are starting to take a forward approach over through the middle of the map. This has be execute written all over.
मैंने किस map में कैसे चला लेते ये लोग?
Preference in the last 2 rounds looks like it will be for a 3rd straight one. Sun looking for a cross over the top of the mid-statue fountain area. Smoke will come down. That's usually enough for a go call to be executed. But Sun hits. Unreal. Through the smoke. That's your bomb carrier.
Nice shot, Wesson.
They've lost their ability to try to follow up on a quick post plant. They have to throw their secondary smoke just to try to recover. And at least fortunately, they get a trade.
Falling gets second on by Ma.
I was about to say, watch out for that one play though. That is currently.
Okay, Dehan takes out No. Ma takes out again. He takes out Hane. Then takes out Rude XC.
Chuan got cold feet, was halfway through the plant, steps off of it. Weird moment between the sniper rifles, but Ma hits
Okay.
both.
I'm putting the redeem code in the chat. It is of 100 rupees, which amounts to around $1.2 or $1.1. I don't know. Here's the code. Here is the code. Redeem it. जिसको मिल जाए वो बता देना. Redeem कर लो तो. Just go is fast.
Here comes some Suns. This is a lot more of an aggressive approach for Q9 in this round.
Yeah, with the smoke through mid, they're looking to try to isolate quickly over towards the top side of the map. That is a beautiful, aggressive defensive stance. You smoke mid, you block the snipers, you throw a nade behind it to make sure no one's playing through the smoke, and then you flash and dash up towards top mid. Counteraction play though.
100 rupees Google Play card gift.
It's an immediate response, and it's so respectable. I mean, look how much space Chuan was able to get all the way to the backside of the site with it going down.
What a nade over the top, though. Chuan trying for some spam over towards scaffold side. Curly around the back, trying to clear things out, but it's Uling who gets there first. Now he can just hop this, but problem is, Chuan was still watching the angle. Of course, now his position is...
Oh, nice one from Chuan.
Also hits over towards this 1v2 towards Sun. Mauchi now trying to find his way over to help.
And Loki wala do kaisa okay. Congratulations.
The two snipers comes out in favor of Q9, and Sun will do what Ma had done previously. Another nice set of kills from the scope, and Q9 will tie us at 2.
It's weird how you go from one round of Ma hitting one of the nastier quick scopes that we have seen all weekend to that little Benny Hill music playing in the middle of the stadium, sniper 1v1, but what was almost to be for X-Rock in a numbers disadvantage post-plant situation, a fantastic response just to agree that, hey, you're taking the B side of the map, we'll go back over towards A. As we go in towards this round number 5, gonna be putting a couple more players, are X-Rock in position to try to deny that scaffolding push this time.
Same deep defensive smoke thrown at mid. Counter flashes get pulled
2-2.
because of that.
What do you think win, guys?
Have now used that utility.
What do you think will? Q9 or X-Rock?
How it was finding its effectiveness. Q9 was not actually pushing up, and they may actually consider a delayed hit top mid. They got some good mid pressure already established towards the bottom side of the fountain with Sun watching this deep cross. They may decide to have some sort of a late play here to try to get back in towards that top P4 position again.
I think X-Rock are just super worried about Chen trying to get back inside of the scaffolding area. But
Sun gets Sunio.
Top scaff, it's at the bottom of it, and Sun is holding a very aggressive angle. Big first blood to have.
Nice Tundra.
Reposition. Watch a different angle on this secondary cross, knowing that there could be some sort of a follow-up, and there was, but he changes the position again, and this time he gets caught. Ooh, don't know how I feel about that. Sun was in a good spot to still hold over towards the bomb site. Uling was watching this cross, but he puts himself in the line of fire, and that now counteracts the trade into a 4v4.
Bob's still resting on X-Rock's side. Someone needs to pick that up, and we need to start committing towards the side because we're down to 40 seconds, and there's not a whole lot of information that has been cleared over here in the lounge.
Yeah,
they're chanting in the background.
The side of Q9's defense is that X-Rock know they've got mid-map supremacy.
Yeah.
Shutting down that scope at mid now allows them to do this. Play off scaffold and, of course, also play over towards the generators. Ma now sticking for the plant. This would be a heroic 2v4 retake. It starts with Chen, R9 in hand. First shot misses, second shot lands, but it's not enough for the kill. Ma with the quick kill. Just down to Mauchi. 1v3 for him if we can catch his POV. Doesn't matter. Ma is able to find the quick connection, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, it's just the timing, having the numbers advantage regardless. There's only so much that you can watch with so many angles that can still be hit on the opposite side, but X-Rock will take that one-round lead. Final round in this half, is it going to be even Stevens to flip the sides, or does X-Rock have something special planned?
Yeah. Well, here we go. No smoke, just a flash and dash. But Sunyo, watching from top scaffold, lands for the first. The counter flash is there, and you thought there may have been an opportunity for X-Rock just to steamroll this play, but not to be. Opening exchange, again, gets us to an early numbers advantage. X-Rock with the offensive pressure, looking to make a play over towards A, and this is all down to Uling can hit, playing aggressive. He has to hold his ground.
Oh, we're gonna have to put a pin in this. Got something to break down after this round finishes. But it's a great lurk play coming through from all of X-Rock to deny the flank. But again, that setup aggressively over by the B lane was set up to orchestrate X-Rock to aggressively hit back over towards A. And what Q9 wanted was just that, for them to meet them inside of the stadium. But X-Rock were too privy to it. They read it, they gunned them, they have a 2-round lead on the side swap.
Huge on the opening pick as well from Sunyo. 4-2, side swap. Smokes are down early for both sides as Q9 are looking to get aggressive right through the top side of people, but no one's looking over.
Well, codes are sponsored by me only, not by CODM.
That's enough
4-2.
for a 2-for-1 exchange. Hit is still on the way. Sniper battle again. It's anime fight round 2. Sun going to the machine pistol, wants to chase this down, while meanwhile Uling is able to find Rushi, and this may lead to an opportunity for Q9 to flip the numbers from a 4v3 to a 3v2.
Sun is so confused. Where did Ma go? Went back over towards the scaffolding. And got Chuan to worry
So Neo mil gaya,
the
huh?
stadium. The B side is more than vacated. Tough to say with Ma's positioning.
Yeah,
no angle on it whatsoever. They're just going to stack together, get caught out inside control.
Yeah, X-Rock just got a little bit lost there. Thinking Q9 were still playing largely in front of the scaffolding. Not the case. They're still playing behind in your spawn. So a great opening offensive round gets Q9 back to within 1. And that asserts a certain level of identity to how they may try to play this, with the aggressive hit immediately coming off the get-go towards B.
They're just going to have to be worried about it. I mean, Ma does cause a little bit of odyssey with that push. I mean, he got all the way inside of the base.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? अभी तो 4-3 अभी तो neck to neck है, देखते हैं. China versus China.
Nade will land at Amauchi. 3 smokes down. Quick commitment for the plant. Curly playing bodyguard. X-Rock trying to chow this, and Modest runs in by himself. Crossfire setup is decent for the trade, though, so numbers will still stay with X-Rock. Now they start to collapse. Tron laying down the damage. Oh, but the shots up top don't fully come through. Chen does get traded. 1v3, Sun out by himself. What can he do? The answer is no. Locks down the angle, and X-Rock will get their 5th.
X-Rock is getting their 5th.
4 rounds away for X-Rock.
1-1 हो जाएगा इस बार अगर ये जीत गया तो.
It's all just going to be falling by the wayside. I just didn't think that Ma wanted to die that quickly.
Yeah.
Went swinging and blind.
No, I'll be dropping it at 100 only, not before that.
But still, a lot more work to do here for Q9. The aggression over towards B was met, and they tried to flip it back over towards A. This time they are going back to what worked in their opening round.
This is the same thing for 3 straight rounds. Offense smokes both sides of the statue, but this time X-Rock decided to challenge it. They just push right through. They don't care about the smokes, and it works out so beautifully initially, but then they get caught in kind of a crossfire setup. Long route for the defense around the back. That's Ma, who could possibly just find an angle from here. Good shots from Uling, but no one has any idea where Ma is, and he's taking advantage of it. First shot will land, but now Q9 are aware of the threat.
The sneaky flanking sniper in a 1v1 versus Sun. The anime fight will continue.
Yeah.
Bomb's going to get planted here, and now I'm curious, with the bomb being planted where it is, how quickly can
Yeah, I'm 22.
the information on where Sun might
What is your guy? What about you guys?
Of utility if he wants to use it. Sun predicting it's going to be a long wrap around through the defensive spawn. He has guessed incorrectly for now, but the longer this takes, the more certain he will be that he has guessed the right spot. Here's the smoke. Here's the play. This is a massive round.
Yeah, 16.
Sun defaulting to the pistol, thinking he's
Nice.
out for the defuse. Not the case. So now Sun has had to play this straight up in Ma
Oh my.
around the back. Whoa! Get out of my face.
6-3.
And X-Rock will get their 6th.
They're trying their best to make a comeback.
1 round away from tying up the series, guaranteeing us to go to the Apocalypse map number 4. But Ma is a real issue. And I don't just mean that because he's got 12 kills, for crying out loud, but he's so lucrative with the way he is manipulating the map with a sniper rifle and getting in these egregious positions. It is catching Q9 off guard. He's isolating players left, right, and center. Need this for Q9. Hopefully to see another round here in the search.
Different look this time. X-Rock committing a couple of extra nades on this mid-staircase, which has often been smoked by Q9. Not the case this time. Q9 just taking a bit of a pause, letting this round play out a little while longer. But the thing about this is a weird round to make this kind of a play happen because you don't really know what the X-Rock default setup is, largely due to the fact that you've rushed at them the last 3 rounds. So this is going to be a lot of figuring out for Q9.
And with all the utility already being thrown, you haven't seen the one adaptation from the opening offensive round, and that's that Rushi has now taken a forward approach to watch the exit out of the control building. And that's causing a considerable amount of doubt for Q9. They don't have
मैं SND खेलता नहीं तो मुझे आइडिया नहीं है इसका एक पोजीशनिंग वगैरह का.
It seems they're going to default back towards his B push. Rushi's the guy to watch.
Is there anyone on the cross here? There's the first smoke. Nade, whoa, initially was meant to toss in towards mid-map. It doesn't get there for the defense. So X-Rock kind of have to back off and respect the smoke here just a touch. Flash also lands onto Maushi, who's still alive, but the information's now known, and Q9 are looking.
Hello Gaming Truth, welcome to the stream.
He just concedes the space, gives fires it up. That means the bomb's going to get planted for free, but watch out.
They taken down by Chuam. Chuam gets 2.
Chuan takes down 2. And this is a huge position for X-Rock to try to clear. Sun also comes up a bit awry.
Sun भी आ गया. अरे तीसरा किल मिल गया इसको. Third kill.
Shuts down the ability for the Q9 clutch up spot through scaffold to be utilized. But the kills are still decent.
1v2 है इसका.
So now it's all on the Chuan. This would have to be a 4-kill round and a 1v2 clutch for him.
ओके मतलब इसके टीममेट एक भी नहीं मार पाए इसका मतलब. X-Rock अलग लेवल पे. इस बार वो चोक कर गई. But
easy peasy, right?
I think it's still it is very much easy for them.
Quantities that we were kind of suggesting for Q9 for that execute works.
They're playing good.
Fully in their favor, pushing all of X-Rock back. They pissed off X-Rock, all these nades over the top, but Q9 looking to get aggressive through control early this
Hello Per, welcome to the stream.
Shots through big map, not largely landing for Q9. X-Rock come over with the first 2, and then you've got No playing aggressively. Have not said his name much here as Uling is able to battle back and at least find 2, but it's just not enough. The quick action from X-Rock trying to step up the tempo works, and that'll be enough for them to take their search and destroy map pick and tie up our series.
Okay, 1-0 से आ गए ये. Best of 5 है by the way.
They've allowed more than a single round to come through. Unbelievable, but tied up.
Q9 वैसे ascended team है और X-Rock better HP team है. हाँ. जबकि हुआ उल्टा इस बार. सब उल्टा हो गया.
1-for-1 what we saw from X-Rock on this exact map versus Wolves on this exact weekend. If you will not punish them for their aggression early and their sniper rifles continue to get in these very annoying positions, they will deny you any round wins whatsoever. But Q9 were prepared for it. I mean, I do love the 4D chest that we at least got to see from both sides out of Q9, respecting what X-Rock were throwing their way, responding in kind, maybe throwing out a different piece of utility to just try to get their SMGs in a better position, but still the sniper rifle from Mob, the first bloods that came through, the clutch ability of this man today was just too much.
Yeah, I think that's the big point, right? Is the ability for Ma to not just find value early with the scope, but in particular late. You know, it just allows you to play the map from such safer range. I think in particular, when we start to kind of reduce the numbers, the scopes for Q9, we're just not hitting in the same way that Sunyo and Ma were. So really good.
1 घंटे हो जाए तो याद दिला देना.
6 for the win. No, 11 and 6, a little bit more on the quiet side of finding 11 kills.
ये कोड गिवअवे करना.
As for Q9, pretty even split across the board. Again, didn't really feel like there were many mistakes made. It was just that X-Rock setups were just so much more difficult to break.
Yeah, it's just X-Rock were so much quicker to punish off the information that they were able to get. A little bit of hesitation from Q9, but that's also just the nature of a takeoff search and destroy.
Yeah.
So have a lot more call left to be played in this best of 5 for all intents and purposes. This is a qualification for grand finals, but it's also an elimination match. You lose this, you go back home, and you know that Q9 off of recency bias. They know that they can get the job done, but everything gets tossed up in the air when it comes down to the raid control.
Don't forget to hydrate, friends.
Yeah, don't forget to hydrate.
That guy's got water. He's excited. Everyone's excited about water. Or Monster. Hydration's hydration. Yeah. Let's get into a raid control, friends.
एक आवर होने से पहले ही कर लेते हैं क्योंकि फिर से अगर मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा तो फिर नहीं हो पाएगा. How are you? I'm good, bro. How are you?
Yeah. And that has mostly been the case, I think, in particular with Arsenal and Seaside, because the two preferred maps throughout Chinese Masters and even at CDSI were Raid and Crossroads.
I think CDSI की वजह से वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का हाइप जो है उस पे मतलब like नेगेटिव असर पड़ रहा है. I think so. I don't know. I may be wrong, but I feel the same. Just because of CDSI, the hype for this World Championship has decreased.
That guy was a real issue through the majority of that map.
CDSI की वजह से मुझे जैसा लग रहा है.
Of course, did end up winning, finally being dealt with in their aggression, but I would say tempo setter 101 is going to be coming from No.
Yeah, I like that call. Other side of things here in terms of this map number 3 is that they've only played this map between each other once, and that was way back in China Masters Season 8, Stage 2. So
pretty
that
impressive
was a
for having
long
7
time.
meetings that they've only played one raid control.
उसकी वजह से भी.
Crossroads, telling you.
Still, I'm sorry I can't say I have exam tomorrow. Got tested. Thank you so much, Midhun, for joining at least.
The raid, I think the thing about this is macro decision making. You know, kind of, I think we look at this map and we say,
These are in-game rewards. You have to redeem it.
Versus when to try to play for a bit of spawn trapping. In times past, China has been a little bit too frisky of trying to be like, let's just play for this long wrap, get this spawn trap in play. It's like, boys, we can't forget about the OBJ. Now, I will say lessons have been learned there, and I think the Chinese region has been better about stacking points on offense in particular. Just comes down to knowing when you do have the ability to take it a step further and put a little bit of pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I feel like that a lot of the Chinese teams, especially looking at last year and at the beginning of this year as well, we're always just happily considering the one-win condition, and that's just eliminate everybody. It's that easy. Just got to get through 30 lives. It's no problem at all.
देख लो क्या मिलता है.
It is your best friend when it comes down to raid control. So many corners, so many different opportunities. The spawn traps, maybe not as egregious when it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, but are still potent nonetheless.
Indeed the case.
Ready with fruits, ready with everything today.
You want to get a little bit more into the numbers and the stats. There's only 4 times of the 7 that Xrock and Q9 have played on this map pool, and they have split their meetings 2-2. So, again, very even battle. Definitely feels like a definition of a swing map mode combination.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see what we got. Q9 will be in the blue, Xrock in the yellow, starting off on offense. Give it to us. Let me get it.
Let's control that raid. Let's go.
On this main stage right now, you have some of the best when it comes down to macro management.
Okay, just
as well. This is going to be an overall 50-50 of the fight for ring. Xrock do have numbers in this position, but I mean, Chen is just in your face. Good luck.
He's like hitting you with like a Nerf gun.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just relating that one.
Like that was actually the sound effect.
This is the right code.
It was muted. Yeah.
I'm the voice actor for the sound effects for the KRM. There it is again. Shed now all of a sudden could put some pressure on towards the gym. This will force Xrock to spawn bottom side of the map. They'll have to take their efforts over towards A. Mid-map focus, trying to come through. Chuan's able to take down 1. That splits the Q9 defense up just a touch. He actually comes back.
पता है BP50 देखो, BP50 बैंड नहीं है, वरना सब BP50 यूज कर रहे होते हैं. Reason is they are not using BP50. Is that the attachments, the good attachments of that gun is banned.
Second segment's gonna get locked before U9 are able to fully get on the zone.
Chen is not quite able to get through the money window. That may be a chalk and rotate moment. Maybe one more chance to contest this if Q9 want to, but instead they're gonna play for exits as Sun lands. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna
अरे 2 kills.
What? And now you've got Curly making a move like Mike Tyson in the flesh. Not quite able to get there with the hands. Chuan still trying to force the issue here, and with a little bit of assistance, they will get back on, but not before Q9 are able to deplete most of the progress of the third tick.
You're kind of forced to keep assault.
Elevate is cooking. No, Elevate's map is after this.
Is in your spawn and is constantly being looked at, but Chuan won't be allowed to get past the AC unit in a very annoying position to be in if you are Xrock. You trail by 4 lives. You just need this one more segment, but there's simply not enough time, you'd fear.
Yep, good elimination to clean out the spawn just a touch. Solo play for No-No, up towards B to stop the clock, and boy, does Xrock need that. Q9 have re-cleared
5 life का advantage है अभी Q9 के पास.
And now all efforts for Xrock have to move over towards the A zone, perfect the B zone.
नहीं, Odin close range में नहीं.
With numbers.
तो इसके सामने उसको दिखा नहीं.
Juling almost able to find the transfer for both, but does enough damage to credit the assist. 12 plays 6, 15 seconds on the clock, and Xrock.
अरे right में तेरे अच्छा.
I mean, by the time that they fully realize, maybe we should just go over towards B, clear away our spawn. It's just not enough time. Now you're running out of lives. 3 plays up against 10. Sun's still ringing.
Better luck to Gordel for next year, and I mean for 2026 also, and also for 2027.
Is fantastic, and Xrock just don't want to give over more kills. Maybe not give over more scores.
And maybe also for 2028. Good luck to them.
What is that? A total of 3 segments off of 2 different zone captures for Xrock, where realistically, I mean, it was an egregious retake from Q9, but it worked out.
Yeah, I was about to say Ruchi was.
Better luck to them. They'll try their best from next time onwards.
Yep.
So Xrock now the defense. Ruchi, the only one who had earned an operator in the first round, has already popped. It's the War Machine. It's only connected once to this point, and immediately gets shut down. Opening defensive pressure, though, for Xrock is largely successful. Q9 working
Hello,
on
Bless, day blessed. Welcome to the stream.
on toward the B point with Uling supporting with the War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine for War Machine. Uling's War Machine will now run out of ammunition, but was fiery to say the least on the Hacienda map #1. Big assistance for Q9 why they took that first map. Second segment has been locked. Still trailing by 1 life is X-Rock from the opening salvo, but they are just chalking it. Get yourself inside of that garage. Set up for a spawn trap, make sure nobody can lurk through mid-map.
But look at the awareness from Q9. They know that this is a possibility. They're sending 2 players back, and one of them is Sun, who clears out the gym. If he gets this second one inside the garage, just don't chow him anymore. And it looks like Sunyo saying,
Each and every, मतलब सारे angles hold किए हैं ये लोगों ने. They're holding each and every angle.
Claw is out though for Q9 as they try to clear out the area of backside laundry.
Do love this call for Curly. Mauchi's actually going to invest the Annihilator as well. Will take down No-No, and they're going to start assaulting jungle. But what's the response on the opposite side? It's going to be Sunyo with the Sparrow. A little bit of a base race for a base race. Nice turn for Mauchi to at least take down No-No, making sure that they are not a part of that fight. And you have a player on the control zone as well, but they were by themselves. So Sunyo, Sparrow will clean house. They will maintain control on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's really nice placement from the Sparrow. For a moment, I was like, this isn't really finding value, but he comes back to the point, takes down 2 around the back, but it doesn't stop Q9 from getting over towards his own. Pred missile right on into the spawn, finds 2. Sun connects for a 3rd. Curly on the equalizers through kitchen. Rip him apart. 20 plays 9.
अरे Q9 फिर से ये जीत जाएगा शायद.
Equalizer, about half. Might as well just do what you did originally, Curly. Just sprint at them. Equalizing. A couple players coming off the respawn.
I'll be giving away one more code which you can redeem for in-game reward after this match. अरे नहीं easy है यार. मतलब Q9 बहुत ज़्यादा dominate कर रहा है इस बार तो. I didn't expect Q9 to play this good. At least against X-Rock.
Inside kitchen, isolated. Good 2v1 situation there. Ma following up, does get 2, but still, how do you survive a 2v10, especially with the pressure already on the zone? The answer is you don't. Last player to find his top window, and No-No does stay alive, but still, smoke down. Clock will continue to stop, and Q9 will find him in kitchen. Q9 up 2-0 early in the control.
Yeah, that's devastating coming through for X-Rock. Not only are you down as far as 2 rounds are concerned, the segments are just not good as well. The trade department is just so superior. Mauchi is double positive at 14-7, 15-9 coming through for another. But Q9, again, it just seems that they can do no wrong. Their trade game, just assaulting different portions of the map, is that much more superior for X-Rock, who are assaulting B-Zone to start.
Oh, great opening, though. Ma finds 2 through mid-zig. Uling able to confirm the trade now, pushing up in towards Art, but he doesn't really have the ability of going much further. He doesn't have any defensive pressure from Laundry side, and the awareness from X-Rock is great. You got to keep in mind, that first offensive round was not unwinnable for X-Rock, and they're already finding great success this time breaking off towards B.
Yeah, I mean, the opening breakoffs have been good for X-Rock. It's just the returning gunfights consistently through the past 2 rounds just simply have not been. Uling has another War Machine, starting to push all the way inside Art.
Hard luck, hard luck.
He
didn't even get a kill. एक भी kill नहीं मिला बेचारे को.
And he will deny any more value with that operator. 4 operators online currently for X-Rock. You have to feel like they need to start using some of these just to extend the clock.
Well, smokes are out. That's going to block the money window and the top side jump wall over towards the opposite zone. Sun's going to rotate over. And No-No will get to work with the equalizers inside a kitchen. The problem is he loses his teammates on the A zone. And once more, you have the situation for X-Rock where you're trying to finesse the map, but you're really not finding.
War Machine waste हो गया हाँ. War Machine waste हो गया.
25 seconds. No, re-rapid and try to get back over towards Tiki, and they cannot find Chen. Finally, they get the connection from Sunyo, and they can stack over towards this B point. But boy, do they need the extra 60 seconds. They need it now.
You have a 3-life lead. 4 operators still online for X-Rock. Just trying to use some of these resources, get around the zone. The clock is still being stalled over by B. You have players lurking for Q9, denying any driveway shenanigans that might come through, but the Annihilator's invested for Ma. You need the 60.
Ma only finds 1, though. Trade out from Chet, who's locking down this backside jungle position. The setup around the B point is pretty darn good for Q9. Still, the A zone is not fully captured. It's temp tempting, I think, for Q9 to try to get back to it to see if they can
इस बार एक्सरॉक अच्छा खेला.
as Curly gives it an effort. He will drop, and with that, the extra 60 is tallied, and now here comes the player on the back soon. Yo, good for the first two.
Hello AK7, welcome to the stream. Hello Basketball Kid, welcome to the stream. Hello Mad Max TG, welcome to the stream. Hello Vivek, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, at this point,
Hello Exos. Turn down the stream delay.
fully into that zone, not being
Okay.
down by so many lives, but they are winning some gunfights. The biggest concern for me, 3v3.
3 lives for Q9.
Operators out from X-Rock for the rest of the game, that'd be great. But in a 2v10, you know Q9 are not going to be expecting anything else.
Not at all. Chen still just trying to go from kill to kill, and
Okay, he got 2. He got 2.
That's not bad. Could potentially put together a bit of a streak here. Already has the hunter killer, already has the claw.
Could he pull out the claw?
Dancing, schmoovin'.
Array, bad luck. He couldn't see him.
We'll put all those antics to rest as X-Rock will take
Hello GS, welcome to the stream.
A little bit of a segment progression lead coming through for Q9 after the previous attempts. But X-Rock still have an opportunity to potentially get a round 5 defense should it get there. Just comes out of this opening break off again for Q9 when their previous offense were so good at just assaulting the middle of the map. They left it so much, they're going to do it again.
Yeah, Q9 go 2 for 1. Ma only catching 1 this time. Smokes her out over towards the pillars side at B. Push forward here for Q9. Rushi, very aware of it, is getting the operators out. Counter from Chen though with the claw, working this top jump window. Rushi on the hunt. This is the first. Swapping back off of the War Machine will not work out, and Q9 now have entrance on the A zone until Ma steps up. This guy doesn't miss. Oh my goodness.
Curly, trying to at least get a little bit more done. Going to invest the equalizer and just continue to run rampant all the way.
My opinion, I think Q9 is good, looking pretty good.
But Curly on the opposite
But
side trying to make headway over by the B.
X-Rock has also proved themselves in past. I think it is going to be a good match, regardless of whoever is winning.
And Sunyo and Ma, this double sniper set.
It's very hard to say. Both are the best teams of China. They are the rivals of each other.
So who's next here for this X-Rock defense? Time down to 24 seconds.
Okay, miss. He pulls out machine pistol, but okay, gets second down.
Eliminations go the way of X-Rock. Q9 still trying to desperately hold on to the B zone. Will get a second to progress, but here comes the collapse from the X-Rock defense.
This has to be the attempt coming through for Q9. But it would be a massive moment for X-Rock should they be able to stop it. 24 seconds remaining on the clock. They killed the player that was on the zone previously, but it's going to get captured regardless. 1 minute 20 to try to go to work. You're down by 6 lives if you are Q9. You at least have 2 operators should you want to have that, but you almost feel like this has round 5 written all
11:17 life count.
At least based on this current setup, a double stack towards bedroom. You've got 1 player watching the flank, and then you still have mid-map control with the crossfire setup for X-Rock. This is perfect in terms of how do you set up an A defense. Just comes down, can Sunyo survive through the War Machine? He does catch 1. That's enough to pull Uling back, and largely speaking, that doesn't modify the defensive setup at all because all of a sudden Sunyo spawns up, but he still has the ability to contest this flank.
Yeah, even going for the 1-for-1 is perfectly fine, but 2 responses do come through from Q9. 7 plays up against 13. Trying to at least get past the AC unit, but I mean, that good luck, have fun moment. Yeah. MG42 goes burr, and you have a head glitch. You had to compete against 125 bullets. Never want to see that, but there is some progress being made on the backside of the jungle here for Q9, who are now out of respawns.
That's the only option that they have. I mean, this double setup towards
X-Rock again जीत जाएगा वो लोग 2-2 कर देगा मुझे भी लग रहा है
to finesse this. It just has to be good right here, right now, and it's just absolutely
2v11
through 11v2.
Good luck, buddies.
From the front, final 5 seconds. Doesn't win his 1v1, so it all comes down to what Uling can create, and the answer is he can't create.
Great comeback. Do you smell the X-Rock is cooking?
Let's go.
Segment progression leads
yeah, from last 2 rounds they are actually cooking. They were not good at the first map, but from past 2 rounds they are cooking.
But realistically, I mean, when you expend those last 2 operators towards the end of the round for Q9, you're much happier to at least see the defense. The issue is you didn't get the read. The push is over towards A, and the clock stalled early.
And even more importantly here, not only is the play on A alive, X-Rock haven't committed an operator yet, so they still have the ability to use this in reactionary form once they get read what this defense is doing, which is now coming through money window. No, he's got the equalizers out, trying to re-wrap through Kitchen, finds the first. Curly trying to play off the heady, denies No any further action, who just has to sit here and wait. Not what he wants with these equalizers. So and he does find Chad. Back over towards window.
अभी तो neck to neck है ये वाला round.
Does not see Sun initially, but as he makes the hop up, there's the third, and X-Rock can pause the clock with focus on both zones now.
Movement wasn't the cleanest, but so value coming through from No. Ma is going to invest the Annihilator. Roshi actually ended up pulling out the operator as well, but then got immediately shut down. The beat push did not find success, but Mama has been
You should run out now.
Throughout the entirety of this series so far. The Annihilator running out of bullets. The Claw invested as a argument on the opposite side does find 2, so the clock will tick once again.
अरे Q9 फिर से आगे जा रहा है इसमें.
Able to take that one in stride. Fight harder. Off the spawn, X-Rock spawning down towards the bottom part of the map at A, which they already have 2 ticks of progress done at, and early looks over the top of the site. Shots up towards window, good. Shed crossed up over towards Tiki, can't find any room to work with. It's just down to what Mauchi can create from backside basketball, and he's done well for the first, but the Claw puts him out of commission.
Life भी almost equal हो गया अब.
Cannot stop the Claw from Chuan, and we're going to get an extra 60 seconds tally with the capture at A.
Lives aren't 2 for a gone.
He is captured. They'll have to defend B now.
Could be that much better. Oh, a little slide bait switch with himself for Curly. Still takes down Ma, who has been having a great series so far.
Q9 will have to defend B.
15. Ample time left to fight over, but look at the way that X-Rock are still trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, both teams putting a little bit of pressure over towards their opponent's spawn. Mauchi surprised by Chuan.
Disable is not allowed, right? Disable is not allowed. Semi-finals.
A little bit of existential pressure on X-Rock spawn towards garage. So now a flat-out battle. War Machine being spammed by Uling. Trophy systems are down, so everyone stays alive. Last 3 shots remaining. Uling trying to get aggressive, and he's not finding any value with that. That's the last operator for Q9. Yes, they have a 3-life lead, but there's a chance that X-Rock can execute with this setup.
Start wondering how
this is going close now.
Operators. Still have the 2 available for X-Rock. Should they get in a position to try to pull that trigger? They're just waiting, biding their time. 30 seconds remain. Nice snipe coming through from Sunyo. Gonna take down Uling. Could be an opportunity to push through pillars here.
They do know that this hit has
अरे वो क्या था?
Shots are starting to land.
Hello Benson, welcome to the stream.
Did he just no-scope No at range? Looked like it. Doesn't make a difference. He gets taken out through a wall bank. 7v8. Operators now out for Rushi. Just trying to put the War Machine over towards backside laundry. Here comes Q9. They're trying to reapproach this from middle. They cross up the operator. Now it's just a
6v3. Q9 got this.
One more player in the zone will drop. 20 seconds remaining.
Q9 got this. 5v2. 5v1.
Shut down by Sun. Just down to 1. Rushi would have to do this by himself. 1v5.
Nah, he's not doing this. Okay, Q9. GG's took on Q9.
Q9 will take the swing map in 3, 2, 4.
It's 2-0 for Q9 now.
Find yourself in if you are X-Rock again. Ample opportunities through a handful of rounds to try to win this reverse sweep of a control, but still, when it starts off the way and it's so consistent for Q9, it's realistically just their opening breakoffs for me, Alan. When they are winning those opening breakoffs so convincingly, even take that last round, for example, when they just completely all go over towards ring, they give up everything by the pool side, and they say, that's perfectly fine. Now we know exactly where you're located.
2-0
Go back through mid, through the rocks, 1 through bedroom, and everybody's exactly where you would expect them to be. Fish in a barrel for Q9.
2-1 I'm sorry, 2-1
for X-Rock in that final round.
Unbelievable raid control. Unbelievable series to this point.
Yeah,
I mean,
banger.
Absolute banger. These 2 teams have a lot of history.
X-Rock पहला वाला जीती, उसके बाद 2 ये जीते हैं. Q9 जीती 2.
Where the problem starts to come back into fold again, because now you got an APOC hardpoint to consider, and then a Kurohana for map 5. Who cares who picked it? It's going to be a square up. So we've got a lot more of this to come here, and I believe it's
it was unexpected.
As we saw map number 1 on Apocalypse coming up.
I mean, you just feel so happy with your prediction, don't you? It going all the way to 5. It has it written all over the board, man. Look. Apocalypse Hardpoint, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that because we got to give some flowers to Curly. 32 and 24. Dude's been a menace all day. Uling, 19 and 23, not the most sexy KD ratio, but let me tell you, that guy's presence on the map, especially when the War Machine has been popped, has been something of a spectacle through the first 2 respawns. X-Rock just kind of struggled as far as the
32 kills है उसके 29 kills MVP के 32 versus 29
just solely off the reason that they always felt like that they had a life lead.
Indeed the case. Big shout out to another one of our sponsors.
हाँ वही मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था कि ये सब चीजें सुनने का मिलेगा मम्मी में बारिश हो रही है ओके
I'm pumped for this APOC. This is, I mean, again, we've seen it only a couple of times in the weekend so far. I think in particular, we've seen teams play the map extremely well. Elevate in particular has really put together a perfect example. But for both these two squads, having the little bit of an edge, I think, is X-Rock with their history on the map. I'm really curious to see what we're going to get.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic to be able to see what this all ends up being. We'll have to wait just a little while longer. So a couple of bathroom breaks behind the scenes, recollecting their thoughts. Can they force a map number 5? Find out after this short break.
Did we have break now?
来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺得最后的冠军。加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Well played. Redeem code at 100. I'm not in a hurry.
Since the year double low, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the flow. Here we go, against the greatest. Holla at the kid if you want it, you can get it. Hey,
Oh, this is the last day.
flexing, I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know I'm unforgettable.
What do you think the legendary will be for ranked rewards?
I'm unforgettable.
अब खाना पीना खा लो अगर खा सकते हो तो ब्रेक है अभी वेल प्ले रिडीम कार्ड में कुछ नहीं है 100 रुपीज बस हो गया
Since the year double low, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the flow. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for.
कितने रिडीम कोड्स बचे हैं गूगल प्ले का तो अभी 3 बचा है शायद वेट back again स्नाइपर मोस्ट प्रोबेबली नहीं होगा वो स्नाइपर का स्किन नहीं था वो इतना मैं बता सकता हूँ स्नाइपर का स्किन नहीं था स्नाइपर का स्किन नहीं था वो SMG है यार इन्हीं दोनों में से कोई
花坛下一滴血，下一滴血。我来穿。哦。
कैरेक्टर रिडीम कोड कब दोगे? कैरेक्टर रिडीम कोड लास्ट में मिलेगा आफ्टर 3 hours of stream. This is Hardpoint. Yeah, next is Hardpoint. It should be Hardpoint. It is 2-1 in favor of Q9 right now. What are your predictions for this match? आपने देखा वेग ने ट्विटर पे क्या? पता नहीं, मैं नहीं देखा ट्विटर, मैं नहीं देखता हूँ ज़्यादा.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are midway through our first semi-finals matchup of the day, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. Our players are getting themselves set up and ready to go in a series.
पापा जो ने पूरा एनालिसिस किया है कि कौन सी कंपनी इट्स हिम.
As far as the start goes as well, I mean Q9
Yeah, type 25
with an insanely close hard point. Then it goes back the way of
हो
Xrock,
सकता है.
and it's a close control again, back the way of
Papa जो is I mean
Would you be surprised to hear
good
that these
engineer
two
kind of
teams have
guy.
a lot of grand finals between one another? They're pretty good. I think that's the biggest
Hey
thing.
Shivi, welcome to the
We're really
stream.
starting to see some solid Call of Duty across the board. Great decisions, great macro moments, great in
Global players are lucky. Oh,
Oh,
Garena and China players are more lucky. They get everything. Global doesn't get everything.
So far.
Shift said it was going to be a banger. This man is not known to be a liar, especially when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile. Certified banger. This has 5 written all over it.
Talk me through what happened in those final moments of the Hacienda Hardpoint, because that was neck and neck, second for second, and then it stalled a little bit. So if anybody's just joining us here, kind of walk us through.
You want the short answer or the long answer?
The short answer.
Chaos. That's what happened. Straight chaos.
The long answer.
The long answer, I can do that. No, it's just one of those things, like, both of these two teams have really valued playing for rotation early, which is something that some of our other
एक सेकंड देखने दो कोई redeem code अगर है तो.
using that 8 seconds of transition time, maybe a little bit more fully. But these teams are all
मैंने
about
चाम का किया क्या?
executing on the proper read.
चाम का मैंने किया. चाम मिला किसी को?
At the same time, it means that we're getting these big battles, these tug of wars, where it's a 3v2 one time, a 4v1, back to a 3v2. Like, it's just
उसने एक मीम अपलोड करा जहाँ पर फाइनल्स में सारे वेस्टर्न टीम्स थी और फाइनल्स में इंडियन टीम्स नहीं थी, तो उसने ट्वीट किया.
They win out on the day once they get the read for the spawns.
I mean, you just really hope that when Uling drops 59, almost 60 eliminations, about 25 of those with the war machine.
Vega and other guys are now past. They are not current. I mean, they are not even 2024. They're still living in 2023. I think they just need to move on.
A 4-second win is still a win.
And then we move into the S&D and it's not as close, okay? Then you
चाम हो गया, तो इसका मतलब अब नेक्स्ट वाला है. नेक्स्ट आई थिंक इट्स let me see.
It was a 5-3 half, or sorry, not a 5-3 half, 4-2 half.
नेक्स्ट वाला है Fennec Knife Sage, जो कि thumbnail में वो वाला. The good epic skin. The last में ये Mystery Champion 24.
An immediate focus on Xrock's offense, showing over towards B, just immediately to bait play over towards A. It didn't always work out, but it's the small little things that we got to see in the macro development for Xrock that Q9 were just a little bit too delayed to respond to.
And it's really interesting because this map has not been played a lot between these two teams, let alone have they played it a lot just in general, of course, over the course of this year. But I think the thing that was really
Guys, we are so close to 100 likes currently. If you still haven't liked our stream, you can do it by double tapping on the screen. It will really mean a lot to me.
Start off on offense. Q9 doesn't have much film to go back and say what is Xrock trying to do, and those smoke delays.
Knife Sage camp थोड़ा off है.
Q9 a little bit by I think surprise early, and those little advantages led to a scoreline that was easy to work with.
पता नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा.
Their defensive half.
So then, of course, that puts us at 1-1 in the series. Things are essentially tied up at that point. We move into the control, and we find ourselves in another neck-and-neck situation at the end of it with Q9.
गेम नहीं खेल रहे हैं, शो देख रहे हो, मोटिवेशन मिले हम छोटे गेमर को like me, okay?
Often when we talk about raid, it's all about who wins mid-map. That usually dictates how spawns try to get moved, and of course, it allows you a second point of ingress, whether you're on the defensive or offensive side, as you focus towards either of the two zones. So I think that was great from Q9 in the first couple of rounds. It was counteracted nicely by Xrock to get themselves back into the mix, but once they got back to that round 5 offense, they just couldn't quite get over the hurdle, especially with the individual presence that Q9 was winning out through mid.
I'll go ahead and say it. It should have been tied up going into round number 3.
ID gift कर दो कॉड की, अरे
trying to stop that capture over by the pool side was so egregious that it just simply should not have worked out.
स्ट्रीम करते नहीं थकते तो हैं बट स्टिल लाइक फिर भी लास्ट तक करना तो पड़ेगा. आज भी लास्ट तक ही होगा जब तक चले 1 बजे 2 बजे 4 बज जाए तब तक चलेगा स्ट्रीम.
That is a very tough comeback to try to surmount for yourself, but the slaying, the returning gunfights, the trade department, it was just that much better for Q9. Through the opening breakoffs alone, it just always felt like they had a life advantage.
Now, looking forward, we still have a Hardpoint coming up around the corner, this time on Apocalypse. How does this play out for these teams now that we're at this 2-1 situation in favor of Q9? Give me your thoughts on this.
So X-Rock's map pick, Q9 will start on the favored
बीच में 1.5 घंटे का ब्रेक है. हाँ ब्रेक तो है. हो सकता है उस टाइम पे हम CODM खोल ले थोड़ी देर के लिए.
Build an early operator advantage. If they can win in the first 3 hard points, they have a chance to keep this thing tight. Otherwise, I do see X-Rock finding favor because they move around this map like water.
Q9's got 2 wins on the entire weekend. So
हाँ मजाक ही कर रहा होगा.
Q9 oversaw, we're at 2 ships point. You're going to need all of that plus an extra bag of chips. All those fundamentals we got to see from Hacienda and the slaying to boot.
All right, well, it looks like it is time to get back
Would be
into the
fun.
matchup here. Map number 4.
Yeah, it's Hardpoint at Apocalypse. What are your predictions? Let me just put a poll for you guys. Let me just unpin this for the time being.
They hold, stop X-Rock from flipping, build an early lead. An early lead in COD Mobile does mean early operators. So far, so good. Nice little snap from Sun. Can't quite turn it into more, but you've got Shen and Uling right behind to pick up on the pieces, and the opening breakoff is great from Q9.
Yeah, look at the spatial awareness coming from Q9 as well. Just making sure that Mauchi is playing over by the tunnel side, gives it up, so a unique timing is currently being developed by Sunyo to get back behind the play. But everybody else from X-Rock was just a bait over by maps, but Q9 can do no
Nice
more.
from Sun.
Gunfights are superior from Q9.
Absolutely beautiful spawn.
सोफिया का redeem code दिया था ना.
They can split their focus here.
हाँ मैंने दिया तो था सोफिया का.
Try to play this rotation. Q9 very aware of it though. This hold over towards the jump wall from Mauchi is exquisite. He's found 3. The solo player stopping the rotation, and now in 13 seconds, X-Rock has to play through ult. This is exactly what Q9 wanted.
Just have to hold for the opening salvo.
अरे शुरू में इन्होंने वो कर लिया. शुरू में बढ़त बना रहे हैं. 24 in favor of Q9. Nice.
Becomes available. The spawns over to the backside of the ruins are still there for Q9.
Smoke trying to cover this X-Rock approach. Shen committing forward. Wow, this is aggressive. But meanwhile, over towards cave side, it was too aggressive. Q9 get caught. Now you're just down to 1 player in the back, and X-Rock just get given a gift, which is the P2 spawn immediately into the hill, and now you got them in the blender. Oh, mistake from Q9 leads to an instant punish from X-Rock.
Step 1 time, it turns into a...
एक बार गलती करो बहुत मतलब पीछे हो जाता है हार्ड पॉइंट में एटलीस्ट. अगर ठीक से इन्होंने होल्ड कर दिया तो वो जा ही नहीं सकते हैं. बस इनको पीछे स्पॉन होल्ड करना है. स्मोकी बचा सकता है अभी इनको. ये चले गए बट नो ऑफ नो यूज. 10 सेकंड लेके क्या ही करेंगे.
He's flipping back and forth between bottom temple and up towards top ruins just to make sure the spawns don't flip. That was something Q9 did not do, and now you get punished for it. X-Rock now double the points of Q9. Pred missile called in. They're going to win the rotation to 3.
And look at the trap that might just be coming through. I mean, pushed up a little bit past useless was Sunyo, so you will actually get a spawn out from Sun. How quickly do X-Rock start to read this? I mean,
please answer me. Can you give a legendary gun? No, bro. I am not that rich.
But not in time. Sun will find one from the back. Easy follow-up. That was the Sparrow out and countered immediately.
War machine for rolling.
Also spent, or at least earned. Hasn't used it yet. As Q9 will now find themselves affected by it. Purifier out from Chuan, clearing out the bottom side of the trenches. Tough angle to go much further than this point, but he seems to be feeling pretty frisky with help nearby. X-Rock all over P3. Q9 having a tough time breaking through with 23 seconds remaining. They gotta still try. You can't just default for the rotation yet.
अरे 2 किल ले लिया उसने.
For Q9 to try to work their way back in, finds himself a good 2-piece there, and then from inside,
they are head to head in the chat.
Gets to work. Purifier was wonderfully expended there for X-Rock, just making sure that if you're not walking through the bullet hose that is in the front side of this hard point, you're going to get completely ripped to smithereens by a Purifier on the opposite side. 108 to 36 after Q9 have themselves a great start on P1.
You do have Chen rewrapping this route. towards the left side of the map. That is the preferred
Q9
spawn.
SND में ही अच्छी है,
But Xrock aware of it.
SND में अच्छी है, हार्ड पॉइंट में वीक लग रही है ये टीम.
And at least simultaneously for a moment they were inside the chicken coop.
Smoking both in game and in interviews.
Out by the Purifier, who can now take all of its focus over towards the front.
Yeah, I can give away 50 battle passes.
They don't know where the spawns are. You do have a bit of an anchor around the back. That's good for at least another elimination. But Xrock will wait for these operators to expire before they hit, and they actually just walk right in and deny it. Now the claws out.
Ants in their pants, trying to at least find value with their operators as they just sprint inside of the
क्लॉ
ruins
बहुत
to their
रिस्की है,
focus
बहुत
device.
तुरंत खत्म हो जाता है क्लॉ.
But Rushi gets their second war machine in
ये
this
फाइनल है, नहीं सेमीफाइनल है ये. फाइनल इसके बाद एक और सेमीफाइनल है, कैलोरीज एंड एलिवेट का. आई थिंक उसमें एलिवेट जीतने वाली है. उसके बाद कुछ देर का ब्रेक है, उसके बाद फिर फाइनल है.
140 to 46 is where the scoreline looks like it's going.
You got to remember, this is after Q9 had started this map off flawlessly.
Yeah.
They stopped their early rotation. They
I
found
did.
90% of their points in the first two hills. It just has not been able to be recovered since Xrock.
क्लॉ फॉर लिमिटेड टाइम, बहुत लिमिटेड है,
And Q9 are now fighting
मतलब तुरंत खत्म हो जाता है वो.
They have to be the ones to break through the hill and break through the setup of the spawns that Xrock have in their favor.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Across 4 different hard points, 36 of
अरे नाइस, एम सही है इसका.
off of P1 and P2.
माउगी का,
It's been the Xrock show consistently.
माउकी.
Now you're gonna have the split spawns coming through Q9. They're focused mostly around the objective, but nobody's into the backside of the temple. Those spawns are very much so still open, and Xrock are looking to reap the benefits.
Yeah, Q9 not fully aware that there were kind of parallel spawns on the right side of the map, but they have done
They're
nicely
contesting
over
for
the
it.
hardpoint, so that will at least stabilize things on the hill. Problem is, it also stabilizes the spawns in favor of Xrock. So
क्या Q9 नहीं होगा, HP होल्ड नहीं जम रहा है इनका. हाँ वही, होल्ड नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, पॉन्स भी नहीं ले पा रहे हैं, पॉन दे रहे हैं.
From the front, so there's a chance where Q9 can set up a break attempt to try to flip these spawns around.
Malchi was just outside of maps. He actually had a really good angle on the players for Xrock that were playing around P2. Gave it up, trying to help out his teammates to get back.
कम से कम अभी रोटेट करना चाहिए इनको. अच्छा हाँ, फिर भी Xrock नेक्स्ट पे है. हाँ चलो चले गए थे पहले. अरे 3 किल ले लिया इसने, नाइस. ये लो चौथा पांचवा, 5 kills. अरे बैड लक फॉर हिम.
But a gravity vortex gun takes its place, and it's just misery meets company for Q9 right through cave. They're still trying to force their way through because they have to. 35 seconds, but still Xrock spawned close, and they will still get more time here on the second hill.
I mean, what do you do now if you're Q9? Desperation was yesterday's news. Now you just are forced to fight for every single bit of time that you could possibly find for yourself, but the resource management from Xrock is absolutely exquisite. Find value with one operator, it gets expended. Find value with the gravity vortex gun soon after, and now the war machine for
ये फिर से वॉर मशीन आ गया, फिर से 2 किल ले लिया.
It's just dagger or grenade after grenade that is just blowing Q9 out of the water.
Oh man.
नेक्स्ट पे देखना पड़ेगा क्या होता है, वरना ये आउट हो जाएंगे, मतलब इस मैप से.
But that's really what it comes down to, and now it's not a snowball, friends. It's
वो पर्टिकुलर एक गन फाइट जो होती है ना, वो भी बहुत कुछ डिसाइड कर देता है.
200-point threshold, 50-50 battle on either side of the third hardpoint. Gunfights currently trading in favor of Xrock.
वो डिसाइड कर देता है कि मतलब मैच जीतने वाले हैं या मैच हारने वाले हैं.
Both sides, who uses what? Patience starts to come through.
Oh, nice 2 kills. He has Predator.
With the equalizers whenever he sees the time to, and as Curly drops it, maybe
सन ने खुद को मार लिया. सन मतलब क्या किया इसने, खुद को मार लिया.
Some with the Sparrow was hoping to find a little bit more value, takes their own life away. No, now with the Pred missile going to open up the floodgates.
That could have been game changing.
On forward for Xrock, but Q9 previous in a superior position, down to 20 seconds. Equalizer now called for no.
And he can just put the game away right here. Stop this rotation from coming through. He's also building on potential streaks. Curly seen up top on the ladders. Shots.
अभी भी कंटेस्ट कर रही है Q9. अरे देख नहीं पाया इसके पीछे से. फिर भी ये हटा दे. नेक्स्ट पे जाना चाहिए Q9 वाले को.
You do have one player that needs to go big. It's going to be Chen for Q9. Player number 3 in blue is going to be watching all these players trying to meet out from the temple side, and is big enough to find 2. Now you got 2 players trying to lurk around the useless buildings for Xrock, trying to make sure that Q9 feel pinches
अरे
to come through.
क्या नेट था वो.
Got to find 160 points before Xrock finds 26. Not good.
125 पॉइंट से पीछे, अभी बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी इनको वापसी करने के लिए.
fourth hardpoint set up nicely. War Machine out. Split focus trying to come through for X in terms of how they hit, and the War
Bad
Machine
luck again.
get all the way to the cave. So the shutdown is there. Now the Purifier trying to take its place.
I think किसी को right side में रहना चाहिए.
Now it's just down to the last couple of members with no operators to fight for. If you're Q9,
Right side में किसी को ऐसे सो के रहना चाहिए था.
right side map, which is not where you want to be. X-Rock a chance to put the game away here.
Oh, Q9 thinking that they could have had an opportunity to try to work their way through the chicken coop. Not the case at all.
Gravity vortex out.
Side with the gravity vortex gun.
Mao also gets to read that there's a split spawn situation. Can no longer win here, can X-Rock, but again, it just feels like it's way too far.
अभी भी decide नहीं हुआ, next पे जाना पड़ेगा इनको.
Two operators ready for
We'll have to rush from now onwards only.
last couple of seconds go in their name as well. 241 to 109. Chad has to just beat Giga Chad right here. And he almost whips on the first. Curly follows up, the trades are in, and Q9 will have a chance to extend the game a little while longer.
Operators on operators for X-Rock. What is going to be the beginning of the end here will be Rushi.
फिर से War Machine आ गया. इसका बहुत ज़्यादा War Machine आ रहा है Roxy का.
On the Hardpoint, they are already playing for the future, or X-Rock should P1 not go their way.
Well, War Machine out only does really do
अरे Q9 ने खाली कर दिया इस बार
too much in terms of
X-Rock को.
pulling things back.
Purifier से ये ऊपर से क्या कर पाएगा देखते हैं. ऊपर से use करेगा वो.
The Vegas aren't good, tell you that much.
अरे नहीं.
As Chuan will find two, shutting down Curly on the equalizers. Here's the play forward for X-Rock, trying to win the game. Some respect being shown here.
I will be reading the chat after this finishes.
For a full setup. Smoke will encompass
The match is getting intense. Q9 is still fighting.
Largely landing onto Q9. But there's
Q9 is still fighting. अरे यहीं पे खत्म हो जाएगा क्या?
And with that, we will go to map number 5, pending any further antics from Q9. One last contest, enough to get us to a new hard point, but
Predator है उसके पास.
any potential comeback, and
Equalizer है. उसे एक Predator चाहिए खत्म करने के लिए.
250 to 149.
Nice. X-Rock 2-2 हो गया अब. अब decider आएगा. Are you guys ready for the RS100 Google Play redeem code? If yes, then I just wanna see yes in the chat.
50 points or so that they were
Let me just copy it.
is ultimately the biggest difference maker in between this game being competitive and
We'll have to rush.
because you got to see again, much like how in the Hacienda that Q9 did win, they are constantly trying to fight for rotations, but getting a little bit ahead of themselves and benefiting from it were X-Rock continuously, specifically for Sunyo. I mean, talk about a selfless route man that was constantly getting paid. More often than not, always first on rotation. More often than not, is always the player in those very low positions, cutting off.
Thank you so much.
Because Q9 were just so gung-ho about making sure that they...
Thank you so much, Abhay, for the 40 rupees of super chat. And I think we are good to go. For the so guys, you are ready. You need to be very fast in order to claim because there are a lot of people who are there to claim. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Here we go. Go it fast. Do it fast.
And I love that. I love that Q9's trying to create a buffer. But off the follow,
Bowling with 32 kills and none of it's 46.
And there's this moment where they kind of cross paths, and then as they start to move forward, no one's back anchoring. So X-Rock just spawned behind the play. It's really tough scenes because I love what Q9 was.
Anwar got it. Okay, congratulations. Congratulations, Anwar.
And that led to X-Rock getting the flip, and of course getting the second hard point, running this game really downhill from there. So we do get the map 5.
Are you serious? I mean,
the apocalypse is looking nasty, tell you that much. But as we start
next match कौन है? अच्छा कुरुहाना पे SND है शायद. Kuruhana पे SND.
Again, it's been a lot of Tunisia between these teams. It's been a lot of coastal between these two teams. It's surprising to not see either Tunisia or firing range in this map pool.
They better like next time.
To a bit of newness, so to speak, between how these squads have played against each other on this current Search and Destroy map pool.
Q9 have played Kuruhana Metropolis twice this entire weekend so far. They have a 7-1 win over Tribe. They have a 7-3 win over Elevate, which does speak volumes. And now Elevate are mostly known for the respawns and maybe not so much for the Search and Destroy, but you can tell by the candor, this is exactly the conversation we need to have, is that Q9 Search and Destroy has been very good on this entire weekend, but X-Rox has been that much more elevated comparatively to their countrymen's counterparts. I will say this much for X-Rox again.
However, they too fast. I think they open the redemption center, I mean, on their PC. That's how they can be fast.
Exactly what we got out of X-Rock that we saw on takeoff. Just patent aggression, just waiting for their timing to strike.
हाँ next match कुरुहाना में guys क्या predictions है क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा ये decider है by the way semi-final decider है whether it's going to be the X-Rock or Q9 the first finalist of Call of Duty Mobile World Champs 2024.
The sniper rifle gameplay as well. This is a map that will punish you for any amount of hesitation.
I think the other side of things and why
X-Rock.
I'm curious to see what we're going to get for this map in terms of identity is that both of our two teams showed us moments of full-on raw aggression on takeoff, executing from the offensive side. So will we see that here on Kurahana, a map that does feel very similar in terms of the difficulties of breaking into these bomb sites? So that'll be, I think, the other curiosity point is, are we going to see these default voluntary sniper v sniper battles picking through mid, picking through the streets, or are we going to see a lot of the action taking place in the interiors of mid, whether that be at the A or the B cut? So that's one of those moments we're going to kind of figure things out.
X-Rock or Q9 last match. I just want to see in the chat.
7-1 tally here, 7-2 tally there.
Okay guys, I also have to. I mean. Okay, I'll do after this match. We have one in-game reward.
Yes, sir.
Redemption code.
I think if anybody is wondering about like the nerdy stuff as well, because we keep talking about how these two teams have faced against each other multiple times. As far as this head-to-head matchup is concerned, X-Rock do hold a mighty shadow over Q9's head. They face each other here 3 times. It has all gone X-Rock's way.
Yeah, I mean the Search and Destroy in general has often always led.
The battle pass of this time goes to Shubham Bhargav.
In overall map count between these two squads over the course of the entirety of the year, dating back to season 8 of the Chinese Masters. So yeah, it definitely has been one of those things.
पुराना में तो कुछ दिखता ही नहीं है पता नहीं इनके प्लेस इन सब के साथ भी ऐसा ही होगा या क्या पता ये लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे होंगे ये मैप मुझे बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है Today's reward, I think it's Misty Skin, the final reward.
But it wasn't enough for them to earn enough points to earn their place at Champs. So it was one of those things of what does this team have to offer with another global series set in front of them, and they have provided every step of the way here in 2024. But can they continue to do what they've barely been able to do throughout the year, and that's take an edge over their Chinese counterparts in Q9 who are looking
let's go.
for sweet revenge and a chance to get to the grand finals for the first time. Here we go.
Losing, go home, win, grand finals bound. Up through mid immediately. Look at Q9 getting a little aggressive, trying to get back behind B cuts.
Oh, watched by Nono, but not able to deal with the shotgun pressure from Jet. They also
Shotgun?
Ruchi, who is in trouble and gets flat out overwhelmed. Last defensive player nearby is Mon. He has to respect that Q9's offensive hit has found success, and as he backs up, he makes it more manageable.
अरे plant भी नहीं करने दिया उसको.
He gets 2 by himself, waiting for help. And now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 for X-Rock.
3v2.
It's about to be coming through. Chuan is moving as swiftly as possible. Ling's going to elect to play at least this close corner.
Oh
Gets countered out. Chuan
3v1 हो गया.
all the way through 3v1.
अरे खत्म.
Chuan will find 2 as well.
First round for
Magic Maker. Fantastic stuff coming through yet again out of Ma with a sniper rifle in hand. And it's like we never left takeoff.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is a perfect execute from Q9. You smoke out the first cross, you stun deep, you find success, you isolate onto players rocking long-range weapons with your shotguns and your SMGs. Ma has to forfeit the site, but he doesn't forfeit anything. There's no retreat. He's like a Spartan. You stand tall, you deal with the pressure. And he saves the round for X-Rock, who now find themselves a little more aggressively situated over towards the A side of the map with a different crossfire setup at B.
Always got to be worried about the rewrap so long as Ma's alive. It may be a sniper rifle to some, but that is a close-range weapon in that boy's hands. Currently lurking around on their side of B are Q9, just waiting for any stun information that will connect onto at least one. Here comes the push.
That was a smoke that gets denied.
MG42 से मार दिया उसको.
Through this with no cover, and X-Rock are cleaning up. That is legitimately just smoke meets trophy. Because you have to throw that from so far, you don't know if the smoke is going to land or not before you have to commit to the execute. And the final play through mid largely gets shut down. Q9 did a decent job of trying to trade this back, but it still rests with Sun. 1v3.
अरे नहीं.
Low ground is enough, and that is
2-0 for X-Rock. X-Rock अच्छी लग रही है अभी तो इस मैप में.
Obscure way of explaining rock, paper, scissors, but you know it's again one of those things why you typically do see a stun grenade go over first. You need that immediate information. If it's not going to be a nade, it needs to be a stun for that smoke execute come through. Trophy systems are quite powerful. Yes, X-Rock win the opening 2. Patience paying off.
Okay, let me pin another message.
But they are getting a little bit more aggressive in the middle of the map. They were expecting Q9 to go back to what they were doing in the opening round. They are throwing late nades that will land. The trophy system just a bit outside.
I love this,
but everybody's
though.
still alive.
I love this from X-Rock. You just have Sunyo pruning flowers. Misses the first. Isolation coming back. Q9 respecting the fact that that deep smoke had to be countered. Nades over the top from both sides, and that will lead to a full reset. Trophy system still alive and well for the defense at B.
Where do you start to go here if you are Q9? How much utility do you honestly have left? Well, here comes at least some over the top. Nade actually got thrown over inside of A cuts defensively, so they're not going to get any information. But here comes the swarm around the B site. Trades will favor that at Q9. They're going to get the bomb planted.
Yep. Keep in mind, though, Ma's still alive. This time he will not try to hold his ground. He'll rejoin his teammates as Tron tried to make a quick hit. Comes on the contest. Not going to happen. Curly shuts it down. Just
कर लिए 2 kill ले लिए 3 भी Q9 का खाता खुलने वाला लग रहा है इस बार.
Next one up. Shot towards
I think they are going to
trying to come through for Ma, but overwhelmed. And I love the call for Q9. You have to respect the
redeem play store में जाके करते हैं कैसे भी करके बता दो कोई इसका.
Clear it and then you just flood them. Love the idea.
You can buy CP from the same amount.
And it is Ma alive. Do not give them any individual gunfights. Should be a double shot every time. Round number 4, Q9 changing things up ever so slightly. Very similar defensive setup. You do have 3 players around B site, some stuns, smokes coming through the middle of the map just to deny any sort of antics that Mouchie might try to find. But Sunyo's going to see
4 लोग आगे इसके सामने भाग गए जान बचा के.
Yeah, missed a chance right there though. He has the peeker's advantage, counting toes underneath the trucks. But Q9
peeker's advantage का कितना होगा मतलब at least 0.1 second 0.2 second कितना टाइमिंग होगा जनरली peeker's advantage है. नहीं इनका अकाउंट मतलब न्यू अकाउंट रहता है जो CODM वाले देते हैं और इनमें सारी मिथिक्स रहती है सारी लेजेंडरी रहती है. इनको एडजस्ट होने के लिए टाइम भी दिया जाता है. X-Rock अब कोई चांस लेना नहीं चाहते यहाँ पे. Okay, nice Fennec. Yeah, they are just too fast. नहीं इन लोगों का अकाउंट नहीं है.
Able to get a little bit of help from No. Trains are decent. Recontest coming through. X-Rock looking to go quickly. Shut down. Just down to Sunyo. 1v1 with Mouchie. Here's the challenge.
अरे.
Happen. Shotgun beats sniper. And we got ourselves a 2-2 tie.
Q9 जीती ना ये वाला.
Drop in the middle of Kurahana Metropolis. When there's a minute already exhausted off.
ये मैप में ज़्यादा peeker's advantage है क्यों ऐसा क्यों क्या है इस मैप में. यार मैं तो कभी खेलता ही नहीं ये मैप तो मुझे कैसे पता हो.
Going back towards that A push. One player still lurking for at least towards the middle of the map, but it's the same exact rinse, wash, repeat. Sunyo gets away with his life, but leaves Chuan back behind. Does go 1 for 1.
Yeah, Curly is going to be left forward to try to scale deeper in towards A. Smokes will dissipate. Here comes the next bit of action. Mom watching one cross. His teammate and Sunyo watching the other. Tucked into a corner. Quick action comes through. Sunyo able to connect. Ma still in the corner. Does he find a way to break this? Whoa, that is a slide if you've ever seen one from Sun. Oh my, shine bright. Opportunity for Mouchie to hit the pinch late in Q9.
फिर से X-Rock आ गए. नेक टू नेक चल रहा है मैच भाई.
In the response this time around for X-Rock, any sort of alteration, Sunyo was there again, but the difference was Chuan just playing a little bit further up. So you feel like going 1 for 1 would be fine, but Q9, they just do not relent. They just continue to push on.
Distracting तो है मैप खैर.
3 in a row now.
Especially फोन पे अगर खेलो तो. FOV बहुत मतलब बहुत बैलेंस रखना पड़ता है.
Yeah, this was Q9. All 5 frag grenades sent towards that back corner.
When you will use you competing in esports. I don't think I'll be competing in esports because you have to work 24/7 for that. Still, I don't see any kind of scope for it in India at least. It's just too tough.
Chuan has an R9, so don't expect him to ego chow here. Not into the unknown.
Kurahana station नाम नहीं है. Kurahana Metropolis.
That's the last smoke for Q9. Chen just trying to use it as a way to separate. Chuan trying to move his way back in. Here's the contact. Curly stunned, shooting the ground. He can't find a way to get things.
दो को ले लिया R9 से.
Curly will drop. Now you got to just find the last player to move on through. That's going to be on the player number 5 in Sun. Cannot get back in time. It's an expensive hit from Q9. They use everything, but they get the plant. They just think X-Rock is going for the flank. Not fully the case as they recut back through mid.
Again, you had 3 players watching the flank that time around for Q9 as we will switch sides. And when you take so much of an immediate focus towards the flank, once the hit finally
मतलब full पैसा वसूल हो रहा होगा लोगों का.
You're just not going to have your numbers there in time.
कभी ये आगे कभी वो आगे.
So tied up. 3 apiece, 3 in a row.
मतलब पता ही नहीं चल रहा कौन.
Offensive incursion is no easy feat.
Which team is stronger in your opinion, Q9 or X-Rock? Which team is stronger? I can see the support for X-Rock is slightly better than Q9, but still it's like only 2% of difference.
Trying to really congest the middle of the map here.
Hello, Rough Cut, welcome to the stream.
I'm just getting antsy just thinking about how Q9 are just holding these angles. That's exactly what X-Rock want. Any late utility.
Both have ups and downs.
No trophy systems guarding it. So wood ring on true, but they're currently stacking up together to try to assault this B bomb site all together. I'll tell you, Chen's about being a rude awakening.
He's got an MG though. MG go burr sometimes.
They do.
Smoke out deep. That's going to take the angle away from Wuling. Nade behind that. Defense at mid, starting to rotate over to help on the angle. Chen finds the first before being shut down by Sunyo. Follow-up hit, not full.
Sunyo मिल गया अपना.
They do get a player deep though. Do X-Rock. They've scaled through the B site, and now they're trying to see if they can wrap this over through mid, but it's being shut down again. Q9's congested of mid-map will work out nicely, and the last hit remaining for X-Rock has to come through the up top platform.
And Bomb needs to get.
अरे 1v4 है.
Hoping to be able to find a pick, loses their life within the process.
1v4 है. नहीं जीत पाएंगे कभी.
1v4, no bomb in hand, decides to push all the way through, gets timing at least.
ये क्या था भाई? क्या फ्लिक था वो? It's like 0.1 second में मार दिया उससे.
Opportunity for the win condition to be set, stacked together. Bad timing through the middle of the map. Don't give Chuan a chance here as he only has 10 seconds left.
Here comes the collapse. Both players out, little slide shell out, and it's perfect from Q9. Yeah, that's that mid.
दोनों strategy बना के down कर दिया.
Absolutely perfectly. X-Rock anticipated there was going to be maybe more on the site. Not the case. They
just finished a ranked match 150-0. Okay, congratulations, Rough Cut. You did a great job.
Really well done.
Patience.
What do you think? Does Godel is able to win? I just said that good luck to them for 2025, then again for 2026, again to 2027, and so on.
The difference here for Q9 is on the defense. Look at the stack around the B bomb side.
Good luck to them. I hope they win.
Deny the early X-Rock nades, looking for that first blood towards the backside at B. Sunyo, small advantages here at mid. Smoke will separate the B cut, so he can hold the angle a little bit more freely. Desperate nade for Q9 defensively towards mid steps, denied by an offensive trophy. So now we start to get the action towards the actual execute itself, and it's a 5.
Both the teams got eliminated. Vitality got eliminated at the very first day.
As soon as they decide to flash and dash, there's the flash, here's the dash. First shots land as the stun connects, and X-Rock will get entry to B.
Luckily enough, it's going so cleanly, but Wuling still playing in the corner with the
Corner sitting का देखो कितनी ज़्यादा value है corner sitting की.
Now see if you get any better position for a post plant, especially with the scope in hand.
X-Rock defaulted to play their post plant on site. One player watching the flank. Rushi watching for the hit through the defensive spawn. Nades are being cooked. Can they isolate one of these corners? Flash out first. Nade doesn't quite get to where it needs to. Mauchi takes himself out of the picture. Oh no, he cooks it maybe a little bit too long, or it caught a corner. That was supposed to be a flash nade combo, and instead it bounces back into the sender's face, and that's enough for X-Rock to tie us at 4.
Yeah. Slight little mishaps coming through for Q9, who realistically had every single bit of presence that they needed to deny that push, but just comes down to the execution and the unfortunate SD. So, aggressive this time around are X-Rock. I mean, they are just straight sprinting through a cut. It's going to be a 1v1 for Chuan. Delayed attempt coming through for the trade. Denied. Shot KRM in the face.
That is how you don't double chow 101. Timing not great on that corner. And the Q9 will punish as war happens with Mauchi's reload. Sickest skin I've ever seen in my life.
Real.
And Q9 hold a huge numbers advantage. 5v3, first contact, good. Sunyo gets one, gets away, makes this more manageable.
Trying to book it. Trying to get back up towards this A street to maybe work a little bit of an angle. Look at the flank coming through. Curly. Q9 so smart. They know they have a slight little bit of an advantage. She's going to play in this corner. And just
Curly knows he doesn't have to do anything here. This is full map control for Q9.
Oh, they're trapped.
Yeah. The only way that this works out for X-Rock is if they recognize the potential of someone watching this flank and they try to slide shell everything together.
Right.
But you just wouldn't anticipate them doing that from this position.
I don't want to cut out any possibility of X-Rock still watching this. Sunyo is alive. Ma still has a sniper rifle as well. 3v3, 37 seconds remain. The bomb's collected, and the flank's not coming through. Rewrap neither. So Curly might
गाना वाना कहाँ बज रहा है? अच्छा शॉटगन और स्नाइपर.
Find the connection with Jen, and then the follow-up is perfect. So Q9 evaluate the threat. They get the map control. They know they've got X-Rock completely taken care of and enveloped over towards the A side of the map, and it works out. 5 for the count. X-Rock need to find a way to respond.
I sure do. The aggression was looking so good until the disjointed double chow. Probably not going to be seeing that again.
एलिवेट भी नंबर 1 डिजर्व करता है. एलिवेट भी अच्छी टीम है. बहुत मेहनत करके आई है. And these are like 3 teams from West and only one team from West.
This evaluation for Q9 is really smart. They know that the B side has been a little bit more loosely guarded, and so now you put a player deep. That's Chen, shotgun in hand at mid steps. He could also re-wrap a play if there is an execute on B. So they're looking to kind of play off of quick contact. But instead it's Sun over towards the A side of the map. Opening were good, but not good enough as the first blood is tallied. And Q9 play towards A, but it's just a fake. This is expensive from X-Rock.
They stun-naded over the top, got the information, didn't like what they saw from those hit markers, and now they're going to try to re-wrap through mid. Curly's playing a timing with the Type 19 through the middle of the map. Fully aware of
क्या होल्ड करके रखा है इसने. ये इसमें हिप फायर वाला लेजर में भी वो आता है क्या? हिप फायर वाला लेजर तो दिखता है, इसलिए नीचे करके रखा है इसने. What is lacking in our team?
What is still available for X-Rock? Here comes the
I don't think anything is lacking. The Chinese teams and especially Chinese and Korean teams are just too good in front of them. So if they have to match their skill level, they will have to work a lot. Sometimes I agree that it is also the luck factor.
Match point versus X-Rock. Is history doomed to repeat itself here for Q9? Will they take down X-Rock?
Q9 फाइनल में जा रही है, क्या बोलते हो? फाइनल में जा रही है या नहीं? कौन जीत रहा है बताओ जल्दी in the chat.
One round away from doing so. X-Rock have had no response on the offense so far, so they're just going to go straight towards the A lane.
कौन जा रहा है फाइनल में? Just last round.
What this sniper angle looks
X-Rock in trouble, yeah, they are in trouble.
Smoke over towards the backside of the site. Nades, secondary smoke, also placed towards back truck. X-Rock looking like they want to commit. Another trophy on towards the site. This would be good to at least allow a plant to come through. Can Q9 contest? Do they want to? Secondary nades are good.
क्या नेट था वो? रॉक्सी को उड़ा दिया.
Doesn't get the first look. It's chaos around the front, but X-Rock are winning on the train.
अरे
He's got the 1v1. Can he find a way to isolate this? He knows that Sunyo's playing away. They also know the bomb is down on the site. And Sunyo's going to reset.
Sun's just going to elect to play all this
पूरी टीम का फ्यूचर इसके ऊपर है.
Sun for the win. Yeah! He finds the angle.
Q9 are in the final now.
And their rival from China to punch the first ticket in the grand finals.
Happened at CDSI. It happens at DreamHack 2024. Q9.
इसी बात पे एक वो गिव अवे कर देते हैं चलो.
Ourselves included, I'm willing to throw us under the bus. Had Q9 written off, should this go to 5? Not the case at all. So prepared for Kurahana Metropolis. So prepared just to play the patient game and just wait for all of the mistakes that X-Rock were throwing their way continuously through all of 11 rounds worth of play. Q9 on that defense were electric.
Wow.
इसको रेडी नहीं एक सेकंड इसको मत करना.
Regardless of it, this is a team that was very patient, having a great end of the year in 2023, but missing out on qualification for the champs. They come back into this year with an absolute fury, dominating their opponents, taking the edge over their rivals throughout the regular season.
Yeah, let's go redeem kar lo.
Both at CDSI and here at World Champs, they cannot best Q9, and they will finish at a top 4 standing.
What else can you possibly say? I mean, they have every bit of tool at their disposal, from the sniping, the oppression that was coming through from Curly in the respawns,
From here.
with the war machine in the respawns.
Let me pin this in my description.
Give enough praise. Chen with that shotgun displacing a handful of different members of X-Rock continuously, and then also the sniping and the overall grit that was coming through from Mauchi and Sun. Just absolute spectacle to have for themselves. Q9 are grand finals bound.
I mean, you said it yourself, Shift. Bare minimum, making your way through to the next stage of the competition was a $90,000 performance. And that is honestly, I feel like that's what we got out of both of these teams. They were fighting tooth and nail to try and make their way through to the finals. This is the closest back and forth we've seen up here on the main stage the entire weekend. This was such a well-fought battle on behalf of these teams. It's unfortunate that one does have to go home, but holy, that was a great way to kick off the weekend.
It's just one of those things that this very well could have been a grand finals. I mean, it has been many times before, so it's one of those situations that it's going to feel really painful to see X-Rock finish with the top 4 next to them when they very well may be the second best team here, and we're just never going to know.
The code is of, let me see.
Coming down to do or die pretty much the entire way through.
The code is of weapon camo, Fennec, Knife, Sage. The one which is in thumbnail.
Have the resiliency, have the trust, and see Sun win the game in a 1v2 going 11-6. Huge carry potential right there.
I mean, we were one just opportunity away from this actually ending in 4, and it's not even funny. 4 seconds was the differential on that map, number 1, and this very much so could have ended by the 4th map, given how the other ones ended up working.
All right, well, we have to do some celebratory interviews over here, as we do have one of our 2 grand finalists ready to go. So I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by.
Thank you so much, Glitter. My goodness, what a phenomenal win. Again, we have the Emperor Uli right here on the stage. I guess when it comes to the gameplay, I know it's not just you, it's a whole team effort, but can you give one teammate that gave the biggest impact here on your entire series?
This is not for the character, this is for the Fennec skin. Official YouTube in the chat, he's just trolling.
刚刚这一场比赛里面，除了你以外，你觉得你的队友哪一位表现得比较出色？
我觉得我们今天每一个人都很出色，然后这整个过程并不顺利。
Revealing the last code after 3 hours. Right now it's only 2 hours of the stream.
世界赛的总决赛，然后包括今年这一次世界赛对我也是一个很大的挑战，因为我现在是队伍里面所有模式的指挥，是我第一次做指挥，所以现在我就很难用言语来描述我的心情。但是我想说的是，比赛还没有结束，下一场还有对手在等着我们，所以我们要拼尽全力。对。
It's a tough year for my team because we've never made it this far. I cannot express myself enough, but we're really excited about this event.
And of course, a well-deserved placing for Q9. Last year, they had a very difficult run. It was just a 4th placement in 2023. How does it feel like to be in the grand finals, and who do they want to see in the grand finals? Glories and of course, Elevate.
你们决赛想要迎战哪个队伍？是 Glorious 还是 Elevate？
如果是我的话，我会想打这个。
I don't think we need translation for that, my dude, but let's give it to him. Let's go. He chose Elevate to be in the grand finals alongside him. You can time to cross it off. X-Rock. Oh, he doesn't want, you can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, my dude. Hearts across the board, of course, for these Eastern teams. Brotherhood right there. We love to see it. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Eastern teams को कोई वो cross नहीं करता.
We still got Glory and Elevate for our next set of matches. You wouldn't want to miss this.
ईस्टर्न टीम को कोई वो नहीं करता, मतलब क्रॉस वाला होता है ना, वो नहीं करता कोई भी।
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且
Can anyone tell me how BP giveaways are remaining?
加油！
Like I'm not. I only did one BP giveaway today.
Snapdragon Pro Series
I
is
don't
brought
think
to
I'll
you
be
by
doing
Snapdragon Elite
more.
Gaming, Monster
BP
Energy,
giveaway is slightly complex. You will have to
DHL,
add the
and
player
the
and all.
United States Air Force.
I'm confused why different languages talk so much and the translated little to nothing. हाँ वही, मतलब ऐसा भी होता है ना कि याद नहीं रह पाता है, इतना वो बोलता है उसके बाद वो ट्रांसलेट करके मतलब सब कुछ एक बार में बोल देना, वो मतलब थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट काम होता है। Yeah, at 10:30 I'm revealing the last code of Misty character skin. ये मैच किसका किसका है? एलिवेट और Hello Poonam, welcome back to the stream. The pool was 50-50. वो तो आता ही है, रोज ही आता है इसके लिए, बट स्टिल कोई बात नहीं। What's the difference between a gamer and a gamer head? I don't know. You left CODM. Why? Any reason? Any specific reason? I know CODM is toxic these days, but it has always been. Okay, that's bad. Guys, we are so close to 125 likes. Still, if you haven't liked our stream, you can do it by double tapping on the screen. सॉन्ग बढ़िया है। एपिक, वो मतलब फेनिक वाला स्किन जो है उसके लिए है। अरे आने दे, वो रोज ही आता है वो. अरे वो आने दे, रोज आता है वो, कोई इशू नहीं है उसका. अच्छा हुआ क्या मिस हो गया. अच्छा एक बार और पेस्ट कर दे.
屁股还有。不是，为啥画廊得动呀？我的金库。B 小 B 小 B 小两个 B 小两个 B 包两个 B 包 B 包两个，有个人 B 包一个喷，查选 B 包 B 包哪一个？可惜可惜可惜。我觉得很大很大 B 小 B 小。哎呀。 这样子为什么要打 B 啊
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are in our final day of competition here. Only one more semifinals matchup for the top two squads in the world. The
second last match of the 2024 World Championship.
And of course, a huge thank you to Monster Energy, one of our amazing partners, helping us put on the event all weekend long, and it's been a fantastic event so far, to be sure. My name is Glitter Explosion, and we've got new boys up here on the desk. We've got Ton and Infinity to get us into semifinals match number 2. Now, before we do that, though, let's talk about what we just saw. That was one of the most insane matchups back and forth. And I do need to give Brody some credit here. He was the only person, when I said I was going to go back and check what the boys said in the green room,
last match इसका है, एक तो Q9 का है और एक देखते हैं इस मैच का जो विनर होगा उसका है.
Upper bracket finals, that went the distance as well, and that was a Q9 victory. And look, I know that X-Rock have been playing well phenomenally all weekend long, but I just had a feeling, man.
We can't give them too much credit all of the time, though. Let's just rein it in from the Brody part. No, but at the same time, I think, we were all having the conversation backstage of how close this game could be. We all had it go on map number 5. Yeah. I had it X-Rock as well. But yeah, you just kind of shows at this level of the competition, everybody is so close.
Yeah, and that means that we've got one.
मुझे Fennec की skin मिली अच्छी है. Okay, congratulations, AK Gamer.
We're about to get into now.
Hello Abhishek Katoj, welcome to the stream. Q9 finals में.
The princes of the Philippines were crowned kings at CDSI. Now looking for further ascension, the Red Rebellion will take on
Galleries.
The battalion from Brazil, Galleries. And here are those princes. Hailing from the Philippines, they were kings at CDSI.
Elevate our favorite in this one.
Team Elevate.
Some more hype for our squads as they're getting themselves now onto the stage set up and ready to go for semifinals match number 2. Sure to be another close back and forth between these two teams. I think that we've somehow ended up with one of the most exciting outcomes we could have gotten here for our semifinals. Talk to me about how you think this is going to go. Obviously, we've got Gallerus up there. We have Elevate. Let's start with talking about Gallerus.
Yeah, Gallerus, I think, are a team. Again, we've kind of had this conversation point about Gallerus the entire weekend, haven't we? An underrated team by many, and now that's definitely no longer the case, because over the last couple of days, we've seen them make market improvements. Even coming into this weekend, they're like a totally different search and destroy squad, albeit, again, there's a small asterisk to that with the battlegrounds that they played on for the most part of day number 1. But still,
character skin का code बस आएगा ही.
Season 5.
30-40 मिनट के बाद मैं दे दूंगा. 3 घंटे से पहले दे दूंगा मैं. मान गया अब शिवम किस बात के लिए. नेक्स्ट लाइफ में गेमिंग कैरियर बना मुश्किल होगा ऐसा लग रहा है. कोई भी कैरियर बना मुश्किल तो होता ही है. Can even give loadout for Fennec. Just search on the Google. You will have a lot of loadout. You will find a loadout of all kind.
Yeah, they absolutely did. A reminder reminder again, in groups they actually did end up beating their
स्किन अच्छी थी हाँ स्किन अच्छी है मतलब डिजाइन उसका अच्छा है आयरन सेट तो खैर मतलब डिफॉल्ट ही है हाँ ये मैच देखा था कल किसी ने I regret voting for Tribe. Okay, they got eliminated at the very first day.
Under that pressure, so they could potentially do some massive things here. And one of those people that has been doing massive things already, we've seen him in our top 5 time and time again for individual stats. It's Lucas.
Yeah, Lucasin has turned up for sure over the last couple of days, right? I mean, he's
the best player है क्या इसकी टीम का?
Sporting cars, though, everyone has kind of got up to his level. But yesterday, I think it was during the final Hardpoint versus Luminosity, that is where we saw the godlike Lucasin that we saw back at Mobile Masters. This is why he is considered one of the best players in the world. A conversation we're going to go back to over and over again. If Gallerus win this event, Lucasin is the best player in the world.
100%. I think, you know, this guy comes in every single time. We have that expectation of him. But again, at the same point, we kind of just touched on that. The rest of the team have really been pulling their weight during this event. It has been mostly about Lucas when he's needed to be, but when he hasn't necessarily been performing, the rest of the team have been filling in.
And when they've been filling in, they also have been breaking things. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, we're going to show you a clip from yesterday when
okay.
Passion and Gallerus really came out.
चलो डिस्क ब्रेक कर दिया था वो दिखा रहे हैं.
And it may or may not have resulted in the breaking of a desk here, Brody. Have you ever seen that before?
Stay hydrated.
Then again, I've not been at many World Championships, but still, one desk broken. That's arguably the most damage he's done all weekend long, and he's been doing a lot of damage. So yeah,
इतनी जोर से मारा वही खराब कर दिया डिस्क ही खराब कर दिया.
I didn't see where he actually broke it. He must have kicked.
He like slammed it, I think.
Oh, did he when he
slammed?
Yeah. We should have maybe got stronger desks. Relevant of that, Foggy, yes, okay, very, very aggressive player. We love to see that passion coming out of our players. Though.
Yeah, definitely learned for next year. We'll be reinforcing all of the desks in preparation for the World Championship passion. But of course, we have to talk about the other side of our stage. That is Elevate, one of the only 2 teams that came out of Swiss undefeated ton, now facing off against Gallerus.
They're coming in as the favorites for the tournament. They obviously most recently at CDSI took the win. And that was a huge tournament for them to find, especially in the route that they had to do it. Had to drop down the losers, fight their way back, but they got the job done. And CDSI means a lot in the grand scheme of things coming into this tournament. It is
कैसा लगा मेरा नया look?
Best regions in the game going up against each other, and they conquered that tournament. It is more so pressure on them in this game, though, and that's kind of something we do want to touch on when it does come down to Elevate. The expectations are fully behind.
How much we need to watch to get character skin?
Absolutely, yeah. Elevate have definitely got on their shoulders.
Like you will get information of it in game.
They literally took out everybody that was an important add to that tournament, and the way
एकदम cutie pie.
Fired the respawns. They did not lose a single respawn in bracket play at CDSI, and here at this event, I mean, what, they've lost 1 control, I think is the only respawn that they've lost. That is insane. Look, their S&D might need work, and we'll talk about that as we get into this best of 5, but I mean, if you're just consecutively
okay, Shubham, thank you so much for joining.
Do you even really need it?
I mean, so far they haven't seemed to, but now we're getting into the tougher parts of the competition. We've got some individual stats here for PJ as well. There are just so many impressive performances out of these players.
Yeah, there absolutely are.
आज बड़े खुश लग रहे हो. नहीं ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है.
I thoroughly believe after seeing CDSI, PJ
हाँ मैं AFK हूँ CODM में. अच्छा.
And that is a big call to make. A lot of people always focus on the AR players on these lineups.
तो handsome ही लगता है कि
he's one of the fastest players in the game and he's
start क्यों नहीं करते? अगर start कर देंगे तो फिर 1 घंटे में सब खत्म हो जाएगा ना.
I'm going to highlight our teams here just a little bit. So everyone at home, I hope you're prepared for this one because this is arguably even more evenly matched than the first one already was. It's going to be a banger yet again. I know you want to start talking about these maps here, Brody, because you got some points. You kind of alluded to it a little bit already. Here are the head-to-head map stats that we've got for these 2 teams.
Yeah, for sure.
इनको एक-एक चीज डिटेल में बतानी होती है इसलिए.
This weekend, if Elevate their weaknesses in Search and Destroy, you kind of figure out, right, well, that's where Gallerus need to get into this best of 5. It has to be the Search and Destroy. The question then becomes, does the map set as we get into this best of 5 actually favor that narrative? Are they going to be able to take the Search and Destroy?
Well, बीच में एक 1.5 घंटे का break है.
Search and Destroy be in the background.
Yeah, take off Search and Destroy, very much gone. As soon as it was possible for the side of Elevate, we will get, of course, into the maps in just a second. But this just does very much paint the picture of this game. The Hardpoint should go Elevate's way. The S&D, you would like to think, goes Gallerus' way as well. But both these teams are more than capable of beating the other on each and every game mode. So you would think that it's really about the control, but I would say we probably lean towards Elevate on that game mode specifically as well. But we'll talk about it a little bit more when we do get into the
Masters in the apology. Till 3 AM. देखते हैं लेट होगा मतलब जो लास्ट मैच होगा वो थोड़ा सा लेट होगा 12 बजे तो नहीं खत्म होने वाले हैं
Actually, to give you guys a bit of an insight as to what the vetoes look like, standoff hardpoint, the best hardpoint map for Gallerus was on the table, as was fine.
अरे म्यूजिक वॉल्यूम मेरी तरफ से नहीं है
which you can definitely take down Elevate, and they took neither of
Is it band support? Yeah, they do support me now. They no longer used to,
So, I mean,
but now they do support me.
There has to be a reason. Look, they know themselves better than we do, absolutely. And they must have a reason as to why they want to see them on Tunisia.
वो फाइनल का 7 मैप्स देख के लग रहा है इतना टाइम लगेगा
From this actual tournament, saying to themselves, okay, well, we just want to Hacienda 250 to 249. We're gassed to play that again. Let's get us back into it. Or do they see a weakness potentially in Elevate on those maps?
Yeah, the problem for me though is you've allowed the Tunisia through, and that is by far and away, at least from my perspective, Elevate's best search and destroy maps. So you've had a choice.
7 rounds थक जाएंगे सारे ये तो बट उनको मतलब 1.5 घंटे का ब्रेक इसीलिए मिलता है ये लाइक सब कुछ वो प्रिपेयर होके वो खाना वाना खा ले सब कुछ जैसे कि मतलब फाइनल से पहले सब कुछ सारे तरह से प्रिपेयर हो जाए अरे इन गेम मिलेगा इन गेम में एक दिन में नहीं आ जाता ऑप्शन सेंड करने का एटलीस्ट 3-4 दिन लगते हैं
The matchup starts in the veto process before you even get into that first map. Are you playing those mind games? Are you paying attention to your opponent's?
Elevate gonna cook. Okay, let me just pull a poll. Put a poll in the chat.
Those choices and kind of already set the pace before it's even begun. So I like the points that you guys are making. It'll be interesting to see what that means for these teams in the long run. But I want to know what your thoughts.
मुझे लग रहा है Elevate को ज़्यादा points मिलने वाले हैं.
Who's going to be winning this one, heading their way into grand finals? Now that we also know the map set.
I've been a little bold here.
Ooh.
I have gone for 3-2 Gallerus. Now, it's just a case of them getting to that map 5, and I know Brody's going to disagree with me. I've know his prediction. I've seen it before, but
मुझे लगा यार Elevate को ज़्यादा votes मिलने वाले हैं.
Yeah, and I think kind of the theory craft behind that, right?
मैंने चेक किया था मैं रिसीव कर सकता हूँ क्या नहीं नहीं वो ऐसे ही आता है ब्रो वो ऐसे ही आता है एटलीस्ट 3 दिन लगते हैं अभी मैं अगर सेंड करने का ट्राई करूँ तो वहाँ आएगा कि यू हैव जस्ट फ्रेंडेड योर प्लेस एरर करके आएगा तो किसको मैं तो Elevate को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ नो वेस्ट इन द कॉम्पिटिशन नो वेस्टर्न टीम इन द कॉम्पिटिशन
A big difference in opinion, but I'm here for it, okay? Because on the flip side of that, 3 people went for X-Rock in the last match.
There should be no Western team in the competition.
Now in the grand final, so don't feel like you're the outsider here, Town, okay?
It's all right. I'm confident in my conviction.
This could be your moment, but ladies and gentlemen, it's now.
Yeah, break me. Okay, here we go.
Semi-finals match number 2.
We are very ready for the second semi-final of the day.
In our grand finals, because it's time to find out who that is.
Well, here we go. Q9 await the victor of this second semi-final. An Apocalypse to kick things off here. Elevate, one of their favorite maps. For me, heading into this one, Gallerus have to just make sure they come into it nice and steady. We've seen what
Let's go.
Against a very, very good
Let's go, let's go.
Seen them do yesterday. 135 points on the board before their opponents even got a sniff.
Yeah, it was a horrible time for Wolves. That much was for sure. Elevate, this is
Type 19 चल रही है इसकी तो.
Their pick in towards this best of 5. So if Gallerus can come out swinging here, this is the hard.
Fennec इस मैप में अच्छी चल जाती है. अरे Fennec बहुत लोग चला रहे हैं. Fennec और Type 19 का domination चल रहा है अभी तो.
It's going to be Gallerus though, kicking things off first here, and of course, Ton, most importantly, they are on the better side of the map for the rotation towards New when it inevitably gets there.
Yeah, and it really can help when it does come down to this map specifically. We know how strong that P2 can be, and getting yourself a nice little lead on this map is nothing that you want to try and turn down when you do get that opportunity. So let's see if Gallerus can keep a hold of those spawns. And I think for them it has to be their concentration.
यार aggressive हो रहा है इन दोनों का तो. बहुत ज़्यादा aggressive खेल रहे हैं ये दोनों.
Which is what Elevate are doing. They already have 20 on the board.
Yeah, now the start of the challenge for New though. Already pushing through. One out coming from Hen, so if you want to have Gallerus, you need to hold on. Fokke, a lot to do around this back line, and if you're Fokke, I think you just kind of wait for a bit of reinforcements here. You will soon be challenged by Elevate. If you can win these gunfights as well, that would be everything. Surely not Susano too.
पीछे हार गया gunfight.
Elevate should have the spawns.
So the advantage that Gallerus would have.
Gallery USA से है नहीं Gallery उधर से ब्राजील तरफ से.
P2 rotation fully belonging to the side of Elevate. 33 points on the board for them. Now it's going to grow substantially. Unless Gallerus can find a way through, Hen and Lucasian starting to combine well. It'll be a push through from the middle of the map. They're trying to get a hold of the spawns towards the back. Big gunfights coming in. They can just about win them. So Gallerus have an opportunity.
Spawn मिल गया उनको.
Coming in towards the back. Elevate will be out for a few seconds. 40 seconds to go.
Spawns in. Gallerus now have to hit this at the same time here, but you don't want to funnel all into the line of sight.
Spawn मिल गया Gallerus को. Okay, nice one. Can they capitalize this one?
will get shut down, but those spawns still good for Gallerus.
Still very close here though. If you're the side of Elevate, they managed to get through the tomb side.
चलो अभी इन्होंने होल्ड कर लिया, गैलरीज ने होल्ड कर लिया. अभी ये वापसी करना स्टार्ट करेंगे.
But this is all going to be for around 20 seconds. They've taken their time, did the right thing, but they need to make sure they get this time. They haven't quite got rid of it.
अरे भाई.
Yeah, Elevate still find this one from the front.
Nice shot.
Enough to exactly push them out, but Elevate will hit this over and over again. Susano taking Pabzera down is now going to leave just one left inside the hardpoint.
Grow.
Okay, and there you go.
This guy uses Grow every time, and he was the MVP of his team with a non-meta yesterday. Claw. Elevate Claw.
Flanking play from a couple of players is going to work out because you're losing numbers around the front of the point. Those players in the flank were red as well.
PJ camping at the corner with Purifier.
Now we're seeing a really good reason as to why Elevate are considered one of the best teams in the game when it comes down to Apocalypse and just Hardpoint.
अरे नहीं मिल पाया कोई भी frag.
And so efficient when they need to be. But it's a nice break coming in from Gallerus, but we need to get themselves inside of the point here. 35 seconds remaining on P3. You can pick up some decent time here. It's not necessarily the biggest banker, but Elevate are going to go in there and prove otherwise. There's 4 or 5 kills falling their way. It's a complete team wipe. They get themselves back. It feels like
Elevate का domination दिख रहा है अभी तक तो.
not quite getting in the hill.
Galleries Hardpoint में पहले जाके भी होल्ड नहीं कर पा रही है.
SPS Season 5, it was a problem where maybe Gallerus, I mean, the slaying has never been their issue, but maybe being effective, that slaying has been, and you can't do that against a squad like Elevate that are so damn potent in Hardpoint. They are considered the best.
This guy is just too good with Grow.
For a reason. And right now they're showing off against Gallerus, an 80-point differential. I am feeling exactly the way I felt watching them versus Wolves on this map yesterday.
A growl out from Kalo. Trying to survive, and he is doing so. Susano there alongside of him. Yobby, everybody just doing their jobs right now. Elevate all looking absolutely flawless here.
They are just going away. They're just going away with their lead.
Not struggling whatsoever. Gallerus, we thought they may well come into this.
It seems like a easy task for Elevate till now. Let's see what Galleries have now.
Just a little flat.
Yeah, it comes down to those vetoes. We'll talk
Let's see what they have.
Done and dusted, but I think Apocalypse was just such an uphill battle to kick off this series. It was always going to be. And Elevate, they know it. They're in commanding control of this game. Gallerus haven't even had a sniff at really anything. This entirety of the game thus far, the slaying just has not been there. Lucasson is trying to catch up at 15, but you've got a likes of PJ and Chloe, 18 apiece, 19 now for PJ. Elevate are outslaying them at every single turn. Gallerus, I mean, they just have absolutely nothing to say about it.
Elevate मतलब गन फाइट जीतनी ही नहीं दे रहे Galleries को. They're just too good.
But if we put it into context, yes, okay, they may find themselves around 140 seconds behind by the time we do get over to the second rotation. But a full 60 puts you back into this game and then some. Gallerus need to find that slaying ability though. They're starting to get a few opportunities a little bit later online, but they need to find some good time here at P1. They've got the spawns they want for P2. They need to make sure they
ये वाला बहुत ज़्यादा वो होता है, chaotic हो जाता है ये hard point, सारे तरफ से पड़ने लगती है. Objective player जो रहता है उसमें उसको बहुत मतलब अच्छे से खेलना पड़ता है.
Focus too much on the spawns. There's still 40 seconds left in this hard point. So if you're Gallerus, giving that 40 seconds away, I mean, it's basically a death sentence as far as the rest of this game is concerned.
Purifier 1, 2. Okay, he gets second down.
PJ doubling up the Purify. Gallerus are in.
Lucas has gravity vortex.
No point saying the differential between these two teams' scoreline right now because it just continues.
Oh my gosh, Elevate just continuing to dominate. So ridiculous. I didn't expect this match to be one-sided. This one-sided at least.
Elevate really starting to run away with this one if they weren't already. P2 rotation belongs to them. Every single thing that could be going right for Elevate is
Gallerus.
He misses it.
Look at the hard point right now. You got to hit this one.
Elevate already at second hard point. Okay, nice shot from Lucas. They Elevate still have spawns. Okay. He's alone. He's alone.
That's going to allow the rest of your roster in now, but Gallerus have to get spawns.
Gallerus have managed to get themselves 2 seconds over the last 3 or 4 hills, and now Kalo's just trying to put the pain.
Arey, what is this? He's just, you know.
They can win it at the second iteration of P2.
This is insane for the start of the
2 kills for Pabja.
Pain down on Gallerus. Pabzera, couple of kills though.
Nate से 2 kill ले लिया उसने.
They're still looking at a contest because why not at this stage of the game? Pabzera will find more with that war machine. Elevate can't finish things here regardless, but Yoppie and PJ, the subs are getting it done for Elevate. They want to
just 20 points. 20 more points. 15 more points.
They are so far behind. They're about to possibly get 40-point clubbed if they can't find a rotation over towards P3, which is about to pop in 8 seconds. Elevate have just been indomitable throughout the entirety of the map, and this is the hallmark of a champion team. They have been insane from the word go.
मेरे फिर से operator again का.
Just 11 seconds away from putting a stamp in map number 1 versus Galaris. Your people find a couple of kills. There's the openers here. Galaris.
No.
Yourselves here. Elevate just a few seconds away. Trades in favor of Elevate. Focky, can he do anything?
They have the spawns now. I don't think. Yeah, there is no comeback for Galaris now. GG's Elevate. GG's.
Now, an insatiable start.
That is a beating.
And that was like yeah, complete domination on other team. One-sided, total one-sided. Next SND होगा, देखते हैं क्या होता है. Elevate OP guys. They really played good.
Yeah, I mean, that is possibly the most one-sided hardpoint in a professional game. Call of Duty Mobile at this level, mind you. Even at any level, right? I think we've seen all year. I don't think we've seen anything like that. Even in like
total domination.
Finals of challenge season.
वैसे Elevate का expected था ये चीज. ये मतलब लोग पहले से ही predict कर रहे थे ये चीज.
Just how good Elevate are, not just at Hardpoint, but specifically at Apocalypse. They showboated it yesterday versus Wolves. Today, I mean, it's even worse.
I think Galaris would be heading into this map knowing to themselves like, right, okay, this is going to be a tough.
Elevate just destroyed them.
I don't think they would have thought they would have got beat 250 to 40 though.
It's just too easy for them.
Could be a real confidence thing there, but that was always going to be the case heading into that first map. It was always going to be tough for Galaris.
Lucas 28 kills. But he has only 10 seconds of objective.
That's a brutal start to the series for Galaris. Let's take a look at the scoreboard.
Extremely brutal start.
I kind of mentioned it in the middle of the game, right? PJ. I said it before we got into the matchup. I think he's the best SMG player in the world right now. And he showed it there on Apocalypse. Also shout out to Chloe as well. Had so many 2-pieces and 3-pieces that gave Elevate control over Hardpoints. And he's going to finish hell positive. I mean, Galaris just had no chance. And we've been talking a lot about, right, Galaris, not just Lucasin turning up to these games, but everybody turning up, everybody doing their part for Galaris to get to these matches. This is one of those situations where no, Lucasin is the only one slaying out, and everybody else is just struggling versus Elevate.
Yeah, perhaps
let's see.
I mean, it's almost like you want to speak about the
is there a comeback for them, or is it going to be total one-sided again?
Well, it's not necessarily the start.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
But the way that it's been going, you would have thought that Galaris would have put a bit of a better fight yesterday. They looked so much better in that hard point. But Elevate showing exactly what they're made of in that game mode in particular. Galaris, if you look towards the rest of the series, they have to put that one.
This is a trophy everyone is fighting for.
In that way, can you do that?
Yeah, and this is my worry when we even looked at the kind of the best of 5, right? We kind of sat through and said, okay, how do we think this series is going to break down? And I still think I'm going to stick to my 3-1 prediction here.
My ID, it's IG, which is in capital letters, underscore, stealth as in capital letters, and TEALTH in small letters, and CODM in large letters. Elevate is too good, yeah, one-sided.
By allowing Tunisia search and destroy through, by not getting and going for the firing range instead.
I think they are just preparing to get destroyed again.
I'd feel a lot more confident if it was Galaris right now. Maybe they feel confident in the amount of VOD that they've got on Elevate on Tunisia search and destroy.
They're preparing to get destroyed again.
For the third and final map in that triage, Arsenal control, and we've seen Galaris make mistakes on that over the last couple of days. So it's a daunting first 3 maps for Galaris.
We can talk about the control when we get there a little bit more, because we had some points on that as well. But when it does come down to the search and destroy, we haven't seen it hold from Galaris here, especially over this week. We've seen plenty of takeoff. Well, we've seen
plenty of takeoff.
But every single time, and this is the point, they still haven't yet to lose a search and destroy at this tournament. And this will be their ace in the hole. This is absolutely what they need to find. Put it this way, if Galaris lose this map, I do not see a way into them.
SND will probably be Elevate. You'll have a lot of things to learn, because this is extreme level of, you know, this is a kind of extreme level of IQ and game sense and every gunfights, gameplays.
But again, I mean, Tunisia is such a question mark for me. It really is. You know, allowing in is a really weird one. And let's be clear, there aren't really any good search and destroy maps versus Elevate. Fire and range search and destroy is probably the best one that you could have hoped for. And again, it was there. And
firing range, and it's not firing range. It's SND at Tunisia. Brazil का है, हाँ Brazil का है वो team. Galleries, Brazil का.
Come out on top. And for me, it has to be the sniper pressure coming through from Galleries. You've got to have Lucas in going off of those.
Elevate तो Philippines का है.
Any chance of stopping Elevate getting into the sites?
Well, let's see if they can find it. We'll be loading in just a moment to map number 2. It's a bit of a shell shock for Galleries. They'll have to just regain that composure. Say to yourself, okay, no problem. We go on to our comfort pick now in the search and destroy as we head over towards.
Here we go.
The first time, at least for me this weekend, we haven't seen too much of it. I think we were so used to seeing so much of it over the entirety of the season.
Yeah.
In Europe.
Hold your seat tight because we are going into round 2 of SND in Tunisia.
Interested to see how the picks are going to work. You're very right, Lucas is going to be a problem with that.
Has to be the best, yeah. Tunisia is the best map in terms of SND.
Yeah, and I think Elevate are going to come into this one with pace. They're so good at
SND के लिए best map है ये.
On towards kills as a roster, they do not care. They full send it. And if you take that approach to offense, you will also be good. Fortunately enough, though, for Galleries, they will start things off on the offense. They'll be the ones deciding how the pace of this game will be going to kick things off. And already here, Galleries starting to make their move towards A. Just splitting the forces on defense for the moment here. No idea where everything's going just yet.
मेरे पीछे इसके अच्छा teammate है.
For the majority of the year, Tunisia has been defensively heavy, and it still is.
मुझे लगा कि वो मतलब opponent है. Opponent जैसा लगा था वो footstep.
Teams have started to figure out this attack a little.
शायद ऐसा ही होता है अगर आप expectate में रहते हो.
Looks like it is there.
No one is making any kind of move.
Galleries do not want to be the ones to make a first move here. I know that first blood for Elevate, especially as time has already dwindled down extensively in this round, would be frustrating. There's just so much you've got to share.
ये plant किसको करना है?
You anticipate that there'll be a sniper here watching.
ये plant करना है इसको.
They are currently preoccupied
Galleries को.
and for A. So Galleries could well get some good timing here, but you've got to take out PJ before something there's the opening snipe.
Pabzira gets Candy.
Elevate now, 3-1 split. PJ has a lot to do here on A.
But for Galleries, they don't know where Elevate are right now. They find the pick, and now they start to move. PJ, what can he find? Yeah, he finds one.
They're already afraid. You can see it from their playstyle.
We'll find another one, but the trade's going in Galleries' favor. They've been so clean in the search and destroy. They were patient, and it worked out for them. Kalo now left in a 1 versus 2, be a 1 versus 3 if he can pull it off. The bomb is now down. Lukashin and Foki in a position to hold this. They know where Kalo is or where he was. Hard situation to try and find now if you're Kalo at this stage. Just taking his time, allowing Galleries to maybe overthink things.
Yeah, I mean, Galleries have got this bomb down, right? So Chloe needs to push them. Has he just spotted him out? Do they know? Do they know Clock's got here? Oh, it doesn't matter. Double shots from coming in from Galleries.
Okay, first round for them.
A bit longer than I would have liked to get on towards the site. They do it nonetheless. They work the numbers. It's a great offensive start for Galleries.
Just nice and patient. That's all they needed to do. So they're happy to take their time, and I wonder if that will give Elevate a reason to maybe push forward this time. Seems like a very similar setup, at least on the defensive side. Galleries yet to really make a push in any which direction. A little bit different over towards the B side, but you can see Galleries is starting to scout out towards that side of the map as well. If Lukashin can find a pick, once again, makes the difference, but Susano forward, Hen gets caught. First blood for Elevate.
And this is where I was concerned for Galleries here on the offense. You've now lost that first blood, and you kind of find yourself stuck in the water, right? Because Tunisia is so difficult on the offense to penetrate the sites anyway. Now you got to do it a man down. Galleries will be pushing through the middle of the map here.
तीन लोग इसके मिड में ही हैं.
He has the right weapon for it.
बी पे जा रहे हैं. बी पे प्लांट कर सकते हैं आराम से. तो दो लोग पीछे भी हैं. अरे बच गया ये. Nice R9. He gets the second almost. Okay, no.
will take him down. It's down now left to Abzera.
2v1.
So back and forth on this site, but the thing is there that was good from Elevate. They
Abzera versus Susano and PJ.
So they push out towards Lukashin.
Abzera's got out though. He's now no longer pinned in from Susano, so he's got options here. 30 seconds on the clock. If you can grab that bomb and get the hell out of dodge, you'll be all right.
Oh,
That's a good nade.
क्या बात है? Nice one. नहीं one shot है. अगर वो gunfight लेता तो जीत जाता वहाँ पे वो. अगर वो machine pistol से gunfight लेता तो. He has no idea. He has no idea.
Susano's going to go for the middle map regardless here, so he's going to stick it. Has he just seen it?
Okay.
He walks away. I don't think he saw him.
He's faked it. He's not going to have time. He was waiting for him to come for the pick. It's not going to happen.
अरे पता है अभी दोनों कंफ्यूज कर गए. अभी दोनों कंफ्यूज कर गए. अगर वो प्लांट करने का ट्राई करता तो प्लांट हो जाता बहुत इजीली.
I mean, they played that well enough, yeah. Start of the round was excellent. Gallerus responds arguably more so, but even so, it comes down to 1 versus 1 that Abzera is unable to clutch up on. So Gallerus now having to reset themselves once again. At the very least, though, Elevate haven't drawn first blood this time around. Gallerus right now just weighing up their options. How do they want to approach this one? Elevate have changed things up ever so slightly on the defense here. A couple of players in the middle of the map here. They're anticipating that push through mid.
फिर से ये फोकी हमेशा वहीं पे रहता है आड़ने लेके.
Doesn't land this time. So Elevate are happy to sit, and Gallerus are running out of utility to try and get them through the front door. Suppression from Kendi, he'll find
Nice.
They consider the push over towards A. He's able to back down entirely.
4v5. 5 with 3 now. Okay, this round is of Elevate. They are winning this.
Very solid defensive round from Elevate.
Hello Nita, welcome to the stream. Hello Samaksha, welcome to the stream. Hello Atharva, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, you lose Kendi, so what? You know, the trade.
Hello Sanjit, welcome to the stream.
And SPK could do something incredible. At least he's got an Odin to work with, not just the R9. But still, options are really limited here. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to imagine this is a full completion.
GG's हो गया इनका.
But it is done regardless. And both snipes from Kendi, man. Terrifying.
Kendi अच्छा snipe करते हैं. Okay.
And just if you can find somebody to shut down those angles like that, it just makes it so difficult for the attack to find something. And there's no way that Lukashin expects him to make that push so late in the defensive round. You've seen him push through the archway, take the angle, find a shot.
अच्छा वो नीचे क्या कर रहा था वो?
And then find a little more. It's a bit of a different look now from the side of Gallerus.
Susano with the sniper almost got him.
Susano this time is going to miss the bullet through the middle of the map. Here comes the pressure coming in over towards the B side.
अच्छा दो मिल गया इसको.
Screen finds two in the middle, and all of a sudden
नहीं eliminate हो गया फिर ये.
backs them on down, but still Gallerus have control of this side.
Gallerus के पास है control, but numbers advantage Elevate के पास है. अच्छा 2v3 हो गया numbers. Number favoring Gallerus.
If they so desire. Elevate would hear the audio cue though. PJ is going to get some free looks at some
trade हो गया.
Overwhelming. Now the 2 versus 1. The call should be made to Chloe. What does the reaction look like?
The enemy has the bomb.
Gallerus had to turn around for the bomb. Is Chloe going to be here on time? It's a game of cat and mouse now.
तो वहीं पे
They're
है.
going to go the wrong way. Yes, they are. They're going to collide here together, but the Chloe turn around at the wrong time.
Yeah, I think he's going to the A now. He just turned down again.
The nade will give him the indication that this is exactly what is going on. Have they got any look onto where Chloe
Okay.
is? Because this shot's going to come in. Oh no, they see him. Hen comes off the bomb. 38 seconds to go. They've got plenty of time, and now they know where he is.
Yeah, he's been tagged up as well, so he's going to have to back away here momentarily. That's enough for the bomb to go down. Chloe will take that time to rethink how he wants to approach this one. From the side. Sniper.
Oh my god.
Walks away. Abzera.
अबे दूसरी तरफ से जाएगा ये.
Change up of the angles. Abzera found himself in a 1 versus 1.
गलत एंगल देख रहा है. Maybe अब सही जगह पे है वो. Oh, nice one. 2-2 कर दिया.
Another attacking rounds. 2 apiece now. 2 more rounds to go for Elevate on
And guys, we are only 6 likes away from 150. If you still haven't liked our stream, kindly do me a favor by double tapping on the screen and hitting the like button.
You can tell that Elevate spent the
Are these like esports stream? Yes, it is esports streams.
What's made them so successful?
And this is a esport match. For $1 million prize pool.
He's going to draw first but this time around, excuse me, Clo gets aggressive, gets punished for it. And that's the first time I think the Elevate have misstepped in this S&D thus far. They want to draw an early first blood and unsettle Gallarus, and that goes against them.
It's a classic game of Tunisia. Both two teams being punished for any sort of misstep, such as the level that we're at right now.
Odin लेके जा रहा है.
Majority of their numbers over to one specific site.
They're full sending at B.
May well have an inclination as to what's going on here. So here comes the push. One player goes across, the other comes for the cover. Susanna will have to back on down, but he'll be calling out to his teammates furiously. They are 100% over towards this.
Oh, he missed it.
Shot now with, again from Susanna.
Missed it again. And got by Lucas.
Opens things wide for Gallarus now.
Yeah, now Yoppy needs to get into the action here. Creates some space for the
He's
a surge through the back line here. It's going to be a fast and furious retake.
No connection at all.
Are they ready for it? Kenny's going to take out Lucas in. That's going to be the entry.
3v3. Lucas will fall. Now looking for the picks. PJ will find another.
Nice shot.
Just a ridiculously clean retake from the side of Elevate. There's a 5v3 in Gallarus' favor with the bomb. They lose the round.
And that is just
3v5 हो गया इस बार तो.
If you can't get it done individually, just throw yourselves as a team to the opposition. Elevate do not care if they
Can we teabag? Teabag allowed है या नहीं? Teabag spray allowed है या नहीं पता नहीं. I think emote तो ban होना चाहिए.
One last chance on the offense here for Gallarus. Should be set on Tunisia. You can get any offensive rounds, you're happy with it. So if you can walk away with a third one here, you are content. And this is a team stack and a half coming through from Gallarus.
Oh, here we go though, Elevate here in numbers. Susanna's changed his position up consistently. Here comes the utility. They seem to have gotten out pretty much unscathed until now. Susanna will fall down to Hen. Now everybody else trying to transpire their way over towards the site. Elevate do have some presence here, but Gallarus are going for it again. The bomb will go down. Can they hold it this time?
Yeah, this time it's a 3 versus 5 for Elevate. I think we're going to need something a little bit.
Flash allowed है ना?
Yoppy would have been happy.
Flash अगर डाल देता तो मतलब माउस को मिल सकते हैं दो kills.
No deliverance. 30 seconds on the clock here for Elevate.
Elevate should win this.
Find the first one.
I think the stream is slightly delayed compared to what is happening at the moment, because I can see some chanting in the background. I mean, I can hear.
They can find another one on the Yoppy though. Then they can find another one here onto Hen. Lukashin can find another 7 seconds to go. Lukashin is not found two. And Mihawk cleans it up.
3-3 कर दिया इन्होंने फिर से.
Get the round 3 apiece after 6 defensive rounds from Elevate. You take that all day long if you're Gallarus, but that got stressful.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was stressed when Hen got called on the flank. I thought Hen was going to be the player there that broke everything up for Elevate, but no, it is going to be Pab's error in the end. And now Lucasin has been
I'll do the redemption code giveaway after this match. I mean, after this map. But that very cool Misty skin. You need to be here if you want that skin. There are only 50 limits.
Just getting a feel for what's going on here for Gallarus on the defense.
To reiterate, the defensive side is inevitably a little easier for teams here. So Gallarus with that 3-round.
DL की अब कोई यूज नहीं करता, मतलब सबसे OG गन है, फिर भी मतलब forgotten हो गया e-sports में तो. Tundra replace हो गया उसकी जगह. Okay. Pub-Zero from Galleries taking down one.
Give up the site, but they have the numbers 5v4 in favor of Gallarus.
And I absolutely love this, right? Because you've done it over towards B, so they think something's going right here. Gallarus.
How to redeem? You can redeem it from the redemption center of CODM. I'll provide you the link. You can go it by go to the website by yourself also.
Trades need to go Gallarus' way. They still have the number advantage. They have a little bit more now. Mihawk will take down PJ. Left now with your Yoppy. Susanna.
Okay, done for Elevate this time.
1 versus 4. 20 seconds to go.
Good luck.
Wow, it's a wonderful retake from Gallarus.
Bomb diffused.
They made it count.
Yep, playing as a team are Gallarus there. Aggressive for Elevate, just not able to check all the different angles and overwhelmed by the numbers from Gallarus. Beautiful start. Despite the fact that they lost the site, these retakes, I mean, you know, we've stressed that defense is, or offense, excuse me.
क्या खाते खाने से नहीं होता, ये लोग बस साल भर खेलते हैं, मतलब साल भर मतलब एक साथ खेलते हैं इसलिए होता है. नहीं, एक-एक चीज का मतलब ध्यान रख के. क्या कोच होता है मतलब separately.
Elevate find their way through the front door. Bomb's going to go down a bit.
Yep, that aggression from Elevate once again. Gallarus going to have to wait. 3 flanking players.
Candy
Gotta be ready for it. Yep, he's already found one. Reposition. Is it going to be enough to throw these guys? He can get those
Candy got one.
for another one as well. That's the entirety of the flank picked apart here, just down to Pabzera.
Glow gets taken down.
So difficult from this position because they have a read on exactly.
Pabzera gets taken down. Last one is Lucas, and he's going to get taken down too. Hello Minecraft Cookie, thank you so much for joining, bro.
Yeah, and Elevator just applying their hardpoint strategies right now directly to search and destroy offenses. They are overwhelming these sites over the last couple of rounds of aggression. And Gallerus, I mean, look, they just don't really have a response. Their snipers are brilliant. They're not brilliant enough at the moment to put a stop to Elevate. So 1-1 now on these offensive rounds here for Elevate. Now they're trying to get aggressive once again.
Array, nice fire. Nice fire from Yop. One shot, one shot, one shot. Just challenge him, bro. Okay. Finally someone else did.
If Hen finds anything there, it makes things infinitely better for Gallerus here. You got to retake the site.
Bomb planted, and it's 4v2 now. I think Elevate got this again.
Just looking at for anything for free. He finds Yoppik here. Mihawk's going to go.
Here we go. You pop up, and it's just so easy from this.
That was too easy.
Working well together. Elevate find themselves in the lead. That's 2 attacking rounds now gone in their favor. Gallerus need to switch this one.
Who is that yapping man? I don't know.
I know that's not Gallerus' playstyle, but right now Elevate are hitting you over and over again. And I know the one round they won was because they drew that first blood from a sniper rifle. But I mean, Elevate are playing around it right now. They're playing fast, they're playing aggressive. Once again, Lucasen needs to provide something over here by B. Give us something, Lucasen, if you're a Gallerus fan, and it's absolutely nothing. Elevate once again.
Lucas is down again.
It's just pure shock and awe.
He's the best player of his team, but it's just not his day.
They have to switch something up here on the defensive side, or try and find a retake. That is very much not in their favor. It would have to be a 4 versus 5.
Susano
trying to lock this one down. What can Gallerus find? They'll articulate themselves in the best way they can.
They are all at crossfire situations. They are at crossfire locations. Here we go.
It's just going to be such a hard push, but here they go. The gunfight's starting to go in the way of Elevate, as you would expect them to. 3 versus 1 now in the favor of Elevate. Hen left all on his own.
And then for him.
And there he goes.
6th round for Galleries. It is going to be 2-0 if they win this one.
The search and destroy in this series, it's, I mean, I want to say they're way into this series, but it's kind of an expectation to a certain extent, right? They have to win it. If they want any chance versus Elevate, has to be flawless.
Countless number of nades in the sky.
Send less numbers over towards it. Just have to be heroes here if you're Lucas and your teammates, but they have been.
Nice trade.
Before falling down, Kenny and Susanna will get the trades, but it's 3 versus 3. Not the end of the world for Gallerus, but
now it's 2v2. 3v2.
And all of a sudden, Mihawk and Foki.
Now it's 2v2.
Candy knows exactly what's going on, and you invite them into your clothes, no problem whatsoever. They've got to read now. Bomb will surely go down, but Elevate have the timing, or do they?
Elevate just going to move it away. I mean, why the heck not at this point, right? You know that the B-bomb site's free because Kenny's seen both of those players. And if Kenny can walk away with
bomb is gonna be planted at B.
That would be huge. Kenny, though, thinking better of separating away from his teammate here. Going to go together just in case Gallerus have wrapped back around towards B. But that's not where Gallerus are at.
Okay.
Gallerus are taking their time here because they knew where Kendi was. They will have no clue that he is over the other side.
No, they are still at winery.
So what's the hit going to be? Some of that time has already ticked down. Kendy's holding this angle. Kendy's holding this angle. You have to be careful, but he doesn't shoot. He just gets out, being chased down by Gallerus.
Oh, he's just beside him. He's just behind him. Kendy, he's just behind you.
Try to find a way through, but Mihawk falls. This was supposed to be the game mode that Gallerus were going to find. They can't find it.
2-0 in favor of Elevate.
Dominating this semi-final.
They're dominating.
7-4 in the search and destroy. Asking them what's going on.
And in search and destroy again, I mean, this has to be said. We're going to keep on referring back to the veto conversation. This is why you don't play Elevate on Tunisia search and destroy. If any of you at home haven't seen them play Tunisia search and destroy, why they're so damn good at it. It's such a short map. And if you can't get those snipes off at the start of the round, keeping Elevate away from the site, they're going to overwhelm you with the numbers. They're just going to throw themselves at you. And that is exactly what happened for what, like 4 or 5 rounds consecutively? Only once were Gallerus able to put a stop to it.
You're banking on your sniper players finding something through the front door, right? You are really just relying on that.
Okay, code for the mystery skin.
Then you see Elevate just push all the way.
The limit is of 50.
As soon as Gallerus actually tried to make some sort of adaptation to how they're playing, they got to the wrong side. Hard one to bear. Sometimes it is a bit of a 50-50, but Kendi and Co. I think for me, Kendi was the guy there.
So it's time for the redemption code. This is the last redemption code of the day, which will give you a mystery operator skin, and that is actually a 6 skin. So I'm just pasting it in the chat. You guys can redeem it from the link in the description.
Yeah, and the thing is with Kenya, right, it's not just the snipes, it's not just
so here we go.
Shot, which, let's be honest,
are you guys ready? Just write yes in the chat if you are ready. It's the best, one of the best skin that you are going to have, and it will totally be worth it for you guys to be on the stream.
Those kind of minute decisions are kinship winning roster. And you need those if you want to get to the grand finals. That right now is where Elevate
really ready.
2-0 up. Absolutely cruising. If you are Elevate, relatively comfortable in the game mode, that Gallerus have not lost all weekend long. Tough spot to be in. Unleash the beast. Yeah, well, we need to see that beast unleashed from Gallerus right now if they want a chance in this series. Thank you to Munster and the rest of our partners here to make this event possible. World Championships 2024 has been a spectacle so far, but Gallerus, they're not holding up their end of the bargain in this game. We really
thank you so much, Invincible.
It's going to be a super close game, but also I think in the back of everybody's minds, we knew that this was potentially something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean,
bro, मैं अब तो Elevate को support कर रहा हूँ. I'm supporting Elevate now.
From Peg on C-side control. Outside of that though, I mean, it's just so difficult to take a respawn of Elevate.
Good, just wait. Let the match start.
So they certainly do it, know it now.
Let the match start.
In real time. So going into this best of 5, we were kind of like, right, Gallerus have to win the search and destroy. And again, for me, having seen,
do you think it will be 3-0 or Gallerus are going to make a comeback? What do you think?
Tunisia search and destroy is such a massive question mark, and I think if they do lose this series 3-0, they are going to be feeling, okay, that was probably the biggest error. That right there was the mistake.
Please double tap on the screen and like the stream if you haven't already.
Now we get to have that conversation because
let's try to reach 175 likes. We are also close.
And the reason they lost it, I mean, it's the smallest thing that you can change. Spawn traps are so
comeback हो सकता है. Is it 3-0? 3-0?
They had the opportunities to.
Let's see.
But did not quite get them nailed down, and that really did make a big difference when it came down to fighting up against a team.
तो ज़्यादा इजी हो जाएगा फिर अगर उन्होंने मतलब ना इजीली अगर जीत लिया तो फिर Q9 को भी इतना ही इजीली हरा देंगे वो फिर. Momentum इस टीम के पास है. Momentum, or it's all about momentum. We are all set for the Misty character skin redemption code. Yes, I'm just waiting for the match to start.
About Arsenal control yesterday. I mean, you know, it's just a fundamental kind of part of Arsenal control since it got introduced into the rotation with season 5, right? I mean, the spawn traps are something that
the code is typed in the chat, but I have to send it once the match starts.
And you know, again, we kind of had this discussion after the game yesterday that it was kind of 6 of 1, half a dozen of the
Q9 versus Elevate.
You know, it was messing up those spawn traps. They weren't actually they were getting a player into the spawn, but they didn't have anybody to follow up on it in the middle of the map. But also, it was
I think the final is of best of 7, so I think the other team has a lot of chance to improve themselves. If they make some silly mistakes initially, they have a lot of time to improve themselves.
From yesterday, okay, this is why we got trounced on our.
Let's see that it will be a good match, just not the one-sided domination.
We still might have a series on our hands.
Yeah, Arsenal, control Arsenal.
That's the thing, Brody. They need to turn around. It needs to be different. They need to find something else in this series.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. I'm putting the redeem code in the chat. This is for the Misty Operator skin, which is the day 3rd watch party reward. You can redeem it from the link in the description, or you can buy also going into the redemption center of Call of Duty Mobile. Here we go. Code in the chat, guys. Let's go. If you get this one, just come back and tell that you have got it.
Gallerus have already lost the search and destroy, so path back into this
There we
series,
go.
reverse sweep is required, as you said. Let's see whether Gallerus can get it done, though. Starting things off on the offense here, it looks to be a B hit. Utility thrown over the top by Elevate. That stun connects, and that's the information that Elevate needs to know where they're going. But there's actually plenty presence on site here, so I think they need some.
Nice kill from PC over there.
This play from Funky, as soon as he sees that everybody's pushing over towards it, he knows a flank will be coming. He gets gunned out of his socks. Being ridiculous.
Done. Okay, nice. 3 people.
And now they start to get pressed back
4 people. Nice.
That kill. He's going to find something else here as well. He's already ready and waiting. He sees a few more, gets a kill, dips out, gets another one, dips out, goes for the next one, doesn't find it. Lukashin is there to find the snipe.
How do you rate that operator skin out of 10?
Just struggling so much to deal with these close quarter gunfights.
Alrighty, well, Elevate right now. 2-0 up against Gallerus. They must be on top of the world, but let's hear what their comms are like.
Redeemed, nice. Yeah, Elevate, guys. Talking in Filipino. Oh. अरे एक तो चिल्ला रहा है बहुत ज़्यादा. कैंडी चिल्ला रहा है क्या? नहीं तो कोई और है. क्या हो रहा है भाई? क्या हो रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब वो विदाउट प्रेशर खेल रहे हैं. Okay, I'm pasting it again, guys, if someone missed it.
I don't know what they said because I don't speak Filipino, but it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are letting the opposition know realistically.
Just redeem it till it gets exhausted.
Pub-Zero can find something here as the push over towards A is starting to come through. The gunfight's starting to go the way of Gallerus when they need to. But Kendi is here, and that's always a problem, but Lukashin can shut it down. It just feels like Gallerus have not really arrived onto this series yet.
Hunter-killer drone deployed.
No, it was a dominant round from Elevate on the whole. Gallerus struggling.
नहीं ये लोग Filipinos हैं.
Now Gallerus on the defense. Let's see whether he can have a better fortune. So far, for the most part, so good. Nowhere near as indomitable. You are starting.
अभी तक तो ठीक चल रहा है. अभी तो head to head है अभी तक ये round. देखते हैं next 2 minute में क्या होता है. W skin, thank you so much.
Now the path is open for more players to make their way on towards A.
Guys, if you are the one who got the operator skin, kindly don't forget to like the stream before you leave.
You need to find just a bit of a hold on the map. A is pretty much gone at this stage, so pushing themselves over towards the B side, no problem. It's really going to come down to whether or not Susano can find himself a kill and then push towards the site. The only positive now for Gallerus is that Elevate, well, okay, they have complete control of the site and are wasting operators to a certain degree. Whereas Gallerus have had time to set up over towards that B side.
Well, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Gallerus now might well lose B just as quickly as well. Yoppy with the Sparrow, not going to find that much. Elevate
Still head to head.
Over here. Gallerus don't have anything to say. They're relying on the spawn trap. They've got a player in behind enemy lines, but he's going to get shut down. And now for Elevate, they've got themselves on the point. First tick already through.
And all of a sudden, backs against the wall for Gallerus once again.
अरे ये तो spawn पे घुस रहा है. Okay. 3 को मार के मर गए.
Equalizers are there. And it's just allowing this time to take up. I get a quick translation.
Blacked out, okay.
Of what Elevate are saying to Gallerus, they're saying it's time to go home. They are 2 up in this series. They are 2 up in this country.
I think it's done for Galleries now. We have, I think we are gonna have Elevate versus Q9 in the finals.
Of the CDSI Grand Finals. And of course it would be
Galleries is not looking that good that they used to be. They're just not looking that team.
Henry Cat gonna bring out the Sparrow to kick this round off. They want to be fast, they want to be aggressive. Kenny with the sniper rifle will find one, but for the most part, Gallerus are finding these fights. Klo behind enemy lines though, doing exactly what
Okay, almost died. Almost इसे खुद को मार लिया.
Keeping his team with some sort of map presence, where they really do need it. But right now it feels like
what operator skin? It was Misty operator skin.
Going to go Gallerus's way, and they may well get a little bit of hold over towards B here. Have presence at A, as everybody dead momentarily from the side of Elevate. So for the first time, it feels like their backs are against the wall. Gallerist now trying to hold this. Two different angles they're attacking from.
Okay, nice shot from Kendi.
You may well want to concentrate on over towards
Nice shot. Double shot. Okay, almost triple.
But there's the trade coming on through. Ridiculous from Kendi again.
If anyone can, the Kendi man can. A is gone though. Gallerist get the extra 60 seconds and they currently have a 4 life advantage over Elevate.
I think Elevate ये जीत जाएगी. जैसा crowd के reaction से लगा मुझे.
They've got themselves positioned across the map. They've cut it perfectly. All angles being covered. And Gallerist have to make a choice sooner rather than later. They might well have 2 minutes, but that'll be gone before you know it.
But for Gallerist, they do have
I mean Elevate जीत जाएगी. Crowd के reaction से लगा. Full aggressive है.
Doesn't sound like a lot of time at all, but it's a
They're just holding the objective right now.
Call of Duty to try and set yourselves up.
Yeah, but the thing is of Elevate, right, I just don't think they're going to be the squad. I know we've said they're aggressive, right, they're going to make that mistake, that they're going to throw themselves at you. They're just going to sit and burn this time off the clock. First few shots in, little warning shots, stay the hell out of my area.
Susanna will fall, so that may well give Gallerist the trigger to go. But PJ and Co are starting to do really well. Chloe in the middle of the map has got a little bit of company, may well not need him. My goodness me. Chloe and Yobby combining so well, and now you look at where Gallerist are pushed back into their spawn. You need the players who have been able to push up to stay alive, and that's what they're doing. Lucashin will find one before he gets taken down. They wiped them out.
Still अभी तो neck to neck चल रहा है.
1 minute and 40 seconds is now down to just
अभी कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता.
We're taking your time to make this happen for Gallerist because you now don't have a lot of time to make this work. You don't have a lot of map control to make this work. Chloe's going to get taken out in the middle of the map though, so Gallerist now starting to make this push happen. Susano is watching this, isn't going to get the snipe just yet. It's going to allow those players through, right into the line of sight of Chloe, who is there. Will get shut down though. Gallerist now starting to put this push through from behind.
Chloe 15 kill पे है.
just a little bit, but Susano
उनका बस एक प्लेयर 10 के ऊपर है. ये कौन है?
He's going to read it anyway. PJ is here to help out. Mihawk can find one. Mihawk can find a second. That's a big 2-piece from him. And now they can push forward.
Hen इसका बस Hen 10 kill से ज़्यादा पे है. Gallerist का बाकी सब 10 के नीचे ही है.
And all of a sudden, Gallerist have a chance.
There we go. How much
Okay.
can he get out of this swarm machine?
5 life advantage for Gallerist.
Player scatters towards the middle of the
Okay, I think they have got this round now.
This should be
They got this round.
short of something sensational.
2v10.
Last couple of kills.
2-1. And they are still fighting. They are still fighting. This is not one-sided, at least till now.
It would take the Giga reverse sweep at this stage if you can manage to find it. You were 2-0 down in the series, 2-0 down in the control. We'll plant that seed in case it does happen. But that would be something. But there's the start. Gallerist get around on the board now, need to hold and find another one as well, but Elevator starting to put the pressure on, starting to
Elevate
slow,
at
but this is
attacking
where they
side.
really do revel in the chaos. But Mihawk and Lucashin investing it this time, and they will start to find something. Padzero can find nothing, he falls, but Lucashin finds two. Mihawk now has the predator missile. He starts the pressure on here, Brody.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Para out for Hen. Another one for Mihawk. Yeah, they are just trying to be aggressive now. Galleries are trying to be aggressive. They just want to push them back. Oh my, that was some good play. Okay, they got onto the spawn. Mihawk on the spawn. He has the claw. He got all the score streaks.
There's 5 in a row from Mihawk, make it 6 as well. This is the round surely for Gallerist to tie things.
Yeah, I think they are making a comeback now. 12 lives advantage for Gallerist.
Put the spawn trap together. You've got the best operator in the game to make this work. Tearing them all apart. Is it enough?
He's just taking the revenge of spawn trap.
That just eases the pressure, but then they walk into Hen, who's locking this one down. Eventually, Elevate will get out of their spawn and they will get a touch over towards A. That life differential was a lot worse than it was, but Susano, they just ran back into them. They need to take their time here, Gallerist. They're getting a little too excited, but looking at the lives, there's only 5 seconds on the clock. Gallerist want to try and keep them off this if they can.
Yeah, this life difference is not that much. It can be managed. ये मतलब कम किया जा सकता है ये वाला लाइफ एडवांटेज ज़्यादा नहीं है 5 का ही है
the board now, and a 9 versus 14 is very winnable, especially with the utility that Elevate have on site.
अरे ट्रॉफी लगा दिया उसने ट्रॉफी लगा दिया कैसे कनेक्ट होगा भाई अब 4 का है 5 का लाइफ डिफरेंस ही यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है
another. They can do. Elevate have come away from the brink of defeat in this round, and all of a sudden they're on towards B. They're finding all the kills. Yoppie's still going. Foki can answer back, but here come the upper airs from Elevate as well.
Yeah, Mihawk now going to bring his final streak in. Is it good enough? First stick already through. 6v7 live still in favor of Gallerist here. PJ though with the Annihilator cutting them down.
All of a sudden, Elevate have 5 lives remaining, Gallerist with the 6, but the time is on the side of the team who are in the point, and everybody
Elevate PJ. अरे भाई turn down कर दिया इन्होंने. Here we go, Elevate in the finals, guys. Elevate in the finals.
Who will go to the grand final? Nothing to answer back with from Gallerist.
He just turned down the tables.
Domination from
They were like they were in a disadvantage of 12 lives. Still they were able to, you know, make a comeback.
Rematch of the CDSI Grand Finals. Elevate will get another chance at another championship. The double after the season.
Really, it was really intense match.
Here in 2023, back-to-back Arena Masters, Garena Finals, CDSI. A chance to conquer a chance to conquer
that was
a chance to conquer the world.
A comeback that they will remember their lifetime.
Huge domination out of Elevate, wanting to make sure there was not a single question in there as to why not only they deserve to be in our grand finals, but a question as to whether or not Gallerist was going to be able to hang with their level of competition. Elevate came ready to play today.
Yeah, and I think realistically, we had this theory around Gallerist and how they could.
You'll have देखो किसको कितना मतलब kills मिला है उससे पता चल जाएगा. इसने गेम को पलटा है क्योंकि लाइफ डिफरेंस ही सबसे बड़ा वो था. इसने अच्छा स्पॉन ट्रैप किया था वहाँ पे. So guys, there is no Western team in the competition now. The two teams that have qualified for the finals, both are Eastern teams. One from China, one from Philippines.
Just made them think, oh, okay, this might be tough.
I mean, to be honest with you, I genuinely don't think it was that. Like, I think the Apocalypse Hardpoint, I mean, obviously...
Please double tap on the screen and hit the like button. We are so close to 175 likes. Let's make it happen.
There's got to be a part of themselves of like, we saw what they did to Wolves yesterday. It's Apocalypse Hardpoint. If it goes this way, fine. I think where they lost that series, very clearly lost that series, was in the map number 2. It was the veto. Playing Tunisia against Search and Destroy against Elevate was a huge...
Winner finals. I think it's after 1.5 hours. We'll get to know about from casters only.
Hell, I mean, Tun might even been right. They might have won in game 5. Doesn't happen that often, but he could have been correct. Honestly, that map 2, I think Gallerist will walk away from, and they will be very frustrated that it went down like that.
Cloak 23 kill.
That's why we were even talking about it leading
Yuka 19, PJ at 15, Susano at 11, Indy at 17.
Either way, nothing can be taken away from the performance that Elevate.
That in terms of kill, they were not like too far away. They had almost equal kills, except 1 or 2 players.
Q9 versus Elevate. Little bit of a rematch going on here for the World Championship. You don't want, of all the matches, you have to be here for this one. This is the one you do not want to miss.
Yeah, look,
Guys, ये वाला match कोई भी miss मत करना. पर तुमने miss कर दिया तो फिर regret करोगे.
This is very much as advertised. We did think that Elevate would be able to get themselves here, but whether or not somebody can take them down or not, it was the question. But as advertised for Elevate, and we have a hell of a grand final set up.
Yeah, just very quickly here, going in that grand final, I am so excited to see whether Elevate can take the Search and Destroys again. That was the thing that made the difference at CDS.
Best of 7 है ये. ज़्यादा देर भी चलेगा.
Going to be victory for them again. That is going to be the difference maker.
All right, well, obviously, before we get into all of our grand final action, we still have a little bit more things to do on this side of things. One of them is talking to FDOT with our new winners.
Okay.
We're hanging out here with Yopi, and it's been a fantastic run so far.
GP के code हाँ आ जाएगा 200 पे.
And I've heard the chatter. I mentioned it yesterday. All of the teams are looking at you guys as being the fastest team on the server. Talk to me a little bit about how that affects your gameplay, and if it helps or.
They are just confident. That's the.
We're a 3-year roster team, so we've hard work for this, and we've experienced so many things in the past years that we're together, and now we're here in the top 2 World Championship.
Well, a lot of it, like, it sounds like it's all about kind of believing in yourself and standing tall. So you came in really hot for this one. And then Gallery started making noise at the end. Were you scared? Was that a moment where you're like, oh no, it could fall apart? Or did you know it was just on the way to the finals?
No,
They were
actually,
confident.
We're not scared of any of them all, but you know, we're experienced that we had in the past tournaments like CDSI. We handled the pressure really well, so we all know this.
Well, you went from princes to kings at CDSI. What's the next step for you?
क्या बात है चिराग bro.
I've seen this. Q9 again in the finals. You know it.
There it is. I don't think I need to say anything else from that one. We got Beef Mommy hanging out by the bracket. Thanks for hanging.
I'm on the wall right now with Pab Zera. My dude, you guys tried so hard, but when it comes to it, what happened in that gameplay? And
Spanish बोलेगा ये?
to that control game, you guys almost turned things around, but what happened there when it comes to the comms?
Papzera, o jogo foi incrível, a gente viu que vocês tentaram de tudo, mas a gente queria saber o que foi que aconteceu nessa partida.
Cara, a gente sabia que no Apocalipse a gente poderia ter entrado no Snowball da Elevate.
अच्छा ये बोला कि अपोकैलिप्स में इसका वो हो गया मतलब गड़बड़ हो गई इनसे.
Acabou que tomamos esse Snowball, eles puxaram o operador primeiro, então não tinha muito o que fazer no primeiro mapa. Era um conforto deles, um conforto nosso também. Nós se deu algumas situações, eles conseguiram converter. Poderia ter ganhado um clutch também, que seria bom para o nosso momento. E contra o Arsenal também agora, eu acredito que a gente poderia ter ganho. E é isso, eles foram melhor, foram superiores e mereceram estar na final.
Okay, we tried to win the first match Apocalypse, and since we didn't get it, we tried for the second, but almost everything did wrong in them. But we're gonna try.
Good luck, brother. You played really good. Better luck next time.
You set it up perfectly for me. Thank you so much, Pabzera. Of course, 2025 is going to look very good for you guys, but one last question. Can he expound as to how they're going to do 2025 differently, knowing very well that it has been an Eastern dominance this year? How is Galleries going to make things different next year?
Hello Steve, welcome to the stream.
Como que a Galleries vai conseguir se preparar para fazer diferente em 2025?
Cara, acredito que a gente vai manter a mesma line-up, a gente vai procurar se adaptar melhor para o estilo de jogo deles. É o que a gente mais está tendo dificuldade, é ter tipo...
United, my prediction is for... wait, let me just update the poll.
Se adaptar a isso. E é isso, vamos tentar mudar nosso estilo de jogo para counterar eles em 2025.
We're gonna keep the same lineup, we're gonna study them really hard, and that's it, we're gonna win next time.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Pabzera. Good luck again next year, my dude. All right, here we go. When it comes to the matchup, of course, it is very difficult to see another team go, but of course, that is your best Western team here in the tournament. But of course, we need to see it happen. Yopi, come up here on the wall as we're finally gonna be crossing off one more team. And hearts all around. We love to see it. Thank you so much. And of course, people back at home, viewership, the world, you wouldn't want to miss this. Elevate versus Q9.
Yeah, don't miss this, guys.
Gonna be up next.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODM World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Elevate one side. Last match of the tournament, the final. But 30 likes, 30 more likes, for another Google Play gift card redemption code giveaway. We already did 2. Strategic Q9 versus aggressive elevate. Q9 चौक करने वाली है यहाँ पे, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि वन साइडेड हो सकता है ये एलिवेट के फेवर में. तुम लोगों का क्या ख्याल है? जो भी है, हमारा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप 2024 का ये फाइनल मैच है. और ये मतलब पता है, किसी को पता है कि मतलब फर्स्ट का प्राइस पूल कितना है, फर्स्ट प्लेस का? ये बताओ अगर चैट में पता है किसी को तो. अरे भाई 4 लाख डॉलर्स बस फर्स्ट प्लेस वाले को. बाकी सेकंड को शायद 1,80,000 डॉलर्स है. 4 लाख डॉलर्स अराउंड हो गए. अराउंड आई थिंक 3.5 करोड़ के आसपास हो गए. 3.5 करोड़ 5 प्लेयर्स में. These money are like life changing for these guys. अगर समझो, अगर 3.5 करोड़ मिलता है तो इसको 5 में डिवाइड करो. 5 में नहीं, मतलब 10 में ही डिवाइड कर दो. मान के चलो और दे दिया, मतलब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का भी हिस्सा है, ये है वो है, फिर भी कितना होया? अरे 35 लाख तो आ गए हाथ में. आई थिंक उससे ज़्यादा ही होगा. और फिर इनके स्पॉन्सर्स वगैरह, इनसे भी मिलता होगा उनको. टैक्स 30%. फिलीपींस में टैक्स 30% थोड़ी है. चाइना का तो नहीं पता. टैक्स नहीं लगता? टैक्स लगता होगा सबसे. यूएसए में बहुत ज़्यादा टैक्स लगता है. अब इनका नहीं पता है, चाइना का तो नहीं पता. हाँ, हमारा तो 28% लगता है. पहले तो शायद 18% लगता था या कैसा कुछ. हमारा अब 28% लगता है टैक्स. ये देखो स्पॉन्सर. स्पॉन्सर है ये हमारे कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के DHL.
DHL is a big part of what we do up here, helps us put on a show and bring everything to you guys. So, Cargo.
निर्मला जी टैक्स लगाने फुल फॉर्म में. हाँ नहीं, 28% ही है हमारा तो. मतलब जो ई स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह से होता है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन से, उस पर 28% ही लगता है, ज़्यादा नहीं लगता. डिपेंड करता है उस पर, लाइक टोटल अर्निंग पे. शायद अगर 10 लाख से ज़्यादा होता है तब उस पर 30% लगाते हैं. रोबोट आ गया. DHL show sponsor. ये रोबोट रोज रोज आ जाता है भाई.
So here's how we're gonna do it. Real strategic like. Whoever's loudest gets the stuff. Go!
1.3 आवर्स का ब्रेक है. क्वार्टर में ओपन कर लो. नहीं मुझे नहीं लगता उतने का होगा. अगर टीम से रेडी होगी तो फिर जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. Are people crazy enough that they join the stream? I mean, the event in person. मुझे नहीं पता था कि CODM के लिए भी मतलब इतना क्रेज है कि लोग वहाँ भी पहुँच जाए. मतलब फिलीपींस से भी कुछ लोग गए हैं. हाइप क्रिएट करो. कैसे करें क्रिएट बताओ. हमारा भी केयर पैकेज आने वाला है. लाइक कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल की तरफ से हुडी होगा शायद. किट है एक और एक कैप है. बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये चैंपियनशिप खत्म होने के बाद आएगा कल परसों में. Should I put my ID online? Should I put my CODM account? Just kidding.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Who is this guy?
Thank you guys for having me. I'm so excited to be up
No
here.
one knows this guy.
So many different things with you guys right now.
All right, we're going to start talking all things Call of Duty Mobile here in just a little bit. We'll also talk about the grand finals. But before we do that, we have a little bit of a special surprise in store for all of you here hanging out with us. I mean, we can't do an event as big as our World Championship and, of course, not have an equally big announcement.
मैं 2K पे करने के लिए तैयार हूँ. उसके लिए मुझे कोई नहीं है इशू.
Because before we jump into our finals competition, we have a new
W skin.
mobile map to announce.
This is the new map of Call of Duty Mobile, Cry, which is coming in Battle Royale. This is the trailer of that map. I think we will be getting more informations on this map. Actually looking so sick, futuristic type का लग रहा है. Guys, W for this map. W for this map in the chat. कुछ नया खेलने को मिलेगा बहुत सालों के बाद. 5th anniversary. It's coming on 5th anniversary.
November 6th is right around the corner, so that should be very exciting for everybody at home. Hopefully you're as stoked about this news as we are, because it's to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary. Call of Duty Mobile is adding that brand new map to level up your Battle Royale experience. It's going to be called Cry, all right? And this is really cool, and I'm glad you're here for this specific moment, Himbo, because I want to pick your brain on this one. First of all, 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile. You're obviously an expert in the game. How cool is that? Just talk to me about
5 years of Call of Duty Mobile, but when did you all start playing? When did you all start playing? Just let me know in the chat. The exact date. If you can tell it with the exact date, then that would be super good. But still, if you remember the year, then also it will be good.
Blackout, but larger than Alcatraz. Lots of compact POIs. We've got some seriously tall buildings, like depending on where you are.
OG Season 6, okay, that Ghost Cowboy one, I remember. 2023, nice. 2021, Loki Wala Locust, nice. Abdul Sadiq, November 2023. You are pretty new. You don't, like, you are not even 1 year old. Shriyansh Mukherjee, 2021, you had 3 years now. I remember No Ferg and Bobby, okay. September, December 2021.
and overall map style.
Aryan Kareed, October 2019 beta was. Wow, you are an OG player. Aryan is an OG player. 2019 Sanjay Singh. Broski edits next door. December 2020. Still 4 years. 22 October 2023. 1 year. 300 लेवल है अच्छा मैं हम लोग तो मतलब 350 पे कब से बैठे हैं 5-6 महीने से बैठे हैं
little different. So being able to kind of marry both worlds together with Cry, where you have these complex, large structures, so you can still have these long range and intricate gunfights and like these nasty angles that you might want to
इसकी बात सुन लेते हैं रुको
type of map, but at the same time, since they're so compact and so small at the same time, and also having these little urban areas that people can go around and these little headies and everything, makes it so that these people who want to have a multiplayer experience can actually have something reasonably close to that too. I think it's just going to be a great unification of both worlds.
Now, one of the things that we got to see in that little trailer there for this is the fact that we've got not only a variety of POIs, but a lot of them: Tranquility Parish, Safari Land, Animal Play Park, Principia Sanatorium, Thistledown Village, and
these are the names of new map locations.
Cold War. So how cool is it?
Cold War का location आ रहा है इस पे Cry में Cry अगर आ गया ना तो फिर ये bots रह जाएंगे इसमें Blackout में और इसमें Isolated में फिर ऐसा होगा कि एक मैप को हटाना पड़ेगा गेम को तभी इंटरेस्टिंग बन पाएगा मुझे लगता है हट जाएगा कोई ना कोई हट जाएगा कोई मैप हट जाएगा एक मैप मोस्ट प्रोबेबली आई थिंक Blackout हटा देंगे
the game in of itself. And so I'm just incredibly excited to see how all the players explore all these POIs, and at the same time they run down the memory lane a bit.
OG map kinda better, yeah. The oldest map is Isolated, right? A Blackout. No, I think Isolated only.
Maybe we can see a VR esports.
There's a new Jumbie UI. I know, but the collab is coming for only global and Chinese version. Urbanized Call of Duty Mobile. That is going to be a good experience. I hope they also optimize the character layout and some kind of movements. I just want them to add something new in terms of movement and other mechanics. That is going to make things good.
Strategic gameplay that can come in here is going to be very unique. It's going to be very different from any other BR map. I know that BR has been yearning so much now, the community there, to actually have some kind of esports structure. And if there's a map that's going to help propel, making that actually come true, then
I बना रहे Friday. Alcatraz तो रहेगा ही. Alcatraz से I don't think वो कुछ करेंगे.
At the very least, the players are going to have a completely unique experience that they've never been able to have before.
All right, well, we're just moments away from getting into our grand finals. So before we let you go, I gotta ask you your thoughts. We've got Q9 and we
थोड़ी देर बाद ही होने वाला है. Finals थोड़ी देर बाद ही होने वाला है.
I want to know
best of 7.
Professional analyst brain side of things. How you see this match playing out?
Guys, double tap on the screen and hit the like button. We have a code to give away at 200 likes. If you still haven't liked our stream. ये बंदा डेवलपर है कि पता नहीं कौन है आ गया कहीं से पता नहीं कहाँ से उठा के ले आया इसको HOD होगा डेवलपमेंट का क्या पता कहाँ से आ गया
of the East, being PJ and Yopi. But let's not forget about the rest of their players as well. What's really exciting to note is that the play styles of the two teams are very different. We see that Elevate is just, well, as people would put it, W keying pretty much into the point every single time and just winning the gunfights, just brute forcing their way into the hill, regardless of operator or not, who cares? But then Q9 just showing the fact that they have such good control and such good discipline as a whole, and they have incredible understanding of
almost 200 likes. Let's go.
Really exciting to see how the hardpoint breaks down. I think it's going to be
कोड को कितने लोग मतलब mostly I mean limit 50 का होता है.
Obviously we think will dominate. However, at the same time, let's not cut Elevate.
Godlight का क्या हुआ? Eliminate हो गई वो.
And did an incredible job on that team. Despite the fact that it's a defense-oriented map, they still managed to go through and plow through and show that, hey, we got this on offense.
Anyway, full respect to him, whoever he is.
Potentially give Q9 a run for their money. And I think finally the controls is going to be really interesting to see. At the end of the day, whoever wins, the East will celebrate. But regardless, I'm incredibly excited.
AC is definitely going to celebrate.
Pick a winner, it's going to be Elevate.
Ooh, all right, you heard it.
Spicy.
Love that. Well, Hippo,
Okay, he's
thank you so
predicting
much
for
your
Elevate.
actual audition, for becoming one of our permanent analysts here on the desk. You did a fantastic job hanging out with us.
What
It was
will be
so
a
nice to get
Google
to
Play
chat with you,
gift
as
card
it
of
always
100
is.
rupees?
We're going to start getting ready for grand finals. Before we do that, though, I do have Beef Mommy standing by with Noisy Butters for an interview.
Noisy Butters?
Dang, really spicy takes on the desk. But of course, what is spicier? I got Noisy Butters right here. How are you doing? We are at DreamHack.
Oh my gosh, we're here at DreamHack Atlanta watching COD Mobile competitive. I am having the time of my life.
I mean, you've been
ये
watching
सिंगर विंगर है क्या कुछ?
for the past few years. How is that compared to Call of Duty Mobile?
I gotta tell you, the players seem to be very
मैच चालू थोड़ी देर में होगा.
respectful in a way in COD Mobile. I'm so used to a lot of trash talk. It's nice to kind of sit back and relax a little bit, but I think there could be more rivalry.
I mean, you can see the hearts all over here. Like, they're very nice people. I mean,
I love the hearts. Whoever's putting the hearts, I'm cheering for you. It's Q9, right?
yeah, they started the heart thing since last year. So they did that last year too when another Chinese team actually exited. So that's pretty cute. Again,
God like किससे eliminate हुए? God like Elevate से हुई थी शायद. X-Rock से हुई थी, sorry.
I'm so excited about it. I don't know much too much of the teams, but I'm here to learn. I'm here to watch some good
अच्छा, CODM PC की camo grinder. Nice.
Learning, of course. This is your first time watching Call of Duty Mobile. What do you think? Like, you said a lot about COD Mobile a while ago when we were talking, right? It looks colorful. It looks really fun.
I love the ability to use blueprints. Like, there was a purifier that usually has the fire, but it was water instead. And I live for that.
That was the free legendary skin.
That would be very sick. I mean, can we please have that in the mainline COD? I actually heard from a lot of pro players from COD wanting to play COD Mobile because you have maps from past CODs. What do you think about that? You got Modern Warfare 3 maps, you have Black Ops maps. What do you think about that in general?
We got Hacienda, baby. That's one of my favorite Call of Duty maps of all time. I'm there. I'm having a good time watching.
Speaking of Hacienda, that is a map
कौन सी free legendary? We don't know yet, bro.
Points are close, like 249 and 250. Are you excited, or do you want to see that in the grand finals? Because it's a best of 7.
If I could see more Hacienda, because I saw that Hardpoint with LG and with the 249 and the comeback. So I'm hoping to see more of that.
Let's see if we're going to see more of that. Thank you so much, Butters. You have an amazing
We'll have to appreciate the energy level of Beef Mommy. She's always active. She's always energetic. Q9 versus Elevate after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy,
अरे हो गया bro, उसके पीछे मत पड़ो अब.
and the United States Air Force.
Elevate has beaten Q9. Will they beat them again in this tournament? That's what we are waiting for. 3 minutes and we'll be starting for the grand finale of Call of Duty Mobile 1 Championship. अच्छा कोई बात नहीं. Hello JS, welcome back. I voted for Elevate. Okay. That's okay. The biggest match of 2024 is going to start after 2 minutes. You guys won't wanna miss this. You guys will regret missing this one, I'm sure. I'm coming for you. Double tap on the screen to see the magic. We are so close to 200 likes. can day 1 codes work now? "30 more seconds."
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even king in the crown is lost.
Chegando, mais um pilar agora. Mais um chegando. Mais um antigo ainda. Vai ser valeu. Valeu, mano, bora fazer.
Best of 7 हो गई है.
Labi, ito pumasok labi. Flashing ako dyan, Napatili kayo, Kloyan. Dasit na, patay, dasit. Last one trap ako ah. May 20 isa. Tara. Tas copy. Last 3. Labi lang.
Who is winning, guys? We have a lot of support for Elevate in the chat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are moments away from getting into the grand finals, from determining a team that will be crowned the best in the region, that will hoist that trophy above their heads. And it's going to be a fantastic way to close out a very exciting weekend of Call of Duty Mobile action. Before we get into it, let's recap what we've seen so far here today, because we saw an insanely close semifinal.
This is full screen only. This is full screen.
Elevate for semifinals 2. So if you guys are just joining us here, we'll give you a little bit.
If Elevate win, I will sing tomorrow national anthem in my college.
Instant classic. I mean,
Okay.
by far the best series so far this weekend. It's been a series.
It's
that we've
okay,
seen
Rishi,
both
at least you
teams
joined.
obviously square up against in a number of different ways throughout the entirety of the year, and those also provided some of the most legendary series that we've had in COD Mobile globally. So makes sense that the semifinal started off with a banger. Q9 does get the last 2 edges though over X-Rock, taking down #1 seed out of China.
I mean, we started off effectively with a grand finals matchup. It started out the first semifinal.
Elevate Indian array. इससे बोलते Elevate Indian team है. They are Filipino team.
That's not true. But still, nonetheless, I think that for X-Rock, got to feel pretty good about your tournament. Obviously, you want to be able to make it to be #1. Again, the run back for Elevate would have been sick, but Q9, as you say, get the last touches.
I mean, top 4 is not too shabby. Obviously, the ultimate goal is to be the last team standing. However, we had 2 more fighting for that second spot. It was Galaris, it was Elevate, and Elevate just was not taking any prisoners. Okay, they were like, we're in, we're out, let's go.
Yeah, it was. I want to say that it was a non-benefactor for Galoris to even spawn into that first map. I mean, 40 points is crazy. 250 to 40 on an Apocalypse Hardpoint. It ended on the second.
I was only focused on Chinese and Indian teams.
7-4 in the Tunisia, and I will say this much:
Good.
Galoris did do a great job at almost fighting back in that control, being able to take that round,
Both
but
teams from the east. Nice.
and that Apocalypse Hardpoint, you could just clearly see who the better team was.
It's so difficult to pick and ban versus Elevate squad, because if you ban the Apocalypse, then you have to play them on Summit. It's just so weird to see a team do so well on such a wide open big map and then be able to still follow up and run you down on one of the smallest maps we've ever had in the Hardpoint map pool. So this Elevate team looks like it's got every single base covered, which is dangerous for anyone who goes up against them, as learned by Galaris.
Now, when we're looking at the semifinals, is that what you were expecting, even just regional representation-wise, Galaris being the only squad that was really able to survive until top 4 for the West?
Well, both of us look like bumbling fools, because we absolutely did have X-Rock beating Q9 in our first semifinal, so that's obviously not happening. But I think at the end of the day, yes, I did have Elevate making it all the way to the grand finals. Like Hippo was just talking about, they just won CDSI not even a week ago.
Yeah, I need a little bit of copium from my Western region. Galaris, they showed up for Latin America, but no one showed up today for North America.
Oh, no.
So I gotta get this going to hopefully inspire some future confidence for my North American counterparts, because wow, they were terrible this weekend. So I got to do something. We sounded like fools. Now I wanted to look like one. So
You didn't need the hat for it.
I know.
Rate him out of 10. Rate him out of 10.
I needed to find a reason. Betty would have killed me if I did.
Well, I'm just gonna now you're gonna have to leave that on.
Not for the whole time.
We'll drop the code once the match start.
At least for the next 7 maps.
Yes. No.
We'll have to be super quick because it's gonna someone may have opened their laptop and they were just ready to do so. We'll have to be quick. If you have another device, you can use that.
For teams to have a little bit of back and forth. So it's gonna go on just that much longer, which makes it even more exciting. But I think we've kept you waiting long enough. It is time for the grand
finals. It's time for the grand finals.
We cannot do that without our top 2 teams in the world. It's time to bring out Q9 and Elevate.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Here we go. Charged up for the final, the grand finale of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2024. This will be the 4th or 5th? 5th final in the history of Call of Duty Mobile. I think it will be 4th only. 2020, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. No, it will be 5th. It will be 5th. Yeah, let's see some hype in the chat, guys. I just want to see some hype in the chat. Let's hype up the finals. This is going to be huge. You won't be, I mean, I have said it multiple times that if you miss this one, you miss the whole tournament. We don't have only one course, we have 2 codes this time, but not one after the other. We'll have to do it after some interval.
Our team strength is a no-brainer. It's always going to be response, and what we're working on is our search and destroy. We're always going past our limit. We're always going to exceed everyone's expectation. Everyone's always doing their parts. We win and lose as a team. So
Elevate is favorite. Elevate is favorite, guys.
Q9. I wonder when the day will come.
I guess only people watch it.
It's the day.
They. No, actually, I don't think so. But we have to create some kind of hype. Google Play gift card. मैं कुछ ज़्यादा ही जेनरस बन जाता हूँ, इसलिए मतलब ऐसा फील होता है लोगों को. अच्छा, एंट्री हो रही है अब. One by one entering. ये तो लाइट कैमरा एक्शन कर रहा है ये लोग. Guys, I just want to see some hype in the chat. There is no hype for this match. Why so? Tusano. Elevate wins. Hype. Candy. PJ. Elevate can elaborate their skills. Let the match start, guys. Let the match start. Just don't be desperate.
Our teams are on the stage and getting themselves ready to dive into this final portion of our competition. Best of 7 grand finals, $400,000 first place prize.
अरे सर अब लैपटॉप लेके बैठा है रुको स्टार्ट होने तो बस आई थिंक एक टीम और का एंट्री होगा उसके बाद हो जाएगा सब कुछ गोटेस्ट मैच हाँ let me just cop control and see it then for now.
The part that you guys are best at. Let's start talking about these squads. Q9 first. Tell me about why they could potentially be bringing this one home.
Yeah, high praise coming from the color commentator nomination for Esports Awards of the Year, so I like that in terms of our analysis coming out. But Q9, unbelievably solid against X-Rock. Without question, all the improvements that they needed to make. And I think that's the most important thing about this Q9 team. They've done that time and time again. Inside their region first and foremost, and then being able to turn up and find a way to try to improve versus Elevate team that has beat them not once, but twice already in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, listen.
Hey guys.
There's no surprise here. I feel like everybody probably had in their minds that this was going to be the rematch we were going to be getting for the grand finals here. They've done everything possible to clean up every single dirty corner of their game, mostly looking at the respawns. We know what we're going to get out of Search and Destroy from these guys, but the respawns is what they immediately need to focus on walking away from CDSI.
And I think the other part about this for Q9 is, you know, trying to find the right route to hit this Elevate team. I don't mean that in like individually, how do they move around the map, but what maps are they going to put on the table? Best of 7. This is going to lean, you would think, more towards Q9's favor because there's going to be 3 Search and Destroys in the picture.
So best of 7.
Target away one of Elevate's best maps for Hardpoint. Can you find a way to get them into uncomfortable positions on the control? That's how Q9 comes through and wins.
First match is SND
It's known information.
और Hardpoint. I think it should be Hardpoint. पहला मैच कौन है guys? कौन सा है?
Earlier, what we got to see from their Hacienda and Apocalypse versus X-Rock, they are more than prepared to set themselves up for those big match moments. Uling in particular.
Okay, it's too late. Okay, so guys, are you ready? Are you ready for the Google Play gift card? I'm just pasting it before the match starts. Are you guys ready? I just wanna see yes in the chat before the match starts. Are you ready?
Done a good job of everyone bringing whatever they can to the table.
Let's go. On count of 3, I'll be pasting it. Are you guys? I think you should always prepare for it. And we have another one at 240 likes. We have another code which will be the last code of today. Here we go. At count of 3, I'm pasting it in the chat. It's 1, 2, and 300 rupees का होगा. Here we go. Code in the chat. Redeem. Redeem as fast as you can.
Throughout the entirety of this weekend so far, the clear-cut favorites. I mean, I thought that Galores was going to give them a certain run for their money in the respawn because they are heavy slayers. Nah, Elevator just that much better in every single respawn game that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost one respawn map on the weekend. It was a control yesterday. You had to go back to CDSI to figure out the last time they lost a respawn. They've only lost 3 in total over the course of the last month and change. It's really, really good. I think most impressively, we keep hearing...
Soul Gaming, are you serious?
We have to be better at Search and Destroy. We have to be better at Search and Destroy. And boy, did they ever...
No, I don't think.
Tunisia versus Gallerus, getting deep on their offense into the site, scaling to points where Gallerus were never able to hit retakes. That's an important note because they're going to need to try to find to do the same way against Q9.
Okay, hard luck for you guys. We have one more at 250 likes.
They're just so formidable when it comes down to their resource management.
Congratulations, Soul Gaming.
But it's just the pressure that gets layered on from Ken.
ना जल्दी ये copy paste कैसे कर लिया?
Represented here of Elevate that is just so oppressive that sometimes you just have no answers.
Got love for both of the squads right now. Q9 flag plus that Elevate jersey, as we'll get an opportunity to pull up some stats for Elevate as well. PJ is just...
yeah, he's been unbelievable. I mean, Kendi was your CDSI MVP. There's definitely been moments in the Search and Destroy where...
Guys, let's focus on match now. I think we are done with those things. Let's focus on match.
They have been unbelievable as a dynamic SMG duo. They are very, very tough to stop. They're also the leading vanguard towards these aggressive pushes that you continually see for scrap time, on rotation, as they break hills. It's just they're everywhere all the time, it feels like.
You talk a lot about those improvements when it comes down to the search and destroy. Susano has been that guy with the sniper rifle in hand, and the reason being to set up Yopi in PJ.
I think Snowy was right.
It's all about that teamwork, figuring out each individual
Here we go.
and their weaknesses. And
Just start the match already.
you guys were saying, who's best on
Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters,
our teams getting
right?
themselves hyped up, ready to go for our grand finals. Let's take a look back at the history between these two teams.
Yeah, we already have 4 hours of grand finals now.
There's a recent and now enduring history between these two spots.
Yeah, but in particular, you look at Q9 and kind of their storied success not being capped off with the W. In their own region for China Masters, both in the Season 8 Stage 1 and Season 8 Stage 2, they fell short to X-Rock. That would happen again when it mattered.
China Master 2024 Stage 1.
Championship. They would eventually get their
X-Rock से हार गई है. Q9 हर बार हारा, X-Rock से 3 बार, Elevate से 1 बार.
So this is their 5th grand final at a major event this year, trying to right the wrongs that they faced earlier.
Q9 lost 3 times.
The #1 Chinese team representing everybody last year.
Good
Wolves
point
beat
too,
them. Ended up coming through here. #2, they beat #1, cementing that they are better than X-Rock at this point in time. But the answer still has to be asked. Can you
We have one more code giveaway at 250. We want to stay. If someone wants to stay, can stay.
Maybe barring the opening of Apocalypse map #4 versus X-Rock, but the time is now. You have to respond to what happened at CDSI not too long ago.
Absolutely. We've mentioned that quite a few times. There's probably a chip on their shoulder, a little bit of something to prove here as we're heading into our grand finals, and we get to see a look at some of these mode stats for these squads. Do you think this is an accurate picture to be painting here, Ships?
Absolutely. Respawn dominance for Elevate, search and destroy dominance for Q9. That's been the biggest point. And I think the other side of this is when you deal with two teams that have preferred game modes, we always look at what map 3 often is. But it's not just map 3. It's map 3 and map 6. Control. Right. Both these two teams have been right down the line even in terms of how they've played the mode so far this weekend.
This is going to be a game of Control. The Hardpoint's more than likely to Elevate. The search and destroys more than likely the Q9. That is typically how the history is drawn between these two teams.
Okay, let's go.
This will 100% come down to the controls. Two Ships Point having both those controls very much so in play. Q9 need to respond to either one, if not potentially both, if this does end up going the distance.
I cannot wait to see if they've got any sort of secrets up their sleeve. You get a chance to take another look at this trophy. And I know I keep talking about the trophy, but don't forget about the rings. This is the first time we've got them out there lined up, ready to go. Those rings
भाई कितनी बार ट्रॉफी दिखाएगा? देख चुके हैं already.
They really are. They are as cool as the trophy itself as we get those map picks through here. Best of 7, lots of choices had to be made.
Yeah, and I think the thing here for Q9 is you have to decide. Do you want to play him on Summit? Do you want to play him on Apocalypse? You can only ban one. So they get rid of the Apocalypse. Makes sense, especially...
Guys, the first map is Hardpoint at Summit. What are your predictions?
Not the worst news for Q9. They've played it a bunch. We then have some repeat modes from when they played last time. Firing range.
What are your predictions for Hardpoint Summit? What are your predictions for Hardpoint Summit? Elevate or Q9?
And then you've got the Hacienda, which is a run back, the Express, which is a
Elevate.
choice, and then
Shubham Bhargav Elevate. Shodit Parida Elevate. Okay. All Gaming Elevate. Okay.
You could have drawn up a best of 7 that is basically a force of what have you learned in between CDSI and this very moment of time.
Okay, we can make we can do one thing. We can make poll.
So little time to be able to learn, to be able to go back to study that VOD. I'm sure that Q9 have been preparing for this exact matchup, but it's just a little few speed bumps that got them in their way to get to this point in time. Now it's this point in time where you do have to take all of the pencil pushing that you found for yourself, all the books you read, the VOD you reviewed. The time is now.
All right, well, everyone at home, let us know how you're feeling about this matchup. Do you think it's going to be Q9 that will be crowned the champion, or will it be Elevate? I can't wait to see how this plays out. I will let the two of you talk about that as we dive into the match, because it is about ready to get underway. So ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the
Put your seat belts on.
Championship are about to kick off.
Put your seat belts on, guys. We're good to go. We're good to go.
About this best of 7, just to kind of talk to the dynamic that involves a best of 7. Elevate are going to have an advantage early
Here we
in the
go.
season because they get
First
the
map.
first opening map selection.
Call of Duty
and also
Mobile
they get
World
their
Championship
first control
2024.
selection. So it is crucial for
Hardpoint
Q9
Summit.
to keep things tight.
Okay, rolling with Odin. Gets one.
Down the road where you see your arsenal and a very square footing on the Kurahana.
I think it puts an exclamation mark on how important these
Curly,
maps are then,
okay.
especially for Q9. Walk away with one of these would be great. Summit is actually going to be the first venue, of course. We have not seen these two teams fight it out here, but expect for your usual suspects to pop off when it matters most.
It's been a routine playground for Q9 inside their region as well as at CDSI, and at the moment they are off to the races on P1. Early time from Elevate already counteracted. Sun having a little bit of a tough time locking down the shots to find the continual kills, but his help is around the backside, and that's Q9.
थोड़ा सा aggressive gameplay हो रहा है अभी.
Around P1, trying to get some high ground control now.
Grow वाला बंदा is super crazy. Yeah, I agree.
From Q9, that makes it very respected.
And the fact that Grow is non-meta gun
Getting all the kills, but then pushing a little bit further
and he's able to beat meta users with that is so just way too interesting to see.
Q9 would have loved to hold on to the rest of the high ground, but good trades coming through from Elevate off the spawn point.
Yeah, looking really decent. Uling will have the final word on P1. Rotating on over. Chen, he's already got a KRM at the ready. Pred missile called in. That's extra space for Q9 to work with his elevator, trying to move this from the right side of the map. Trying to get a little bit of a pinch now as the split spawn situation allows.
Yeah, international championship.
To occur, and with that glow, able to find himself.
Elevate have got the spawns. Up next one.
How long can you hold?
They're holding at least till now. Q9 Maugi with 3 kills.
Most importantly, those spawns and will Elevate will just start sprinting into them. Other side of the map now being held by Q9. Claw will start to be
Okay, they already got Claw.
and War Machine soon.
War Machine for rolling gets 2.
Solid start here. Uling, of course, leading the charge for Q9, the first operator to pop.
Hen with KRM. He got 1.
That's enough for Q9 to hold into the hard point, but they are a bit awry, trying to make their way over to the left side of the map where our new hard point will open up. Elevate,
I think
back, but they get pitched up as Uling once again.
Elevate should rotate for next one now. They should rotate for next.
Talk about the consistency of the Emperor Uling on this very.
They shouldn't try to contest this one. They are still contesting. Now they'll lose. They'll be losing the spawns.
51 to 29.
Yeah, they already lost the spawns.
Indeed the case, and the extra kills for Yopi. Elevate,
But they do have operators. One guy.
As the snow pathway is still being held by Q9. Susano in a little bit of trouble, able to find one more before dropping, but Q9 have stabilized and won back the spawn.
Okay.
They will win rotation and jump into the hard point.
Starting to send themselves a little bit.
Q9 got the spawns.
Q9. I mean, they can just focus on the front, keep this as scrappy as possible.
Sun be able to get frags there.
Great space being opened.
Okay, DN is.
Mid has the purifier. That range
Finally, the spawn has been flipped in the favor of Elevate.
That's Elevate now with the break. Nice little surround and wrap around the hill. Allows them to flip the spawns and the hard points simultaneously, and Chloe will make sure that there is.
They'll try to equalize the. They'll try to equalize the score.
Here comes the hit for Q9. Broken ankles doesn't matter. Elevate find all 4 kills and they'll get the scrap.
I still find that to be an absolute win though for Q9. I mean, you got the
Q9 already at next hardpoint.
But with those final few kills by giving up
Like next hardpoint is slightly difficult to break.
You actually given up a lot of spawns and a lot of space at new.
Yeah, Susano already doing the job. Found one. Trying to get in to try to flip these spawns back where Q9 will be on the left-hand side of the map.
It's slightly difficult to break.
Still holding it desperately.
But they were able to, and they also were able to flip the spawns. One guy is still there at the back.
Yeah, but he had it ready. Instead, it's just going to be Elevate just trying to do this the hard way.
He's down too. Now it's all Elevate that can take control from here.
With Kendi's War Machine can take focus at the front.
Just keep everybody at bay, kind of herd them into these very narrow choke point that exits out of P1, and Kendi is just finding random nonsense kills, just yeeting these grenades into the distance, all calculated, of course.
Okay, he got lucky over there. He got 1 kill.
They did a magnificent job on the transition.
Maugi trying to flip the spawn.
That's a lot of operators gone though for Elevate. Q9 trying to get a
He was able to.
Secure a break. This is good in terms of how Q9.
Okay, nice shots.
This map getting a little bit out of control. Same can be said about how Elevate did this on P3. So again, very 50-50 battle to this point. Elevate going to commit their last hit to jump on in because why not? But Q9 right there.
Elevate at Elevate in the lead for the first time
nicely, but not enough numbers
in
to
this map.
secure the break. We've got a tie game going into the next set.
Crucial moment on this transition going into one. Wuling does have a War Machine at the ready. Probably going to see a
Susano wins the gunfight.
on whatever side of the map Q9 see fit.
Dehin trying to push with. He was able to get a 1 kill, but he will be taken down now. Holding with the War Machine. One. He only got one.
In terms of where this Elevate team is trying to break from, and Welts Curly, who actually beats him to the punch. Claw able to find 2 from the front door.
Okay, Claw wasted.
The third, and that's right as Uling loses his War Machine. Maybe an opportunity here for Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate is extending. I mean, not right now, but I think they'll be extending their lead from now onwards. But no. Still the contest from Q9.
Susano finds the opportunity to pop the claw, take a couple, and Elevate quickly bounce right back in for the scrap.
Gotta be careful with how far forward you push here if you are Elevate.
Susano with the spawn trap.
But it's a massive spree to come through from Susano. The rest of Elevate's trying to follow suit. Trying to at least maintain presence, but they're a little bit too late to read where the spawns are starting to come from, but still, winning the gunfights when it matters most. Big 2 for Peach.
Opportunity here, though, for Q9. They've got a couple operators at the ready. And with that, a couple of eliminations to get this hard point started off on the right foot. Clove on the catwalk, trying to make his way in, but net by Sun Sparrow, who's really getting to work with it now. Good read on where Elevator are coming from. Loses the last charge of it, now has to go back to the Fennec, and that works out nicely. Mauchi off the flank. He's got the equalizers out to make sure nobody from Elevate can set up a sort of a pitch, and that's enough for Q9 to reclaim the lead.
We do have one flank that's currently being put together. It's PJ up to 27 eliminations, going to try to stun his way forward. He has assistance from his teammates from the middle of the building, but it's a north to south spawn that is currently occurring all the way across the map. Finally will subside. Elevator on the better side of the map, but scrap time still left to fight for here too.
Susano will jump in to contest. Lots of damage, able to find a kill, and his teammate will make sure that he stays alive. So really good help from Elevate, flipping the map and also getting a little bit of context.
Claw finished too fast.
15 seconds or so. Q9 have to fight through old, and they fight through it very nicely. Now the play over towards the right side of the map. Elevate still not getting the spawns on the left side because P2 is still active. As that lock starts to come out, now the spawns will move. And
Q9 got it. Q9 got the spawn.
Immediately counteracted, and Q9 are flooding their way forward.
Now they'll pull out their operators.
Just cutting through the middle of the map, trying to get into these gunfights before they actually end up happening over inside of the car itself.
But Equalizer will be taken down.
On the opposite side for Elevate to help them get
no benefit.
Breaking enemy lines has been Susano, and a War Machine gets popped by Kendi. They're looking to hold.
Sun had an off spawn, and he thought maybe he was going to hit a bit of a pinch, but does not get the read on the Elevate setup. And all of a sudden, it's the Filipinos who find themselves tucked into corners on the hard point.
The match is intense, man. This is getting intense. 160, 150.
And now it's their turn. War Machine for Uling
almost. Q9 almost are able to equalize.
Sloppy initially, but still uses that as an opportunity to weaken this Elevate approach from the front. Curly's able to clean things up, and the last 15 seconds looking good for Q9.
The investment here if you are Elevate.
But they'll be only getting scrap points. They'll not be getting much points here. And if Elevate takes the next one, they can take the whole hard point if they could camp well.
Left to right, as far as KD is concerned, Q9 are outslaying Elevate.
They're already there.
But it's still only just about
Hardline perk is banned. Yeah, it's banned.
Elevate have the rotation to new, and they're anchoring out the back.
So most of the plays I have been seeing, they are just using that survival training and Dead Sunnies. These are the two perks that I saw throughout the tournament.
So Kendi now has to take his attention forward. Good kills from him. Maybe a chance to do a little bit more.
Okay, 2 kills. 3rd from Sun, 4th from Curly again. 5th from Curly. He just wiped out the whole team.
He gets 2 more to spawn up behind him. But Q9, they are twisted.
I don't know why that guy, why shotgun guy is pushing it. They lose the spawn that way.
193 to 168. Late break does come through for Elevate, and it is massive. This 20 seconds will tie up the game again as we go to new once more.
I mean, we're 30-30 on P1, P2. We're 40-20s on both 3 and 4 for one side or the other.
Nice.
It's about as tight as it gets. We're watching some great COD, friends.
Yeah, we are watching actually the best match of the tournament yet. Definitely the best match of tournament.
Pred missile early for Sun does lock down 2, giving a numbers advantage to Q9.
Gotta work your way back
One.
here in Q9. Mauchi
Maji with one.
they get the majority of time here at one, and Equalizer.
Okay, he's going to the spawn now. He's going to the spawn. 2, 3. 3. There we go, 4th. And maybe 5th. No. He ran out of ammo at a very crucial moment.
Booling trying to get the War Machine into play. Purifier also being called here. Q9 trying to gain some separation.
Hand with the War Machine.
Working out nicely. Elevate, push back.
Yeah, just
and try to hit again. 25
Q9 is looking good. They're looking good.
Door, but Uling and the rest of Q9 are able to clean up nicely. Big moment, greatest lead we've seen to this point. As Elevate try one more time.
Still holding on to the better side of the map, and they will clean house. So
big.
With 5 dead, they're going to be able to set themselves up in the high ground. A rogue spawn does occur, though, for Mauchi. Wonder if he's able to find anything. No, Yopi too aware, but the returning gunfights coming from Sun. Curly able to at least combine for 4 more. The rotation under threat.
You'll have a deficit of 25 points.
As well to keep some high ground position available for Elevate to use, and as they come off spawn, they do so beautifully.
He hand with 2 kills. That was 2 crucial kills. That would have prevented the other team. Yeah, but it didn't work out very well.
Purifier and the claw at the ready, trying to find whatever they can over the top of the hard point. Chen runs right into
PJ Candy with War Machine. They must be coming from yeah, they must heaven bottom. They'll be coming from heaven bottom now.
But it's value after value. 220 to 225.
Susano gets taken down with the War Machine.
Glow from the back line, only finding one. The rest of his teammates right there to
They're shooting his own teammate.
Likely to see
Man, neck to neck. This is getting intense, man. Neck to neck.
Have a player on rotation, but you can't lose track of the current hard point. Elevator's still on, and they're still earning time. There's still a chance for them to put this thing pretty well without reach. Q9 now taking the fight back, but Elevator winning gunfights on rotation.
Oh, they baited him, and they got the split spawns as well. Won't be able to get the scrap time in the rotation towards Stu. Curly had to go
Q9 will have to hold it fully if they have to win. They'll have to hold it full.
Waiting for first contact.
One mistake and the spawn will be gone from their hand. Nice. Yeah, I think they have been okay. GG's Elevate. GG's. They got the first map.
Down in score, but never out. Elevate cracked the code at the end of P4, going back into P1. What a magnificent showcasing at the end of P2. That bait to get them all in to fight.
Probably one of the best hardpoint matches of the tournament.
All of the easy routes to be hit. Pinched in from behind. Tough scenes. Curly had the ace up the sleeve at the end there for the
SW for Elevate in the chat. They really played well.
Of Elevate.
That is as 50-50 of a battle as you're ever going to see on Summit.
Yeah.
But there's one
My hand is shaking.
that you have to look back on in terms of where was the difference maker. Late in P1, Q9 have 3 operators, and they spend all of it trying to gain a lead late in the game that Elevate can't come back from. But on the scrap battle, as soon as those operators drop, Elevate still...
Operators are the most crucial thing in this game, especially in Hardpoint. You have to make use of it at the very perfect time. One mistake and you will be out of the match. It's just like you just cannot do any mistake with that thing.
You just have to cement it for whatever leader's advantage you can possibly
really intense.
P3 can be, and just how well Elevate consistently through that Summit hardpoint were exquisitely exceptional.
Yeah, Q9 beat X-Rock.
Hardpoints from the front before the break inevitably came through. Susano, what a hell of a map number 1 out of you, young man. 53 and 39.
Sparrow instead of War Machine. Actually, Sparrow has too many ammo. That's why I think people prefer to use it. Otherwise, it's very hard to die from a Sparrow if you are using it.
At least show that in the lead
because of the delay that which it causes.
A little bit, their holds, their setups, and breaks just were so harmonious.
If you want to see some textbook action though, how you break and contest P3 and how you break and contest P4.
One match left. It's best of 7, so one team will have to win 4 in order to win the tournament. This and get the prize pool of $400,000 US, which is around 3.5 Indian rupees.
This was
3.5 crore Indian rupees.
CDSI, it was the map that Elevate used to win the championship, but it took.
What are predictions for this match, guys? What are predictions for this map? SND at firing range, Elevate or Q9? SND at firing range.
It does kind of play into a multitude of different wheelhouses. You know, Q9 Search and Destroy is something that they've leaned on quite heavily, especially not only
Best of 7, not best of 6. Guys, we are so close to 225 likes. If you still haven't liked Devastating, you can do it by double tapping on the screen. 7-0 Elevate.
I guess as a rollout is concerned, but it's all about that mental chess on where the snipers are going to be located at. How quickly can you adopt to the aggression that inevitably will be coming out from Elevate? Because when we saw Q9 versus X-Rock earlier today in Search and Destroy, the moment that X-Rock turned up the heat,
He's having some issues.
were shook, and they were giving up a lot more individual gunfights than I would like to admit.
That's totally fair. On the course of this weekend, though, if you want to bring some more recency into the picture, Elevate have not played this map outside of a single time. Yeah, it did not go all that well. It was
History repeat itself.
matchup, they lost it 4-7. Whereas for Q9, they've used
Elevate has never won a world championship. I think they have won local tournaments.
the Swiss stage. They had a 7-2 win versus 4MV.
They didn't win world championship yet.
An 8-6 win versus Stalwart, so they were able to beat at least one of the other Garena teams on this map already.
Yeah. Just cementing the simple fact of who everybody had to go through as well. I mean, Q9's
We'll have to watch the celebration.
Tribe, Stalwart, X-Rock.
You guys won't want to miss that celebration and the trophy lifting moment.
So this is as good as a run back you could possibly get, and mentally training them, if you will, for this exact series here.
Sure.
Elevate on the opposite side. I mean, Galaris was supposed to be like their biggest test, and candidly speaking, they were with that Search and Destroy. But it's just really tough to say that Elevate just had an easier bracket round. Basically, going against all the angry Redditors saying that they're going to make the grand finals because it was easier. Like, no, they definitely were tested, and you can clearly see that the game plan is very much so still the same when they're going up against a top dog such as Q9.
Bro, you want to talk about just legendary COD Mobile runs? Look no further than Elevate. This last month has been a trial. At CDSI, they had to beat Godlike,
वो जो आज तक नहीं वो होगा, हो सकता है.
and then Q9. And then all of a sudden you show up at Champs and you're like, wait, we have to play Godlike and Q9 and Wolves again? Unreal. I mean, this has been an undeniable run from Elevate, taking down playoff team after playoff team.
They have taken down best teams.
Their regional counterparts. This last month and a half has been perfect COD on Elevate.
I will say this much, though, as we're getting some good shots at Elevate, just sitting there laughing and having a good time, is that their composure, albeit tested, this is quite literally pressure-making diamonds type analogy here with Elevate, especially over the past several weeks. Trial by fire, a lower bracket run up at CDSI was just so legendary.
Yeah.
And how can you not have all of the confidence in the world coming into a tournament like this? You see the road, you see the teams that you have to face, you've beaten them before. I feel confident for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the case. I mean, like we said, they beat them at CDSI, and then they also beat Q9 in the Swiss stage. Only
Love you still. Thank you so much, Loki.
So, something to be told about.
ये तेरा first mod याद है कौन है? Pikachu या कौन?
Over your opponent, but Q9 are no strangers to adversity, having to learn their lessons versus.
फिर मुझे भालो बाग याद है.
And now maybe an opportunity to do so.
This is Erit. Huh? Where is Erit?
Last meeting here were the maps and the overall scores. Elevate scores on the left, so again 250 to 234.
What do you think will win?
Kurohana will be waiting for us for potential map 7, where Q9
I think this time it's going to be 1-1 at firing range SND.
That will be our map 6 if we get it. That was left for the decision of Q9 between that and Raid, so they go that direction. And then, of course, the firing range we talked about is
giveaway coming at 250 likes, guys.
This is all speculation.
Giveaway at 250 likes.
Volatile as a best of 7 is to the advantage of Elevate being able to get some of these maps through.
Q9 is best team.
I really want to say like the first 4. This is a potential best look for them to try to walk in.
Yeah, don't slip, guys. Don't slip. You won't be like. I know you will be seeing the highlights of this map, this match tomorrow. But something you witness live, like मजा नहीं आता वो वैसे. जो मतलब live में अगर बाद में देखो तो.
I think it's more crucially important in this simply due to the fact that you've got Q9
बोल रखो किस बात का हाँ. बोल खत्म हो गया क्या? रुको.
Especially them losing the summit, you have to win it. For Elevate, now all of a sudden you look towards their Search and Destroy and Express later and say you have to win that. But I think the thing about it for Elevate is they're looking at this map too, saying, "Hey, we've beaten you on this once before. We could do it again. Just give us a chance to."
It's same idea, different team, different map mode combination, and what I was just talking about with Elevate coming back into this tournament, beating everybody that they've seen before is just sometimes a little bit more decisive. And you even go back to the interview as well. I mean, like, they're not shy about it, and every competitor that has played up against Elevate and has scrimmed them is very much so aware these guys like to run at you. They'll make you feel uncomfortable, while also being very fundamentally sound in the macro department.
Yeah, poll is out. Just vote for your favorite team.
Beat Bomby sit down with Elevate to give their thoughts on how they've performed to this point and what their expectations are for the weekend.
All right, Beef Mommy here, and I'm with the team that elevated everyone's expectations in the World Championship. I'm with Elevate today, Garena's #1 team heading into the World Championship. But before we start into the nitty-gritty, I want to say that every single one of you, except for one player, is actually your first time here in the World Championship. Last year, unfortunately, even though everyone expected you to come in as a Garena representative, you didn't make it. So
losing last year was very devastating for me. It really affected me in general. So, but in time, I realized it wasn't for us.
I think this is the second time we are seeing interview of these guys.
I realized along the way that the only way to go up is to go down. So, right now we're back on the world stage. So, we're coming back for everything.
Love that, Susana.
Last year, when we lost the game against Stalwart currently, I actually went outside and cried my eyes out. Then when I went back in, Yopi was taking a shower. I heard him crying like really loud, and I was just really sad back then. It was really sad.
Is that true? Were you really crying inside the shower?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I was crying that night. And, you know, it's very unfortunate experience for us that we have to learn from our mistakes. And you see, now we're here.
Please join in Bunny's VC to do watch party with every stream as possible currently.
In terms of playstyle.
अभी possible नहीं हो पाएगा शायद.
Okay, well, actually, you know, can you expound as to what
पहले से अगर plan करते तो हो सकता था.
for Garena?
We don't have the patience. We just go running around the place and use our gyroscope.
I mean, that's true. Actually, Garena was one of the first regions to use and utilize the gyroscope.
What separates us from other teams, like particularly us in Garena, is we have a really fast-paced gameplay that I think no other team has actually tried to copy it yet. They're copying
Night Head I don't think possible हो पाएगा.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, there you go. Confident in the respawn gameplay. And speaking of, search and destroy is something that is always brought up, especially up against like Chinese teams. How were you able to kind of, I guess, clean up your S&D gameplay? Because you are very confident in your respawn.
Yeah, like Klaus said, we have no patience.
यूनियन को ज़्यादा वोट मिल रहा है S&D के लिए.
We have to wait for the IGL calls.
All right, thank you so much, Elevate. I really loved your answers. But yeah, that was Elevate Garena's #1 team. Let's see if they're going to clinch the top spot in the World Championship.
Fast and furious. We definitely saw a lot of that on the summit. We've also seen it in a number of occasions on their search and destroy, but you hear it there at the end. We have to wait for the calls from our IGL. Wait for the go button. Let's just not, play solo ranked mode and just run at each other. We got to put something together, and that's going to be key for this firing range search.
As longtime tenured enjoyers of Call of Duty esports and Call of Duty Mobile since its inception,
Hello Pika, welcome to the stream.
Such fundamentals even being talked about outside of game. It is very important. It will be indicative to your performance and success on this firing range. Again, just to reset up everything, firing range is a venue these two teams know quite well against one another.
Here we go, charge up for this S&D fighting range.
Rounds of search play here last time that they had the chance.
It's unlocked.
They be on offense. We talked about this map quite often with these guys. They love to just smoke, flash, nade, and then get the bomb planted. Will Elevate have a response for it? This time they are holding off on their counter nades, and they will unfortunately not fully land. So now you got to do this the hard way. Try to re-clear out the backside of trailer.
Okay, चिपका दिया उसको.
What a sick high-low after a very quick plant coming through. It's going to leave Suzanne.
29 सही लग रही है S&D में अभी तक तो. 1v5 already.
I mean, a blistering pace for a first round out of Q9, just clearing everything.
They just speedrun in the
forward, as you were saying,
first round.
Get the bomb planted, but knowing that they didn't clear trailer, whether they saw a body in there or not, the high-low just to dispose of it quickly and not lose any lives along the way.
This is going good.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is actually going to feel very familiar because we were talking about this map with Stalwart, where they played up against.
Guys, show your support in the chat. What team are you rooting for?
Do you challenge through that smoke? Do you wait to play your counter nades? That has to be what Elevate needs to start communicating, because it's always been the case with how Q9 try to approach this offense. This time, not towards A. It's going over to the B site. Initially, there is an elimination from
Nice one. Nice one from Candy.
Which is now where Q9 have to keep their focus.
And they have full coverage of this. But Elevator
Barely planting. देख लिया उसको. Close देख लिया उसको. मार. Okay. Nice one from nice counter from Sun.
3v3.
Yeah, maybe a bit of mistiming right there. Looked like there was supposed to be a defensive stun.
First, second, third, PJ. Okay, nice support from PJ. It is 1-1 again.
It's just so timely again. I mean, going back to the interview, just instant callback. Just wait for the call and then go. That's exactly what happened. Yobi was on an island by himself and just waited for any sort of advantage to take, and found that pinch scot-free. Big 2 kills. We are tied up in round number 3.
Clean stuff on the retake attempt. Q9 still passive through the middle of the map, looking for some spam shots from Sun in towards trailer.
He's not getting any trade.
And for Elevate's defense,
he's not getting any benefit.
Inside of trailer with a double stack. Now this one trophy on the backside of A, that's supposed to be there to keep Kendi safe, will likely be destroyed just by the amount of incoming nades that are likely to come through for Q9.
When they get firing range, I think it's a weird choice. You can only use it if you are in close range.
Gonna see what they can find over towards the B part of the map.
Oh my gosh, Susanna.
Yeah.
That's bold. That's aggressive.
Yep.
Slow camping with Odin.
As you saw,
Better
on the
Vaniche.
other side of Wood, expecting for things to go B, but it seems like Q9 are actually using it as an opportunity for a little bit of a bait play. They will leave a player behind, maybe throw anything as of late, see what they can get on the cross back, but wasting a lot of time just trying to find a pick. All 10 or 9 players still alive.
And Yopi gets found inside a trailer. Q9 surely could have utilized that advantage and hit A. That's going to force
A पे जाना चाहिए इनको. A पे जाना चाहिए.
on the way over towards American. He will only have a pixel peek here down the lane backside trailer. So this is important to note. Again, when does Q9 want to execute? Just a couple of nades just to bait the defense into thinking this is B. Smoke at mid gets denied by Trophy. Q9 have not been able to get the setup that they want.
4v5 right now.
And take control of trailer.
Not able to get the information they want either. I mean, you should know that someone's going to be American, but you got to be careful with the no smoke. PJ is very much so still lurking inside a trailer.
PJ on the cross. Shots are out. Misses his opportunity. Has to value his life here. And very wisely backs up. Allowed to go down. Keep your eye on PJ. Does he want to try to push through this? His teammates over towards 10, giving us the offer that they're not going to play for a wrap. They're going to try to plug this from the front. Contact at mid. That's troubling for Elevate. Mauchi now wins back mid-map, and Q9 can keep their full focus on the front, where PJ has to force the issue. Nothing there.
2 for Elevate.
Q9.
Yeah, wonderful execution coming through once they finally got the isolation for the play call to get over towards the trailer side.
No,
Again,
I'm sorry. 2 for
a
Q9.
little nervy about that push, having the pixel peek that Susanna was holding, and at least the angle that was being held inside a trailer. But I mean, to your point, PJ missing their opportunity, and simply need to be able to go 1-for-1 in that regard. Maybe deny the plant. Does not happen. Q9 take a 1-round lead.
Early offensive smoke and stuns over towards trailer. PJ's in trouble. Pushes forward through the smoke to make sure no one had pushed in towards mid. Late trophy system down. And it's an opening nade that lands onto PJ inside the trailer. So once again, Q9 do what they always do. Smoke the front door, get the bomb down, and now force Elevate to have to consider how they want to retake.
Really need to start seeing some late stuns being held for Elevate to try to deny them that space.
Yeah.
Not maybe just try to contest the bomb plant, but find yourself in a 4v5. Try to go for an egregious pick over there for Kendi, and Susanna loses his life. It's over.
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah,
Oh, 2 kills from... Okay, my that guy just wiped out the whole team.
Right. The first is you smoke
1v3.
pull off what I like to call the shark play. You smoke,
GG's.
you push up towards wood, you force
Q9 are making Q9 is making a comeback.
You hold back, and like you said, wait for the nades to come out, throw some of your own. Hopefully you delay the plant from happening until the smoke dissipates, and then you have a chance to contest a little bit more freely without having to worry about deterrence from stuns and smokes. Here is a very aggressive offensive smoke already being placed. Elevate playing through it though. And with an opening elimination on the Sun, that opens up some sniper freedom as well.
I was about to say, or third option, just early stun and try to deny the space to not allow Q9 to walk a little bit further forward. I mean, they really were thinking that it was going to come A aggressive. It's looking like that for Q9. Two defensive players now over towards B for Elevate side. Q9 though, down a man. Might just have to do this the old-fashioned way, just got this first one.
Oh, but Susano does go 1-for-1. That's fine, especially with another teammate nearby. Damage is out, but Klo will fall. Trade through mid-map is good.
1v3 in favor of Elevate.
Elevate kept their numbers. They've also taken away the A side of the map. So
अकेले बच गए Oling.
Somewhere over here towards B.
Odin 1v3. No easy 1v1s, otherwise you might give Uling an opportunity. Oh, the Trigger discipline, shots to the second. Not going to be able to walk away with that one. No free clutches today, but hey, how about a third option? Just stun over the top of the smoke and just deny the space. It works for now until the stuns and the nades are a little bit better time for Q9 to unearth you from that position.
It's a weird setup for Q9. They're actually doing the same thing again. It's a double smoke at mid. It's almost the exact same setup. There's no smoke deep at A. This is only to give Elevate something to worry about at middle, and Kendi is able to still found Mao-Chi. Top side wood. Play coming through trailer. Shen in some trouble. Wants to get some barrel control, but it's being held by Yopi. Considerate of the space, he still holds down the trigger.
Okay.
For the plant, and he will get it
I think he was able to
as Klo finds trades at mid.
hit few bullets.
The exit, though, not as clean as you would like. It's going to leave Sun in a 1v3. Does have a sniper rifle, but is not in the clutch position. No. He's going to round this corner. He's going to get gunned. If you can go 1-for-1,
Nice movement shot from Kendi. Okay, they'll be able to DFC, and they are now they have just equalized the score. Just equalized the score. Yeah, comeback from Elevate is happening. They are neck to neck right now. It's very hard to tell who is gonna win. By the way, guys, you also know, you know it already, that we have a giveaway lined up at 250 likes.
Look at the aggression already over towards A, trying to hunt for some more information over by Showers. The bomb is lurking in this area. And the biggest thing for Elevator right now is how do you get Yopi involved? He is the bomb carrier, but you really want to try to get this guy a couple more kills and a lot more space to free roam.
Yeah, I think the biggest part here is, though, you get Sun, who is supposed to be sniping this A lane. And so you can have Kendi just trying to scout to see if anyone throws a shoulder on the barrel. And as you approach, the only thing you have to be worried about if you're Elevate is a play through trailer. Curly looking for an off angle. That works out for one trade, but can't get anything more. Now it's down Chen, and he is working with the shotgun. Not what you want. But Elevate still may feel the need to try to push forward instead. Chen gets caught. Same can be said as a second.
For Elevate.
And Elevate take an opening offense after the first blood.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, the stuns and nades only found so much information, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Just no free, easy gunfights. Everything should be traded. Good follow-up by Yopi to then isolate the player with an R9 to your point inside the trailer. Elevate will strike first. Now they have a one-run lead.
Similar idea here for Q9, except they're putting more focus at mid-map, where Curly and Sun will land eliminations onto two.
I hope he just knows.
Trailer, it's a bit short. Trailer player will back off. That was Chen initially. And I think Q9 have recognized that if there were to be a hit in a 3v5, it's likely coming to be. So they'll move Chen over that direction and hope that the long-range snipers from Wuling and Sun can hang on to A and mid.
Yeah, you got Sun still lurking around American. So
ये तीन लोग हैं उधर.
Pixel Peak might still be there for the information, but you just hold your numbers, take it as a retake if need be. But Sun's opening pick will be taking that jump shot every single time on defense. Believe that.
इसको पीछे से
Push starts to manifest, start to look towards
दूसरी साइड से ट्राई करना चाहिए.
Yeah. This is just a great IGL call for Q9 to move your shotgun this
उनको पता है कि कहाँ से आ रहे हैं. अरे भाई ये क्या शॉट था?
Do they know Chen's nearby? Doesn't matter. Kendi sees one up top.
क्या था भाई?
There's Chen in the corner.
क्या शॉट था? Again? Okay, but still. Hard luck. Head to head हो रहा है भाई. एक बार ये आगे, एक बार वो आगे. Head to head पूरा. एक बार ये आगे, एक बार वो आगे, फिर बराबर हो जा रहा है. बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
Potentially and some more as we are tied up once again. So what's the adaptation going to be here for Elevate? Nades to the middle, double smoke again. Just the same lurk around Showers.
डिहेनी हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं बैठा रहता है. हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं बैठा रहेगा. मतलब इसका मतलब खेलने का तरीका मतलब थोड़ा सा अलग है दूसरों से.
he's also more of a threat.
Camp करके खेलने वाला.
Like he needs some help over towards the side of A long. So something to keep in mind every time we see Chen. Does he have a shotgun? Does he have an LMG? That will give you the indication of what Q9 want to do defensively.
It's a certain amount of PTSD.
No one is there.
Inside a trailer with the shotgun didn't exactly go well, but I'm not saying the MG42 would have helped him out in that situation, but it definitely was going to be better once the gunfight starts to occur.
A पे हैं लोग.
Minute has already gone through this round number 9 thus far. Not a whole lot of space has been taken by Elevate.
Just trying to play stealth right now.
It's interesting. There's 2 trophies for Elevate at mid, none down here at A long. And this is what I'm talking about.
Oh, wallbang कर दिया.
One corner, then if he feels the threat is there, Chen can pop out, get to work, spray things down, find the opening first blood. Now it's to a 5v3.
B खाली है ना? B खाली है.
Elevate, you just don't like the idea of going
नहीं
in,
B पे भी
you
है.
also have absolutely no idea what's at B. There's also 2
B पे भी 2 लोग हैं पीछे.
and a nasty crossfire.
And Curly and Malchi just been having about a minute 20 conversation of, hey, how you doing? Waiting for this hit to come all the way through, and it's going to have to be at this point. Nice shots coming through from Klo. It's going to break us down to a 4v3, and the bomb's going to get planted.
उसके पीछे आ रहा है.
You saw players lurking around trailer.
नहीं ट्रेल के आसपास है. अब आएगा.
Opting to stack. PJ on an off angle front side trailer. Klo watching for the pinch.
Okay.
That gives a little bit of influence in terms of what Klo needs to watch, but he only goes 1 for 1. Down to the 1v2 for Susano.
That was one of the worst shot I have ever seen in this championship.
He has to check for the defuse. Does he get forward in time? No, get down, Mr. President. Curly's able to find the kill.
Couldn't lead by 1.
Smoke that lane is just so annoying when you're in the sniper clutch position.
This guy, these snipes are demonic, but not the last one. He just missed 2, and it was like very far away from the hitbox.
Sun going back to the very similar position. Just going to nade his way forward. Nades all the way over towards A. Elevate looking to pick the pace up.
Yep. And these are late smokes as well behind the cover of those frag grenades, so they are going to fully embellish the backside at barrels. You can't just
Can he get lucky?
Yeah.
Can he get lucky? No.
Planted, and yes, they have a deep post plan, but they've got no idea what's over towards trailer. That nade does land though, so they're going to have an idea that Chen's in position.
Okay, Klo with 1 kill.
Klo takes cleanly, and now all of a sudden Q9 have a bit of a ruffling to their feathers. As they
Okay, 2 guys are there. I think this guy will get cooked.
And that's all the information you need right there. Chen swings wide. He has an LMG. Good couple
okay.
The nade bounce is even better. Still walks away with a second 1v3.
Have to be a full ace. If you're Chen,
1v3. 5-5. भाई इतना मतलब कोई भी मतलब हार मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है. बताओ.
And then the post plant set up largely won thanks to the hold on the flank.
Yeah, good patience for Klo to your point there, holding out on the flank. But again, getting the information for Chen, you just had to make sure that you double, sometimes triple challenge. Tied up again. Round we go, but it's an aggressive hit over towards B. This time Q9, we're not set up for it.
There is a smoke on site though for the defense for Q9. This will gain a little bit of extra time and a little bit extra space for the defenders playing deep over towards time. Also the rotation in from mid.
Good for Mauki.
Trade for the most part to this point. 4v3. Advantage to Q9.
Kendi, अरे भाई क्या शॉट था.
What a set of shots from Kendi. And now all of a sudden Q9 forced to have to defend from inside the site. Klo trying to follow.
Oh my.
And he's going to find the final 2. Elevate on map point.
Oh my gosh.
Map points.
And how the pendulum swings once again. Elevate flipping the script. The aggressive hit over towards B was great. The smoke delayed, but they did not relent off the pressure. Can you follow up here? Will you deny any OT?
Trophy systems again, down over towards trailer. Double smokes in the front side of it will mean that this Q9 defense will have to be respectful of anything possibly through middle. Uling in particular, the one to make sure everything is clear. And as he traverses through mid, he rotates back over to help out on B. Patience for Elevate. Trying to get this thing done in regulation. Stacked up. Just a nade to feel things out over towards
ये यहाँ पे कैंप कर रहे हैं.
And we're going to get just an even
अच्छा.
status here, 5v5, minute 20 in the clock.
Yeah. Late util could be very important here. Klo is actually, instead of just holding the flank, is actually playing inside of the jungle tower.
Kendi.
He might try to go for a little bit of
little bit sus.
The rest of his teammates find success on a quick plan towards A, but there are defensive members here. Most importantly is Chen inside that trailer.
But Chen has the shotgun this time. So it's an aggressive angle on the barrel. Smoke denied by Trophy. Stop, but Sun showing too much shoulder. That's enough for the kill to come out. And Chen needs help. He needs it badly. Plant on the way. 4v5 situation. Long ramp from PJ.
And now it's going to be difficult for Q9.
Long enough enough for this to get here.
Now it's going to be difficult. The bomb has. Yeah. Nah, 1v3.
Mauchi for what would have to be a 1v4. No nades. Tries the jump.
I think they heard. Oh, okay. GG's, brother.
Take it down 7-5 and a massive edge in this grand final.
A massive edge indeed. You cannot ask for these maps to be any closer unless it went to round 20.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
But Elevate, truly never out. They finally were learning on how to deal with
I'm just trying to be, neutral.
3-3 half. And even there at the end, the orchestration.
Do you think I am biased towards any team? You guys think?
For a very long time, waited for the XU to come through. The smoke denied to your point. And yeah, that's a certain.
I just want to see a good match, a very competitive match. Like I wanted it to get to the extra rounds.
Force everybody's hand, especially Chen, just to come flying out with an R9 shotgun because the assistants got killed. You just can't ask for a better post plant, let alone an execute.
Really well done by Elevate. Just the growth this team has shown in such a short amount of time in Search and Destroy is mind-blowing. It's clean. It's impressive. And it's got everyone on notice.
Oh, yeah.
7-5 the count. Massive edge, like we had mentioned. Taking away Q9's strongest mode on their map pick. Now has Elevate looking down at this map set saying, oh, boys.
एक सेकंड रुको बोल रहा हूँ चैट पढ़ने दो.
That's what I was saying. These first 3 maps are so crucial for Q9.
Yes.
Just to take a single one of them, because even going into raid control,
Okay, you're not biased.
matter the map. It's just the simple fact that it's a respawn. And going back to the graphic,
okay, got it.
When Lauren was still up here with us, was the respawn going to be in the favor of Elevate. Q9 needed that search and destroy. They needed all the search and destroys possible.
They fought well. Now they are demotivated and the Elevate has got the momentum. So it's going to be very difficult for them to come back. They are all looking tired now.
Well, it's got to start here because now you have to be able to bounce back, take this raid away.
Yeah, if O2 wasn't bad enough, O3 is even worse.
Without question, it's just I just don't know how you reverse sweep this Elevate squad. I just don't know how you do it. Not with an Express Search and Destroy, their pick still coming up, an Arsenal control in case things do get nasty, which they look unbelievable on.
Yeah, sure
so
do.
you have to win this next upcoming control, and in my opinion, you have to win your hard point of Hacienda, which again,
yeah, they all are. Plus, we are tired.
Game type situation. So, time to step up here for your Q9.
I mean, yeah, your Hacienda on the day was a 4-point victory over X-Rock, and even then, it was like Uling dragging everybody across the finish line at the end. So, I think that it's one of those things that Q9 definitely need to.
They are all fighting for this trophy.
In order to deal with Elevate.
Well, they're going to have some time just to kind of discuss things as we step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's Raid Control here at DreamHack Atlanta and the World Championships.
Control at Raid.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODM World Championship.
Confident lag raha hai ye pura.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
न्यू BR मैप नेक्स्ट अपडेट में आएगा सीज़न 10 के अपडेट में, जो कि नवंबर में होगा. और हमने अभी कुछ देर पहले क्राई का जो है KRAI उसका हमने ट्रेलर भी दिखाया इन्होंने. ये बहुत अर्बन टाइप का मैप है वो. Where I will receive character skin code. I already given it away after 3 hours. हाथ नहीं दर्द होते इतना खेल के? नहीं, ये लोग तो मतलब रोज ही खेलते हैं इतना, इसमें बहुत नॉर्मल बात है। मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना? ऐसा तो नहीं है कि म्यूजिक में खो गया। सारे थक गए हैं, मतलब मैं नहीं, वो भी थक गए हैं। कास्टलो का क्या हाल होगा? वही तो एनर्जी ड्रिंक्स ले रहे होंगे बीच बीच में। सबमिट वाले दिखा रहे हैं। They are 2-0 up. They only need to win 2 matches now to clinch the World Championship 2024.
Vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? Elevate find themselves up in a major way, 2-0 after surviving.
Did Q9 choose the map for the first hardpoint?
They do the same thing.
No, it was chosen from Elevate.
And now we jump into raid control. Proper, talk to me.
I don't know.
Control is going to be interesting, man.
Maybe yes, because right now we can only see that Elevate has won that map.
Q9 hit the most massive regain we've seen in between Swiss to now. This very map mode combination was where the best of 3 ended when these two juggernauts face off against each other within the Swiss stage. I don't like the chances for Q9, but I love being proved wrong. It's going to have to start right here. Again, 0-2 is no easy feat in a best of 7 to even surmount a comeback, but for a full-blown reverse sweep and a loss on raid control would be detrimental to the success of Q9.
Any takeaways from the Q9 survivability that they just showcased versus X-Rock on this map, though? I mean, I think the recency would say, all right, you had a really strong start.
Okay, here we go. Control at SND. Control at raid, sorry. What are your predictions, guys? Just write in the chat. Elevator Q9. Control raid. What are your predictions?
Easy gunfights as you see in the opening here.
Indeed the case. Well, Elevate, this is their map selection for the controls. They will start on offense, and PJ is already off and running. 3 kills for PJ. Trying to take his efforts towards top laundry. Kendi here to get on the zone to stop the clock, and the kills are not stopping for Elevate. Uling able to at least keep laundry safe, but the Q9...
अरे ये क्या था? Pinpoint accuracy. Imagine if they allow pinpoint.
They have players on both the 2 zones because they are that much confident in being able to win the gunfights. But however, they do not go their way. So now Q9 essentially get a clean sweep. They're able to clear out all of the ring. Might have a little 1v1 for the spawn trap.
लगता है थकान का दिमाग पे भी असर होने लगा है. Control at SND.
This is good zoning around this zone for Elevate. The only threat would be through water steps or through money window. Q9 trying to force it on the ladder of the 2, but get pushed back. Kills good for Yopi as he pitches it towards kitchen. Sun can only sit here and watch as the first take has already gone today.
Now, Mauchi was trying to go for the spawn trap, and PJ was just lurking inside the gymnasium.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि Q9 इस बार comeback करेगा.
All the way in from behind.
Good macro decisions coming out from Elevate, but Mauchi off the pitch will flush them out of the zone. Keep the clock at least relatively ticking as immediately off the respawn. Now you've got Elevate forcing some hands over towards B while simultaneously adding an extra 60 seconds with the A capture. Really strong break-off start here for Elevate. 2 life advantage, minute 40 on the clock.
I like what I'm seeing here. Start pushing off through open staircase. It is being launched around jungle side. That will be Sun. Try to deal with this 2-player flank that's starting to come all the way through.
12-12. Neck to neck right now.
Uling has also rotated back onto the side.
Elevate have to either capture B, or eliminate the place.
From the front, dominating at art. So again, It's an exchange of about 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Moments of brilliance for Q9, counteracted by moments of brilliance for Elevate. And now as the action starts to unfold on top of the zone,
Oh, no.
that will be enough to allow Elevate
No
to
benefit.
deep over towards Laundry. They're on the zone. Second tick of progress is looking good. And look where Q9 are spawning. They have to try to hit this through mid pillars. Kendi stunned up, topside ring. Kendi!
No, he will get taken down.
Does get pushed off the zone. Q9 down to a 4.
Oling, nice one from Oling.
Just 2 as Elevate continue to dominate through Laundry, and they're going to win this.
Okay, yeah, they are gonna win. They are left with only one player now. Okay. They are moving closer to the World Championship 2024.
Winning by way of segment progression, and again, the entire praise for Q9 when they did beat X-Rock earlier today was their opening breakoffs. Elevator just going to be that much better at them as well. Great returning gunfights, great split decision making as well, and routes that are just out of this world. Now you have to respond with an offense if you are Q9.
Big time. Early operators for Elevate finding success. PJ in particular, opening with the Annihilator, has another Pred missile to work with, and the shots just aren't missing. PJ, 5 in a row.
Rank जैसा खेल रहा है ये तो.
He's just one off of it. The Pred gets called in.
5 or 6 kills in a row. Yeah, they are all at the spawn trap. They are at the spawn trap. Elevator at the spawn trap.
Sheer bloodshed, and it's Elevate all over the spawn of Q9.
They can't leave. I mean, one player.
अरे पहले ही फायर करते ना. उसको पहले ही फायर करना था.
From each unit, you have to win gunfights mere milliseconds after spawning up, and so far Q9 are at least doing that. But look at the life deficit immediately. There's only 40 seconds remaining.
10 का life deficit हो गया.
Q9 are trailing by a payload of lives.
Have to find success on this approach over to B. Pardon me, towards A, as Elevate are still winning the middle of the map. Decent eliminations for Q9, keep the clock paused. They're also digging into life deficit, just a touch. Don't step off the gas here if you're Elevate. This is still workable if you're Q9. 28 seconds on the clock, but they're still looking for kills before they can commit to staying on the zone. And as they fight in towards Bunny Window, Elevate find the kills they need to keep the clock ticking.
The Mauchi and Uling are starting to take more positioning over towards Art. They're thinking that the A push might be a very good bait play, but it just leaves Mauchi. What is left in a 1v2 would have to get 3 kills in a row. There's the second. Stun coming over the top, and Elevator spotting just too damn close. So now the focus has to go back over towards A.
Well, PJ will drop. Clock will stop at 19.
कम तो किया Q9 वालों ने, but still not enough.
Like Elevate, they just chalk and rotate. A couple of desperate nades just to see if anything will land. 14.
Q9 is still in the lead.
19 on the clock.
I mean, Elevate.
1v1 here. Shots landing for Mauchi, but respecting the opponent of Glow. Nade Cook tossed back towards, and that's going to be good enough to isolate. So 9-13. Operators at the ready. All 5 for Q9. How do you approach?
I think this is what's most impressive is that Q9 were able to do that while still sustaining and holding on to all 5 operators. So that gives you an opportunity to maybe try to work on this transition. They trade for at least 1 in their base. Here comes the Annihilator.
Clean. Owling able to use that to clear out Art. And now he's
Fourth place of Q9 has operator skill with them.
Now there's a smoke to give him a little bit more.
They still have 4 operator skills.
What else can you hit if you're Kendi? Yeah, he's still alive. He was able to put this together himself. 10v3. Elevate with a significant life lead. But at the same rate, Q9 only spend 1 of the operators. So yes, they're going to be down 0-2, but they will have a lot to play with going into round 3.
I mean, when they're 0-2 down, and now you have to reverse sweep while holding on to all your resources.
Yeah, उनको मतलब पहले operator use करना था. मतलब जब वो like 4 या 5 का वो थे ना, अभी यहाँ पे बहुत difficult हो जाएगा. यहाँ पे operator अगर नहीं चला इनका तो फिर गया इनका मैच. इनको पता है, एलिवेट को पता है कि ये ऑफेंसिव होने वाले हैं, तो पहले ही वो ऑपरेटर से बच के खेल रहे हैं. इनका भी आ गया, इनका भी आ गया पूरा.
torn apart as no one can find entrance for Q9.
Streaks, operators at the ready for Elevate. Yopi's going to call in a Predator missile. It will find one, has the operator upon the respawn. Same can be said for PJ and Chloe.
What can it destroy with the EMP?
Zone still being tacked over. The third segment will be contested by a couple of Q9 players, but nobody's looking in the corner for where PJ's lurking. Are we going to contest it with the sniper rifle? You're dead anyway. You get the extra 60 seconds, and the clock stays stalled because the first is locked at B.
Yeah, you can start to feel the.
Are there only 3 score streaks that are allowed? Oh, PJ.
for 3. B zone likely already gone, and Q9 have been blasted out of map 3. Elevate are going to be on championship point in the blink of an eye.
3-0.
I thought we were loaded into a raid control. We gotta get to dinner or something, Elevate. What's going on? Q9 just had
I think,
whatsoever.
yeah, I think they are lifting the trophy now.
For, what made them so good versus X.
They are so close to lift the trophy now.
The opening breakoffs and the setups were very much so 1-to-1 versus X-Rock. The difference is that
अरे उनके पास शुरू में 4 लोगों के पास ऑपरेटर था, जबकि इनको करना ये चाहिए था कि जब ये सेकेंड राउंड हार रहे थे तभी 5 को ऑपरेटर यूज करना चाहिए था. इन्होंने मतलब वेट किया कि दूसरा राउंड हार जाए फिर तीसरे में ट्राई करेंगे. शुरू में इनका ये स्ट्रेटजी मतलब काम नहीं किया. इन्होंने मतलब बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लिया और इनका मतलब इनको एलिवेट वालों को पहले से पता था कि इनका पहला वो आने वाला है, ऑपरेटर आने वाला है, तो पहले ही वो बच के खेले थे. उन्होंने शुरू में पुश किया ही नहीं. और ऑपरेटर में जैसे कि एनालिटर ही मतलब अच्छे रेंज में चल सकता है, बाकी इक्वलाइजर वगैरह बस क्लोज रेंज में चलता है. फुल चार्ज अलाउड कर दे बस.
Now the road becomes that much more treacherous. That's why we put in immediate focus. When we saw the best 7 map set, we put an immediate focus on the first 3 because Q9 needed that search and destroy. And I'm not saying that loud enough. They desperately needed that map too, just to extend it to
next कौन सा map है? Let's see.
The matter is, we're going into a Hacienda Hardpoint, and albeit Q9's Hardpoint pick, they only just narrowly beat X-Rock earlier today by a whole 4 seconds. We know that Elevate love their respawns. They are
Elevate बहुत consistent team है. अब लग रहा है.
Wow. Not good news for Q9.
Indeed.
That's about all you could say right now. Elevate, this run has been unbelievable. Every opponent they faced with no second chance at CDSI. Lower, they had to go through all playoff caliber teams that made it to Worlds. Then you get into your Swiss stage. Wouldn't you know it? You got to do it all over again. You met against every single opponent that made it to playoffs. They will have beaten every major team that has shown up on the main stage if they can finish off this best of 7, and it may be right here at Hacienda.
We need to get all that printed for a bumper sticker for each one of these individuals, because that is a hell of a run and a hell of a ride that they've been on towards the end of this entire tournament year. Hacienda Hardpoint going to be the next and potential final destination here at DreamHack Atlanta for Call of Duty Mobile Worlds. Again, as the numbers do continue to be stacked up against them, Q9, they picked this for a reason.
Well, again, it was short-lived, but I'm sure it was explosive as we listen back to Elevate throughout map number 3.
Nice, Isaac nyo. Ano? Isaac nyo. Ay, MS. Isa pa. Gal daw. Minus 5. Paro ako. Ubus! Swell, PJ! Pamani ah. Dalawa OG, ubus! Nasit, MS. Nice one. Good. Nice one, boss. Zigzag. Nice! Okay. Money, dead. Tangina po. Parma, court. Sandbag sa akin! Dead. Paro ako, B. Ay na, legit.
Smiles and giggles. That's all I got from that. Listen in. And big shout outs to the U.S. Air Force. Aim high with U.S. Air Force. Big shout outs for making this all possible here at DreamHack Atlanta and, of course, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for the 2nd straight year. Fun stuff, man. Tell you that much. More fun, I think, for one side of the stage than the other right now, but still fun stuff nonetheless.
I'm going to need a second run to think, or to see everything that we have to offer here as far as sponsors are concerned. It's just fantastic to be able to get so much love and support for a growing game. You heard the passion from Hippo when we had him up on the stage and talking just about the scene in general, talking about the game. It's absolutely everything you love to see, plus a little bit extra.
Change the description.
One team that is definitely enjoying it a whole lot more than everybody else in this venue that showed up this entire tournament. It is none other than Elevate. I mean, the giggles, the laughs, and everything else in between at the end of match number 3 kind of cements the simple point that they're the #1 team in the world, brother.
Yeah, I mean, hey, yes. Flat out, period. Next
question. Got my response. You have ace trivia today, sir.
Wow. Well,
change the what? Why should I change in the description?
for Q9 to try to collect themselves.
Wait.
Jumping into their hardpoint pick. And let's not sleep on their potential for a reverse sweep. Express Search and Destroy was not unfamiliar to them when they were playing through Chinese Masters. Has not been played, I believe, at all, though. Actually, no, pardon me. They did play it in their opening matches, but that was versus Supreme Team. So, again, take from that what you will. But it's one of those situations that, like, you can never rule out Chinese team being a Search and Destroy. There's still 2 of those potentially left. It comes down to, can they actually defeat this Elevate team, though, on a Hacienda and then eventually an Arsenal?
It is as simplistic as the graphics suggested before we started off this entire Best of 7 adventure, friend, is that the Search and Destroy should be a lot more beneficial.
Final poll, guys. Final poll.
Well, here's our recap of the series.
This may be the final poll of the whole tournament.
Where the hell have you been? Are we joking? It's Championship Sunday here. And Elevate has been on top through and through. But the biggest part of this recap that I need you all to kind of step away from is the fact that both these first 2 maps were extremely winnable for Q9. It starts and maybe even ends here on Summit, though, late into the game, where you're going to watch them get back to this P1. They're going to spend 3 operators thinking they could grow a lead that is insurmountable late in the game for Elevate, but they still find the scrap. They still win out on P2, and then they...
Elevate is from Philippines and Q9 is from China, yeah.
Q9's unfortunate decision on trying to just play for P3 rotation and giving up all the extra time. It left Elevate with just 8 seconds required to call game and with the operators, and so very, very simplistic indeed. This is a very familiar matchup for these 2 teams on the stage. On Firing Range Search and Destroy, again, it went 22 rounds the last time that they played. This time, no overtime needed, but it was a great resurgence coming through from Elevate. So nerdy. Q9 doing their usual things, just being able to smoke, flash their way all the way towards the A site. Decisively by
जल्दी से लिखो predictions. कौन जीत रहा है? कौन सा मैप है? कौन सा मोड है? That's where Hardpoint होना चाहिए ना?
Clean up the raid control, and I think just do a lot of mental damage to Q9 with how big.
अगली बार good luck जीतेगी. हाँ, good luck to them. बोला ना good luck to them till 2030.
At any single point in time, so that one is a demoralizing one for Q9. So this break could not have come at a better time for them to try to reset, because wow, this has been all Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, but we were saying the same thing going in between the breaks of the
Hacienda Hardpoint, okay.
That, like, you had your
Hey guys, I'm putting the final poll, most probably.
Right into your face. So
I should be the poll. Just let me know. Why should I put in the poll?
You have to come into this map and you have to treat it like it's map number 1. It is the only way to make the mental as clear as it can possibly be.
Some love to DHL. We've had a lot of fun looks towards Cargo.
I love Cargo. I want my own Cargo.
Well, you can roll back the YouTube broadcast if you're sitting at home and get to that link. Chance.
Yeah, 5 more likes away from Google
I don't know,
redeem card gift.
We're here in Atlanta. I don't know.
You got Road Atlanta not too far away. You can go find out what a kilometer is.
That's fair. But some relaxation techniques for Q9. As we're still waiting for the Hacienda to load in, looking up towards the stage, Elevate is just ready to go. They're just like, can we just get this thing on? We're ready to fight.
There is a star comparison across the stage right now. Yeah. It is alarming. But hey, meditation is certainly one thing. You can never start the regain fully if your mind is clouded. It seems like Q9 is starting to set up just a little bit. But again, championship point here for Elevate.
Yeah.
We're seeing some great fun in the crowd. A lot of support for both these 2 teams, but Q9's going to need all of your energy plus a little bit of extra should they start this reverse sweep here on Hacienda.
I've never seen a sign more true. Q9, it's now or never. Correct.
Yeah. Do or simply do not.
Yeah. Also got to give a shout out. I saw someone with an Elevate 100% sign. That's their win rate in this grand finals, 100%.
Yep, that is dope.
So
mediate चल रहा था अच्छा.
Yeah,
we had a statistician in the crowd today. It's good to know.
Should still play CODM with subscribers. We'll be back with our gameplay stream from tomorrow.
In terms of how Elevate will have 4 chances to put this thing away, but there are 2 of the next 3 map selections that do favor Q9 based on the picks and bans. This Hacienda Hardpoint was their selection, and then of course the Arsenal Control was their last pick for what control they wanted to play between that and Seaside. And then, of course, you've got Express, you've got Kurohano, again, Search and Destroy, Chinese team, rinse, wash, repeat. Maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Mabel.
Yeah, it honestly should be
250 हो गया. Rapid fire में तो नहीं दे रहा. थोड़ा बहुत तो hype बढ़ाऊंगा.
Number 2. They don't seem deflated looking at all of them. They're still talking.
3-0 हो गया ना इनका एक मैच ही जीतना है इनको बस एलिवेट को एलिवेट को मैं लेविटेट बोलता था पहले मुझे याद नहीं रहता था
You were facing up against X-Rock earlier today. You bet your bottoms that Elevate was watching.
They're charging up.
I'm not gonna bet my bottoms.
They're charging up, guys. Let's go.
For the best.
Yes, sir.
We're in public.
Hacienda Hardpoint. 3-0 Elevate.
Okay, half midway देंगे. Midway of the stream. I mean, this match देंगे.
Do they have what it takes to get it done here? As mentioned, they have gone through a gauntlet over the course of the last handful of months. Had to get through Godlike, had to get through Stalwart, had to get through Wolves, had to get through X-Rock, had to get through Q9, and that's just at CDSI. They had to do that all over again here at CHAMPS, and so far it's been good. But Q9 on their map selection starting things off hot after, of course, they just won this map versus X-Rock a moment ago.
Split spawn almost immediately will start to incur, but a great opening.
कल बहुत तगड़ा मैच हुआ था इस मैप में.
My goodness, clearing away the upper halls not just for the first time,
Q9 looking good.
but also the second as well.
Elevate trying to make a comeback.
Susano's had the fun, was able to find two of his own, should open things up a little bit more for Elevate to move forward.
However, though, Susano does not get forward into the Q9 windows.
Odin बहुत सही चल रही है.
To bounce back, get back to the hard point, and still win the high ground emphatically. More score being tallied for Q9 off their respawn over towards open stairs. They're also going to have high ground control. Kendi feeling the pressure, jumps on in for the contest, but met by Sun on the corner. Mauchi also still alive on 6 in a row. A perfect start for him. Eventually shut down as Elevate will get into the hard point for 10 seconds to fight.
Yep, that'll give them ever so slight lead, but most importantly, ever since that spawn flip did occur from the first 10 seconds, Elevate have still been getting these well spawns, so they'll be the first all the way through the mansion. In the last 2 seconds were fought over for Q9, you know exactly where they're coming from. That's been back.
Yeah, and you've got number 2 in PJ.
Google Play gift card.
Over towards Tiles. He'll be the first set of defense from the front. You also have Elevate responsible.
Close still using Graw.
On the flank. So now it's just down to what happens from the front side. Whoa, brilliant start. The Growl in hand. Again, we talked about this. Elevate not preferring to play with 2 Odins. They're just going to run things like the Type 19 right there, and the Growl on the other hand. And that little bit of extra.
Elevate लगता है इस ये मैच भी खत्म करके जीत जाएगा यहीं पे.
Go to Elevate, but they are now spawning out. Q9 from behind, not finding success on their break with the proximal spawns, and now Elevate are alerted to the play.
Q9 thought that they had the better advantage. They got some split spawns, and they were trying to set up a pinch from the teammates that spawned over by driveway, but another spawn occurs, and then Elevate get the freest angle. They just all shift their focus forward, and it's a bloodbath across the Lambo. Somebody's going to have to watch that very beautiful car with Q9 sent packing on the rotation to new.
Yeah, I know that there's going to be conversations. It may have already happened. I'm sure Bobby's already making a video on it. But this Elevate team is not going for the sexy Odin plays. It's Type 19s. It's Grouse.
Did you guys hear what he just said?
With this extra tempo, this extra speed, and you saw it in the 1v1 there. The Odin absolutely rinsed by the Type 19 as Elevate.
Did you guys just notice something? What he just said?
Full auto weapons comparatively to single tap helps out the speed, the setup, and everything else in between. Elevate playing with a certain different amount of pace. Link pulls out the war machine and just gets cut down.
Let me know what he said.
The operators ready to be pulled by Elevate 2 in response.
Susano with the
they've got patio control, and they're just throwing everything. All 5 operators at one point were out, still swinging for the fences.
5 लोग ऑपरेटर यूज कर रहे हैं. अरे भाई.
They are being read like a 3rd grader's book, and Elevate reads at a 6th grade level.
फिर से Predator आ गया.
Oh my goodness.
Predator आ गया.
All 5 operators will be expended. You do have 2 Predator missiles for this rotation, but it's not a bad call. I'm sure a lot of people are probably judging it, but
Q9 गई अब.
The first 3 hills. It is about to be 120 to 22. Yep. Look at the rotation over towards New. All of Q9 forced to try to play through arches and maybe try to get a rotation over towards New, but Elevate with the office spawns. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump to the next door.
This is an important rotation here. Q9 have to have something to talk about, but Elevate have an EMP, they have a Pred missile,
क्या हुआ?
and there may be
Technical issue.
As everything has paused.
Wi-Fi इनका भी चला गया बताओ.
Did you see what was happening? We're blowing them out of the water, but both refs are actively discussing with our teammates, so very well may have been something going on with the setup for Q9, as obviously that was about as bad as we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, something did feel a little off, but also that very much so could have been just Elevate being Elevate.
अच्छा जिसको मतलब रूल शायद ये है. रूल शायद ये है कि लेकिन इसका होगा क्या? रीस्टार्ट होगा क्या?
Time to edit that video. That's what it is. He's going to clip that moment right there, add into Premiere Pro, CapCut, whatever.
He's texting you right now. He's like, don't call me out on stream, man.
But big shout out to our watch partiers, though.
Yeah,
They're going through the feeds. It's awesome to see our content creators showing some love and, of course, getting some of their own from our very avid and passionate audience. So big shout out to all you guys who are watching along.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Also, big shout out to all the extra commentators that we also had for all of the different matches as well. It was very, very nice to go back and rewatch all of those matches after our very long Friday, and just going back to be able to hear some very familiar voices as well. Wish we were all here partying together, friends, but as the stage continues to be taken care of, we will wait to see what the outcome may be, but very much so, still a banger afoot, whether it's a 4-0 or extends.
Indeed the case. Our refs have backed off from some of the stations, so whatever the issue may have been, it looks like it's being resolved, and we may be pretty close to
Fiber cable.
soon. I don't have the power to start, neither does proper.
No, you do.
I think but ये elevate के लिए थोड़ा सा वो हो जाएगा, मतलब थोड़ा सा दुख वाली बात होगी, क्योंकि वो मतलब जिस तरह का मोमेंटम उनके पास था वो आसानी से जीत जाते वो मैच. रीस्टार्ट होगा तो ये इन लोगों को बुरा लगेगा.
No rebuttal from you, Glitter. You stay there.
Oh man, oh man.
कोड देने के लिए ब्रेक मिला है. चलो गाइस मैं कोड दे रहा हूँ चैट में. If you want the code, just let me know your favorite team. That's it. For the last code giveaway of CODM World Championship 2024. We'll meet together at 25 also. But
So instead of us blabbing around, we will head off to a quick break and hopefully have the restart for Hasi at Hardpoint.
technical elevate. Elevate.
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的秦九
这个
客户，然后
fiber
这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤
Elevate
锦标赛，然后这一次我们
Sorit elevate, Giu Gaming elevate, Ronak, Lokiwal Locus elevate, Ops Manic elevate, Waddle, Waddle, Cell Squash.
Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
पता है मतलब बट इनके लिए वो हो गया ना थोड़ा सा एलिवेट के लिए, बेचारे जीतने वाले थे. तुम लोग यस लिखते रह जाओगे और कोई ऐसे चुपके से कोड लेके चला जाएगा, इसलिए अब कुछ मत लिखना. आई वॉन्ट वन ऑफ यू गाइस टू विन. हुआ क्या, ये पता नहीं क्या हुआ, कोई टेक्निकल इशू आ गया. Okay guys, at the count of 3 I'll be pasting it in the chat. 1 2 and 3. Here we go. Let's go. Redeem it. Let's see who is going to redeem it. कर भी लिया होगा किसी ने. Okay, this guy got it already. Obj Minak got it. Obj Minak. What method did you use, bro? What method did you use? कोई बात नहीं. Dual screen on laptop, okay. हाँ तब तो ये सीधा कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहा होगा ब्रो, तब तो ये सीधा कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहा होगा यहाँ से. चीटिंग कर रहा है ये. कोई बात नहीं. फोन वाले को डिसएडवांटेज हो गया.
Welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship where we are in our grand
अरे पिकाचू इसका 100 CP वाला क्या सिस्टम है टिकटॉक पे बता देना इनको.
against Q9 coming out the
One more, no. My all quotes are over now. It was the last one.
Kickoff still had a close S&D, but right now it is Elevate that's getting it done time and time again. Is this what we expected out of a grand finals right now?
I don't think expectations have been met in terms of, I think, the 3-0 count. I think if you were just to look at how tight the first two maps are, absolutely. Yeah. But that's what determines a world champion, being able to find tight moments inside of a series and make the right decisions. And that so far has gone the way of Elevate.
We've seen that all the way through the Summit Hardpoint, just to start off the entirety of the grand finals. Like Elevate definitely knew what was going to happen, and they knew how to react accordingly to it. The same thing could be said about the Search and Destroy. But the one crucial thing about having a close map 1 and a close map 2, that map 3 was an absolute stomping. Like I thought we were in and out with about 15 seconds. I don't even think we actually played the map. I still don't know what happened on Raid. All I can tell you is that Elevate wiped the floor with them.
The problem was Hacienda started off the same way. Now, again, that's what caused maybe some of this tech pause that we have, so maybe there was an issue. But regardless, that plays on your mind. If you're Q9, say if we're going into our hardpoint pick, you had that long break to try to reset, and then you load in, and you're starting to get completely blown out of the water again. Doesn't feel good.
Exactly. If you guys are just joining us, we're just waiting for a few more minutes to resolve this tech pause. I do want to throw out there, though, Shift, we did clip it at the beginning of the weekend. You said it was going to be a reverse sweep. In the perfect situation.
I'm dead.
अरे भाई उनका नुकसान हो गया उसका क्या?
The man never lies. The man never lies.
Wow.
I'm just, maybe, you know, it's 3-0, could be a reverse sweep. We'll have to see what happens. Obviously, still potentially lots of gameplay left in store, or only one more map, depending on the performances of both of these teams. Before we get into that, though, of course, we have so many supportive friends and family members that are here for all of our players throughout the weekend, and I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by with one of them.
I got family on the floor. We have Rico and, of course, our little Coco. So cute. Can I get a shot from you, Coco? It's the most cute shout ever. I'm going to call him Tito. By the way, that means uncle. I will just give my respects, Tito Rico. You told me that you surprised one of the boys from Elevate, and Chloe is your son. How did it feel like for him when he saw that you were here?
Yeah, first, Beef Mommy, you look amazing. We came here last Monday, and I surprised Carlo and in fact the whole team. They're like my boys already. In fact, STE are also my boys. Skirt is here, FDX, but he wasn't surprised. I think based on what he is showing right now, he's so silent. And he told me that thanks for coming, thanks for supporting the team, and I think they're doing well right now. And Q9, I think we shouldn't rest first. It ain't over until it's over.
They're very much locked on, yeah. It really sees on Chloe's face.
It's not over until it's over.
When it comes to visiting your son, because I asked you a while ago when I was walking around, do you go to every single Elevate game, or even before they were Elevate, when they were Low Kings or West Point Mamba Low Kings, you would be there, you'd be present in the crowd?
Yes, I think that it's 3 years already. They've been trying very hard, fall down 3 times and get up 4 times. So I think they'll make it right now. So for the past 3 years, what I think that the strength of Elevate is more on family. We stuck together, and I think that's where their strength lies.
Family is everything. And speaking of,
technical issue
to Elevate, to Chloe, what would that be?
Yes, wait, go for it, but be humble in your victory and all for the glory of God. Thank you.
To God be the glory. That is it for us here on the floor. Back to you, Glitter.
Thank you so much, Beef Mommy. I think that's one of my favorite things about these events is we always get to see the family members coming through.
Q9 वालों ने केबल काट दिया, क्या हो सकता है?
Children.
चाइना से लगाया हुआ कुछ जुगाड़.
there's always some sort of a support system here that we get to see in person and experience that community aspect of Call of Duty Mobile. It's one of my favorite things.
लगता है ये अंकल World War II के वेटरन शोल्डर हो सकता है. असली तो मतलब घूम रहे हैं अपने मतलब सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अपने चाइल्ड को.
Casual, yeah. Nice little support system. We've been around competitive esports for quite some time, and you start to build that same family, that same notion, spending a lot of time with your teammates. So it is very nice to be able to see family members by blood coming through and supporting you. There's no better gas, no better dope to be ready to run through a wall than having a family member in the crowd.
Absolutely, and I don't care who you are, whoever takes home that first place prize, that is life-changing money on the line right now for these teams. And just a little update for everybody at home. If you're just joining us, we're waiting on a technical pause right now. And what happened was that there was an issue that prevented us from being able to complete that match. They figured out what the issue is, so we're going to replicate the match and the conditions that led up to the point when the issue occurred, and that's where we're going to begin the play from.
Okay.
So just let everybody understands how it's working out. We're getting it exactly the way we started.
We love that.
शुरू नहीं होगा, रीस्टार्ट नहीं होगा.
I did that actually.
जहाँ पे खत्म हुआ था ना, जहाँ पे टेक्निकल फॉल्ट आया था वहीं से स्टार्ट हो गए. उसी को रेप्लिकेट किया जा रहा है उसी चीज को.
Don't know where it came from.
Don't let people know about the power.
My bad. My bad.
All right, we gotta keep it on the down low.
नहीं, वहीं से शुरू होगा फिर. जो जहाँ था वहीं पे भेज दिया जाएगा सबको.
It is now, as the kids say, it is high key.
Is high key.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't want to push you guys too much either, because you need to save your voices for the moments that are about to absolutely pop off on the stage. We need a
ये मैं पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ. रेप्लिकेट करेंगे इस चीज को.
Let's check out the interview that we did with Q9.
Momentum lost, हाँ, but both team lost the momentum, not just one team.
I'm here with Q9. I'm going to ask them a couple of questions heading.
हाँ, but हाँ, ज़्यादा नुकसान इसको होगा, Elevate को होगा यहाँ पे.
Here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships.
感觉都挺好的，就感觉到这就很放松。
Which strategies have been the most impactful for you guys this year? Which teammates have been performing at their best?
我觉得这次的比赛，我们最关键的策略是，我们每个人做好自己的那一部分吧，然后就是把平时训练的东西都完美的展现出来就可以。
So Wolves last year were a big problem for you guys. Are they still the biggest issue from your region, or are X-Rock also a really big problem now?
Same score से ही start होगा bro, same score से ही start होगा. और जो जहाँ था, जो जहाँ पे रुका था वहीं से start होगा, उसी को replicate किया जा रहा है. मतलब एक operator skill जिसका खत्म था, जिसका आया था, जिसका आने वाला था, मतलब एक चीज मतलब replicate किया जाएगा. उसी में time लग रहा है अब.
The top of the world ranking is very tight. Are you guys
same to same,
do you think, or is there somebody else?
This is like I don't think this is something very easy to do, but still they do have everything, every technology with them.
Is strewn with failures. Is there anything that you guys have worked on that was an issue for you, and what was that?
我感觉现在的选手的个人的能力越来越强了，然后包括每个队伍的一些战术啊都变得更加丰富了，所以我们要做的就是
Hello Buffy Pro, welcome to the stream.
我们的战术要比他们更丰富，这就是我们要做的。
So you've been named MVP multiple times already. Would you have any advice for up and coming players?
我给他们的建议就是多去观看那些顶尖的选手的个人视角，就 POV， 然后平时自己的话也要多练习，就是带着那些一定要带着思考去玩，就是想，比如说在哪些方面还可以做到更好，去做到提升，这个会重要，这会加快你的进步。对。
So this is your chance to disrupt the momentum of your biggest rival. Who are they, and what do you want to say to them?
我觉得这一次比赛对我们威胁最大的对手应该是来自西方的所有队伍吧，因为我认为就是东部的这些队伍，因为我们在 CDSI 的那个邀请赛上跟他们有过交手，所以我会认为他对东部的队伍我们会更了解一点，但是西部的队伍呢，我们到现在是不了解的，所以对我们来说很未知。我觉得这回他
300तो हो गए, कहाँ हो गए bro, कहाँ हो गए?
Have you got anything to say to your fans who are at home supporting you?
哦，就是想对一直支持我们的粉丝说，就是谢谢你们一直支持我们。然后这一回，特别是国内的粉丝，在这一次顶着时差看我们打这一回的世界锦标赛，然后希望大家继续。
जल्दी replicate करे कल पेपर है यार.
So that is Q9, our Mobile Masters winners this year. Can they repeat it here this weekend?
Too much work for the technicians to start a losing map for Q9.
Always nice to be able to hear.
Let's hoping that they'll be starting very soon.
The thoughts and do they change over the storylines as they're happening? Thank you for sticking with us, everybody, as we're waiting for this tech pause to get resolved. We get to take an opportunity to look at the trophy, the rings, really kind of consider everything that's about to be on the line. Only one map away, potentially, before we're able to crown a champion. Now, before we do that, I want to check in with FDOT and see what FDOT's got going on down on the floor.
Thanks a lot, Glitter. Yeah, we're hanging out as we get everything set up for the finals.
So,
might as well hang out with family. Listen, we've talked a lot about what's going on here.
This is Kali, right?
If you know the scene, I don't need to introduce this guy. Kali, thank you for coming through.
I mean, it's a pleasure to be interviewed by you, FDOT. I mean, it's great to be here in Atlanta for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2024. I mean, this is the most competitive CODM that we got, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. I've lost my mind. Great thing about this, I haven't lost my voice yet.
Which is insane, but good for a caster. Gotta keep that.
अच्छा ये वाला हमें भी मिलने वाला है शायद ये वाला जैकेट जो है एक दो दिन में.
For the Philippines, I had to take like a 25-hour flight all the way here, and yeah, the experience has been amazing, and this is all I've been there for.
So you're from the Philippines, but you're coaching a different team. Talk to me about that.
पिछले में अटलांटा लिखा होगा.
I'm coaching. I'm part of like the staff for Team Vitality. We have an amazing bunch of players that we have there, and unfortunately, we did not make it to day 2. Well, it's all because this is the most competitive CODM that we got all throughout the history.
Yeah, I mean everything's turning up here, and like you fly over 25 hours. You come here. You're not even working with a team from your region. Why do you do it?
I mean, I just love COD, man. I mean, everywhere I go, I just say, I'm a walking Call of Duty Mobile Wikipedia. And yeah, hearing and experiencing everybody to be here, it's great to just connect with everybody all around the world.
He's not lying. He doesn't know this. So when I prep for some of this stuff, I watch your videos. I take a look at what you do. He is
no.
Mobile. You're a big deal.
Okay, बताता हूँ रुको अभी बताता हूँ. Maverick.
A lot of hearts, dude. It's about the family, it's about the squad, and Kali, you're certainly a good representation of it, so thanks so much for hanging out. Glad you could make it to Atlanta. Much love, dude.
जैकेट गिव इसलिए नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि ये जैकेट खरीदा नहीं जा सकता.
You know, the most important thing that I took away from that, and he is absolutely
this
is the most competitive year of Call of Duty Mobile that we've ever seen. And we talked about that
nah.
the weekend. Every single year
it's
getting harder and harder to be the team that ends up on top, whether that's regionally or within a region. And I think that this is a demonstration of just how the mighty can fall, because that's how even the playing field is.
Yeah, I mean, you just go back 2 years, Tribe LG, nowhere to be found anymore. And there is just so much respect and I think just overall confidence towards the Eastern region in terms of, look, we're getting battered. You know, the first couple of years of World Champs, we're not really holding a candle to what we were seeing out of North America.
यार इस बार नॉर्थ एनए और मतलब लाइक वेस्टर्न टीम्स तो कोई टिकी नहीं इस बार. मतलब वो कंपटीशन में भी नहीं लगी ऐसा लग रहा था.
Two strong teams from India. So it's one of those things that, you know, they've been in the grinder. They've been going through these tough tournaments, and now all of a sudden you're at World Championships and you're reaping the reward of having a lot of top placements for the region.
Yeah, I think it's more of everybody just getting up to Tribe's level once they were at that World Championship back to back, and then everybody was fundamentally.
चल भाई इनसे कहो चालू करे दिमाग खराब. अरे मैं कैसे कहूँ? पता नहीं क्या इशू है, क्या रिजॉल्व कर रहा है इन्हीं को पता होगा.
Seeing a lot of these teams, specifically from China, Garena, and all these other regions, just being able to fundamentally get a grip on what the macro looks like at a Call of Duty level has been immense. And Cali's not wrong. This entire year has showcased all of that.
And whoever wins today is going to have a massive target on their back. Come next year, we're back around for another World Championship. So it's only going to get bigger and better from here as an esport, as a community for Call of Duty Mobile. I can't wait to see. But before we can even get to that point, we have to close our grand final.
कुछ उसने वो किया था क्या मतलब
I'm getting word that we're potentially just a few moments shy of doing that. If you're just joining us, we're in the grand
कुछ
final.
बैंड आइटम यूज कर लिया क्या
in favor of Elevate. It's a best of 7, which means potentially it all could come down to this next map. Everything on the line unless you are on shift side of the prediction with this potential reverse sweep. Either way, it's gonna be fun. And we gotta wait a little bit longer before we get to it, all right? You don't look so sold in your prediction anymore. It was clipped for a reason. You told people
अच्छा बैंड पर यूज कर लिया था ओहो
I'm also old.
Sad.
I forgot that I said that. And wouldn't you know it, we find ourselves in a situation where all the momentum has been killed, and now Q9
बेचारा पूरे टीम को कोस्ट कर गया वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को भी कोस्ट कर गया मुझे लगता है वाइटलिटी इस बार डिसबैंड हो जाएगी फिर से ये लोग वापस चले जाएंगे अपने घर एक्सपेरिमेंट काम का नहीं रहा
Hardpoint, which is a game mode that's been perfect for them realistically for the past month. They win the entire tournament. Q9 has to take a Hacienda Hardpoint, an Express Search and Destroy, an Arsenal Control, and then a Kurohana Search and Destroy. Now, 2 of those maps I do like, none of which are the respawns.
But you're saying there's a chance.
I am saying there's a chance, but I'm not willing to lean on your side of the fence yet, bud.
I'll let you guys continue this debate here in just a few moments. Now, we are going to need a couple more minutes to get this situation resolved. So while we do that, we're going to send it to a short break. But don't go anywhere, because when we return, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship continue.
एक और छोटा सा ब्रेक ब्रो
Layo mo mic mo, PJ, pati Susa.
哎，中水掉了，开负点，负点花了，C 掉。
Did map change? No, nothing will get changed. Not even the score. This is the highlights of previous matches. अरे ये देखो ये glitch देखो glitch.
可以打的没事，去说板楼反弱，哪边没见？抢白房，抢中了，白房进了，漂亮，然后去说这边个打 ，nice。 Nice, nyo. Ano? Bakit nyo?
Ay, MS.
China, legit. Wala, boss. Yung pa yung 2, ready ako. Wala.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, cause we're baring our teeth.
Vitality used the banned item.
Coming for you, it's going down.
जीत कौन रहा? जीत तो वही एलिवेट ही रहा.
We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake you, we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
run to the cold river. Set fire, seal and deliver. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even king in the crown is...
Let's go. Finally, I think they will start now.
Championship finals for Call of Duty Mobile. We find ourselves 3-0 to the favor of Elevate, and a restart of Hacienda is on the way. I will say, friends, after the long tech pause, phones are in hands. So hopefully we're in good hands, and we're about ready to go to get this map 4 kicked underway.
If we're in good hands and phones are in hands, are we phones?
No.
Okay. I had a mental backflip there for a second. A lot of support within the crowd to get back to this very moment.
फिर से start हो गया.
Hardpoint. Do not adjust your screens. Elevate are up on
फिर से start हो गया, bro.
this map 4.
Indeed the case. We will be starting off what looks to be
Fresh.
67-19.
Fresh. Okay. अच्छा वहीं पे spawn हो गया.
I just got so bamboozled. Everyone just teleported all over the map. But we're ready to go again. Starting this from where things started to go wrong on the tech pause. So 71 plays 22. Q9 do have an advantage when it comes to the early operators, as we still have a full P3 to fight for.
Yeah, let's not forget what Elevate did do once they had all of their operators available. Post the game being re-put together, they popped everything all at the same time. But Q9 do have that advantage here. They're still in possession of the time.
Yeah, Gravity Vortex gun also being spent to block this slow.
Who is winning, guys? Who is winning? Write in the chat.
Thought there was going to be the long wrap coming out of Curly. Not going to happen. He just holds on to the top side of patio. Has himself a Predator missile. And, shuts down Kendi's War Machine. So here we go. All of a sudden, Q9, a little bit of extra life since our restart. Trade's looking decent for Elevate, but the back scrap time still looking pretty solid for Q9. Pred missile to stop the Purifier in the last.
तुरंत एक्शन में भी सोचा कि भाई इतना मतलब स्कोर कैसे बढ़ गया, टेलीपोर्ट कैसे हो गए सब.
The map is that Elevator not playing with any Odins. They're playing the Type 19 game. They're playing with a couple of Growls. Their pace is very oppressive in Q9. Finally able to deal with it, coming back in for a good amount.
I think this may be the last map of World Champs 24. Q9 trying to get the spawn. They have it.
Although here, you've got Chen on a Purifier, locking things down towards the open staircase.
Momentum loss दिख रहा है साफ.
The rest of his teammates are getting a read that, Elevator coming over towards the P2 side. Up and over, Kendi trying to find some different angle to make a move, but not going to work out. Chen continues to rip him apart with the Purifier, and Q9 have brought back within 20 points.
Chen still has Purifier through upper halls, but all of this push from the respawns is manifesting all the way through the driveway. They're already past Lambo, up on top of the water side, trying to keep it contested.
Sun, one more shot with the Sparrow lands. Bold break attack with the equalizers, only gets one. Trying to open the door for his teammates to fly forward, and boy, will they ever. Oh man, what a clean break for Elevate in the scrap time. Now trying to take the battle a step further as Q9 are a bit stuck over towards Lambo.
Chen tried to utilize the Predator missile just to help him and his teammates of Q9 try to maneuver their way out from Lambo. 102 to 69, going back towards P1 again with this 40-point lead.
Looking really solid, even pushing beyond the limits of this hard point. Maybe try to get an early flip of the spawns, and that will be occurring as Elevate move over towards lobby side. Q9, a chance to win the windows though with this long rotation, but not.
Gross player is a legend.
Point lead and growing as Elevate still find themselves in the hard point.
He has 11 kills with on his name right now.
Low, but look at the upper hallway control again. Chloe is a problem so long as he continues to run these routes.
The Sino
from Q9 are more or less just trapped on the office side to try to get inside of upper halls. You can see what it means for Elevate, just soaking up more time.
Yeah, and this is just such a good response.
Is this the last map?
Q9 on the restart looked pretty potent, but still, Elevate just have been equal to every task thrown their way. Whether it be opponent on the other side of the stage, whether it be restarts, whether it be search and destroys, doesn't make a difference. They are finding ways to win out. Q9 battling with their backs against the wall. Do well here to at least get a little bit of the response time as the scrap at 1 starts to fade away. And now we look towards the minimap. What happens towards P2? Elevate currently winning rotation, but Q9 fighting back.
They're gonna have to fight back a lot. So Allen 132 to 85, and Chloe is just
ज़्यादा ही सही नहीं चला रही करो. The next level. Miss नहीं करने वाला type.
Reap the benefits from a spawn out that occurs, but Sun just ran immediately in the front of the mansion. Now all this hits coming from the front of the rocks.
Claw out, ready to go over towards the U-Haul. Yopi, he's got himself up and open with initially what was a Sparrow, and actually on the response here, Q9, they throw a Gravity Vortex gun into the point. That works out nicely.
Q9, okay.
But only
but they were not able to break. They still have chance to make a comeback here. But if they choke here, they like it will be just too late. Okay, nice. They are still holding on. Q9 is still holding on.
Trying to lock down the back end of the 25 seconds or so. And Elevate, well, they might just have to concede it, but they were trying to take advantage of this.
2 kills.
Through Chen, but the Purifier shuts the majority of it down.
Information.
Onto a Pred missile, working halfway towards an EMP as well. That could be crucial for Q9's comeback efforts. Scrap time going to be fought for because Elevate, of course, are scrap time. Could have put them a little bit late on rotation. You can see the
around 25 points away.
You've already got one member for Q9 getting over towards that kind of cross mid connector. Kendi playing over the well though, a difficult spot to deal with, and that's why this lets the Type 19
Nice use of verticals over there.
now Elevate have spawns moving into new.
And Malchi actually had a really good timing for that flank to start coming through, but all the respawners were able to read.
Oh, no kills at all. No kills from Predator. That would have made the difference.
Backside 10, so you know the Pred missile doesn't land. The operators and the
Will he pull out his Purifier?
Now the next hit for Elevate from the front.
Is he going to pull out his Purifier?
Step into the smoke. How has he managed to do that?
Oh my god. His
What are we talking about? What a three-piece for PJ.
He was shooting through the smoke.
Not able to do so. Susano gets himself 3 in a row as well. And Elevate have blown the lid wide up open to P3.
There's still only 30 seconds for the team. 15 left to fight for. Split spawns have occurred, but the ones that spawned over by Office were dealt with from Q9. So now they're trying to push all the way from the fences side.
Smoke, he killed that guy through the smoke.
Every single kill that is being found on this side of the map is beneficial for Q9.
Elevate.
Position for the rotation, but even better for Elevate to mean.
Okay, Q9 has the next spawns. Q9 has the next spawns.
Has to lock down this rotation. Elevate growing their lead to just over 30 points or so.
They are spread in all the directions. They just don't want to lose this one.
Now trying to zone over towards bottom bar side. They've got to read that Elevate have gotten a couple of spawners towards both, but the hit.
Okay, yeah. They are coming from another side.
Have put together the perfect setup to start.
Elevate is pushing from another side now.
Be the difference maker in between flipping a lead fully, but it could just be the guy.
But they were able to
Susano down low will find a trade. Split spawn dealt with Q9 hold.
They were able to realize this at the right time. Q9 leading now. Q9 leading now for the first time in the match.
That it is boathouse spawns. Lots of damage. Talent as Uling will blast them back to the respawn screen. Q9 now in the lead, looking for more. 12 seconds of time to fight for, and Elevate would have to still contest this through the equalizers. That eventually gets put down, but still Q9 find a way to win the scrap.
For the first time this entire map for Q9 have a lead. 178 to 150.
Elevate has lost their momentum.
Center of the map, couple hunter killer drones being thrown out from the upper windows for Q9, trying to win the jostling for position up top while also maintaining time down low.
Moment of pause here. Elevate trying to fight from the low ground. Dive into the smoke.
Q9 is just playing like it is their do or die. They're just trying their best. They're putting everything into it. Okay, but still they were Elevator managed to break in again.
Q9 now on their favorite side, but it's just sprinting straight into the site itself. Curly goes on a massive spree.
This guy has claw. Susano. Will he pull it out?
High ground positioning. Well, one player has actually slipped the net. Chan's all the way through the Lambo side. And you might have to have that realization sooner rather than later if you are Elevate.
ये center hard point में इतना स्पोक हाँ वही कुछ दिखता ही नहीं यहाँ पे मतलब बहुत chaotic हो जाता है मतलब स्मोक में नहीं दिखते ऊपर से मतलब लेटे रहते हैं अगल बगल में
Good for Elevate for now, but this hardpoint isn't open yet, so it's still going to be well-sided spawns. Q9 spawning towards the bottom side of the map. Every gunfight is a big one. Shen trying to get in the lobby, shut down. Elevate through the back driveway.
नहीं अभी भी क्यों नहीं है Nice gunfight over there. Important gunfight win. अरे बगल में ओहो बगल में था भाई
As if to say you think the smoke is your friend, I was born in it. An opportunity for Q9 still with these extra operators to hold on to some massive time. 35 seconds to fight for. Elevate spawning close. Here comes Susano, able to get the first. Tracks onto the second. Oh my goodness, Elevate find a way to break a contest. Still 25 seconds to earn.
Oling has a war machine, is actually going to decide to
यूनियन को ये वाला एक दो प्लेयर्स कंटेस्ट करना चाहिए बाकी इनको नेक्स्ट पे चले जाना चाहिए नेक्स्ट वाला बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्पॉन
looking good for them. Q9 splitting all over the map in terms of their spawns, so they're going to send 2 on rotation, 3 trying to finesse the exit, and through this smoke, Elevate are not going to be denied as they will make sure every single second is contested.
Yeah, Chen's going to just die at the old time. You also have one player of Sun that spawns over by the rocks, maybe looking for a couple of exits, just playing through the open staircase, but the foot race was on quite some time ago over towards P3. Q9 currently hold the lead, but they still have numbers and the close spawn to boot.
Well hold करो bro, well hold करो. Oh, equalizer waste करवा दिया भाई.
That's a huge shutdown.
हाँ, he was shut down. वो hard point खाली कर देता अगर equalizer down नहीं कर देता.
From inside the hill. Finds the first, tucked into a corner. No trade.
PJ.
The regen. PJ's getting the help from Clo. That was just down to what can Q9 do. They still don't know PJ's here. He's going to finesse around the back line. Kendi now all of a sudden has the war machine.
Oh.
He gets pushed on and at least trades out his life.
Self-kill.
Battle over the top of the hard point. 225 to 210. Favor to Q9.
Curly is going crazy right now. 47th kill for them in this map, number 4, 228. And counting on up, but PJ still hanging around the joint. Is able to combine for 2. Sun's nade at least finds a trade.
अरे 3 ले गए ये.
This time is damning. An elevator getting
Finally shut down.
to the lead that Q9 has.
That is one slippery son of a gun. PJ sliding back and forth. Opens up the hard point again for the scrap time.
Elevate वाले. अच्छा देखते हैं कौन पहुंच पाता next पे.
Rotation. Elevate committing every single resource from the middle of the map. Q9 a bit split as Elevate just run right in. It surprises Q9. The trades are good and Elevate are going to get the early time.
Elevate को मिल गया spawn.
42nd kill for that young man.
I think match finish हो जाएगा अभी. Arbiter है इनके पास.
Call by PJ and he is locking down the upper halls.
And he knows exactly where Q9 are coming from. No operators available for Q9 to respond to this, but they still find the shutdown regardless. Follow-up from PJ is good. Now it's down to Clo. Over the top, he's able to find one. Elevate, a chance to put the game away here, but the contest is still alive. Q9 coming fully off the respawn through boat.
Equalizer called. Needs to find value. Curly shut down almost immediately. 4 dead, 5 all wiped off the floor.
I think Elevate is our 2024 world champions.
The COD gods have given
Yeah.
its toughest challenge to its strongest
Oh.
warrior. And at the end, there are no more questions. There are no more doubts. Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world.
Congratulations, Elevate. The new defending champions. The #1 team in the world.
When they were pushed against the walls, Elevate delivered not just at CDSI, but also with the targets on their back here. Q9, Silver Surfers once again, commiserations, hugs across the board, not just across the seas, but also here at DreamHack Atlanta. Elevate get the better of Q9 once again.
What a battle. I mean, we got 4 maps, 3 of which could have gone either way. You have to give the respect where it's deserved, and Q9 absolutely earned it. But like
I have no words
5 grand
to explain this match at least.
place finishes. Tough seeds, but at the end there can only be one. And Elevate did it on the Eastern Hemisphere. Elevate did it on the world stage. Your 2024 World Champions, it's Elevate!
Well deserving, yeah, surely. They're working for it for like 3 years. Guys, W for Elevate in the chat. W Elevate. They are truly the deserving champions. They actually deserve it. Deserves.
Oh my word! Team Elevate bringing home the big bucks. Insane! Congratulations!
उतनी hype नहीं थी इस year, हाँ वो तो पता है.
Crazy out here. Come here. You can answer the question, dude. Which end? Who are you talking to out in the crowd?
FDX.
And what are you saying to him?
4-0.
Sometimes that's all you need to say. It's 4-0. I mean, you guys came in and really made this one happen. Big 4-0, like your homie said here. I mean, was it easy?
Of course.
Dang. Well, I feel like when it comes to
All right. We're having some issues. One real quick. We're going to come over here.
CDSI भी इन्हीं लोगों ने जीता था ना?
Halo. Here, you know what?
I can translate for you guys. You can't go away from me. Come here, Candy. Come here. I can translate for you. Don't worry. How does it feel like to finally be a winner? You couldn't get that in Smart Omega back in 2022, nor back in 2020. How does it feel like to finally win it on the biggest stage of Call of Duty Mobile?
Hindi ko alam yung masasabi ko pero kami yung the best.
He said that he doesn't know what he wants to say, but he just wants to say that he's the best. And of course, the best that you are, the best performing team in Call of Duty Mobile. And I also wanted to ask from the coach himself, I feel like we've had a lot of spotlight on the members here, but I do want to ask a question for you, Coach Alea. How did you finally get to this point? You've been loyal to these boys for so many years as the Lokings, as the Mambas. How was that journey for you?
Sobrang hirap, sobrang saya. Marami kaming pinagdaanan bago namin narating to. Lahat ng pagkatalo namin noong 2022, 2023, eto 2024 nakuha na rin namin. World Champion, CDSI Champion.
Yo, good night whoever is leaving.
Champion, GMSM Champion, Regional Champion.
Regional champion.
Mike dropped, but he said through the hardship, there was happiness. They were champions here, but they paved their way through it. They were champions. I mean, again, no need for translations. That was a lot of championships here, F. Again, F. With the selfie with the teammates. Hey, let's go. Again, F. You good with that? You have one more team. I think, for me, it's not a question for you guys, but a statement. But can I get a...
Nah.
Okay,
I don't have enough energy to play rank now.
1, 2, 3.
क्या बोला? इस स्टेज बेस्ट बोला क्या?
Back to you, Glitter.
इसने बोला क्या?
Well, you can see just how happy, excited everyone is on Elevate for being able to take this win home, and they did it in such a decisive fashion. Regardless of what was thrown their way all weekend long, they looked near flawless.
Nearly?
Near flawless? What are we talking about? They were flawless.
Yeah, pretty damn flawless if you ask me. That is sparkling clean. I mean, throughout the entirety of the road for the tournament, starting all the way at Swiss, coming into this tournament.
ये ट्रॉफी जो है, ये ट्रॉफी मतलब हर बार बदलती है या फिर हर बार सबको मतलब नहीं मिलती है? जैसे कि पिछली बार वुल्फ्स के पास थी तो उन्होंने वापस किया होगा या फिर एक नई ट्रॉफी इनको दी जाएगी? I think न्यू दी जाएगी ना?
Shut the front door. That's disgusting. I don't think in any form across Call of Duty that I've ever witnessed I've ever seen something like that.
So dominant and consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament is what's most alarming, because Call of Duty for us, especially even Call of Duty Mobile, no different.
It's a new trophy.
It's so day to day. But they walked in Friday, great. Saturday, fantastic. Sunday, champions. That is just absurd to see that consistency.
Unreal.
This is going to be huge for Elevate now. Best team in the world for Call of Duty Mobile. Looking to the next year of competition, everyone is going to be having their eyes on them, watching them, what they're able to do yet again as a team. As the next year of competition kicks off, they are going to have a bar set very high, especially after the performances we saw here this weekend when it comes this time around next year.
Absolutely. I mean, 6 teams out of the East make it to playoffs, 2 from the West. Yeah, you get the Gallerus who make it into the Final Four, but Elevate beat everybody except for Luminosity. There's still that. A little cope, but I think the thing about it is a new region finds itself on top of the
very
dominant North American scene a couple of years prior. Of course, the COVID year we split it. Hard to say.
एक मार्ची के पास है, अच्छा.
Whole rivalry between East and West. Last year, West falls short. This year, expectations to rise up doesn't happen, and it's a new region inside of the Eastern Hemisphere that reigns supreme. Dominant stuff from Elevate.
it goes even well beyond just the mechanical skill that they do have. I mean, dropping the kills is one thing, but it's also what they're able to do along the way as well. Their adaptability in search and destroy, their consistency in fundamentals, in the respawns as well, is why they're
Thumbsill sleeps allowed होते हैं क्या वहाँ पे? 3.5 crores for them.
all the way until this time next year.
Yeah, I think a lot of the other teams will be taking notes on what exactly Elevate did to get themselves here as we get to
अरे भाई ये barely एक ही map 3 map हारे बस.
go journey upon in order to get named the champions. I mean, we get to see their Swiss performance, a little refresher for anyone who might have missed it.
3.5 crore का giveaway कर दो guys. क्या बोलूँ मैं?
A strong run.
मुझे अगर मिलता तो मैं कर ही देता 50-60 लाख का.
As far as I think is concerned, godlike Q9 stalwart, only losing 2 maps throughout the entire.
अच्छा आयो राफ्ता वो एलिवेट के ड्रेस में अच्छा.
Look at the teams that are on here.
वो भी फिलीपींस से ही होगा फिर.
As far as top 8 and championship Sundays are concerned, a lot of representation that they had to cut through, and how dominant they were throughout all of it.
They legitimately have nothing holding them back in terms of, well, they can play so and so. They X-Rock at CDSI. They played against every major squad, and now the sweetness at the end comes with the ability to be the last one standing on the bracket.
That was the fanciest part we've gotten on the bracket.
It's like off-center too.
Incredible.
Yeah, super cute.
Honestly, our teams have been such good sports. We keep talking about it all weekend long.
September
so much
23,
love across the regions as the teams are knocked out of the competition, and you see it yet one more time. Elevate giving a little bit of love to Q9, but that crown is next to their name on the bracket. They have the rings, they hold the trophy and the title, and they are the best in the world.
It's just insane to really think about how long ago CDSI truly was. Not literally within about a week and a half ago. The consistency is what I was immediately asking for. I was all over X asking for it on Instagram as well. We finally get here in Atlanta without skipping a single beat. These guys are gross.
Undeniable, flat out. That's all I got. The best COD I've ever seen in COD Mobile, right there from Elevate, without question.
The man literally doesn't lie, except for reverse sweeps and grand finals.
We'll remember that for next time around.
You can remember this, 2025, Year of North America. It's coming back.
I mean, North America might be coming.
अच्छा लिमिनोसिटी वाला नहीं, उसका घर उधर होगा ना, तभी तो पहना था वो. हो सकता है क्या, मैं क्या पता सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ बस.
Alright guys, though, anything else you want to say before we say goodbye to everybody? Phenomenal weekend.
भाई इसको ये GU गेमिंग को बस QR कोड ही दिख रहा है कि गिवअवे ही दिख रहा है कि CP दिख रहा है, यही तीनों चीज दिख रही है इसको. That was some tournament बढ़िया stream. That was very tiring stream for 3 days continuously, but we were able to make it, and I am proud of myself for that.
Yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic weekend.
Hello SI007, welcome to the stream. At least you found me live.
You are now your 2024 Call of Duty Mobile World Champions, but congratulations to all of the teams that even made it this far in the competition for the year. It was not an easy road for any of these teams, and they all put on a phenomenal performance. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the US Air Force for helping us put on this show. And on behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at DreamHack Atlanta, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next year.
चलो गाइस, अब चलने का वक्त हो गया. थैंक यू शुभम ब्रो, थैंक यू. और कहाँ गया? स्वरित था ना, स्वरित. और थैंक यू एक और कौन था, रुको रुको देखते हैं. पिकाचू. Thank you everyone whoever was here till the end. Congratulations to the Elevate. Many thank you to all. And I'll see you tomorrow at evening stream. अभी देखो प्राइवेट खेलने के लिए बोल रहा है. अरे नहीं, अभी मैं बोलने के मूड में भी नहीं. हेलो लोकी वाला लोकेश. हेलो मैवरिक. Thank you so much that you were at the stream. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at evening. Till then, bye bye and take care. See you tomorrow.